Lord of Mysteries, From the Heavenly Lord's Spare Tire to the Red Priest by author Ba Ji Shou de Tuzu Lei. Chapter 301-325. Avon looked at Bok Einhorn, who was constantly being passively beaten, but there was no trace of self-satisfaction in his eyes. Although he had long planned to kill Bok Einhorn, this action was forced. With the blessing of the City of Calamity, as long as they were not angels, no hunter or demoness could escape Avon's eyes. From Petrov Andrei, who had secretly pledged allegiance to Robert, Avon had long known that the Einhorn family had been acting unusually, and had guessed early on that the Einhorn family would definitely send someone over to try and kill their two brothers. So Avon had been consciously traveling all over Backland, searching for traces of the hidden person. Hard work pays off, and Avon quickly discovered the soldiers controlled by high-sequence hunters, who were collecting intelligence about the Loan Kingdom while investigating everything about Robert and Avon. In order to mislead the Fasak Empire, Avon spent a great deal of effort transmitting false intelligence, and at the same time began to prepare to kill this war bishop as a resource for his future promotion. To this end, Avon actively helped Mr. Azek collect the truth about his son's poisoning, and actively introduced Collins to Robert's gathering, helping him connect with Bernadette. Avon's original plan was to fish in troubled waters during the Great Backland Riot at the end of the year, using the combined strength of Mr. Collins, Mr. Azek, and Robert to kill Bok Einhorn and frame the Augustus family. However, the Life Counselor's sudden proposal of cooperation with Robert disrupted his plan. The Life Counselor was willing to let Robert take the lead in contacting the Augustus royal family to discuss the expulsion of Ouroboros. As an intermediary, Robert could use this to complete the ritual for promotion to Chaos Hunter. The difficulty of this plan was that after expelling Ouroboros, the greatly weakened Life Counselor would be in a dangerous situation, with the risk of being killed by the Augustus family. Unless he himself proposed it, no one would dare to propose it and persuade others to accept this plan. Therefore, the Life Counselor's strong assistance this time was at great risk. He was completely risking his life to win this promotion opportunity for Robert. If it weren't for the clear bloodline inheritance, which a demigod Beander could discern, Robert and Avon would even suspect whether the Life Counselor had cuckolded a certain ancestor of the Horn family. And then the Life Counselor explained his method of escape, which was to call for help. He called upon Dante Einhorn, who owed him a debt of destiny. Bok Einhorn's arrival in the outskirts of Backland could not be hidden from the Life Counselor. From his perspective, he arrived at just the right time, and at the critical moment, he could allow him to draw upon Dante Einhorn's power to help him escape the predicament. It is believed that when Dante Einhorn learned of the internal war between the two angels of the Destiny Pathway in Backland and dispatched Bok Einhorn, he also had corresponding considerations. After all, owing a debt of destiny is not an easy thing to bear. For so many years, Dante Einhorn had exhausted all his efforts and means, but he always missed out on the second Conqueror Beander characteristic. Small probability events always occurred at the last moment, causing his efforts to fail, the most typical example being the birth of Rosal. Rosal's ability to overthrow the Sauron family, achieving the only feat in 5th epic history of a mortal overthrowing an angel family, was something unexpected by everyone, from deities to ordinary people. But it just so happened, and it happened when the coalition led by the Fasak Empire had already decisively defeated the main forces of the Intis kingdom on the front lines. Even more incredible, after Rosal overthrew the Sauron family, he actually created a republican regime that no one in this world had ever seen, integrating various forces within Intis in the shortest time, and defeating the Fasak Empire, safeguarding Intis's sovereignty. Thousands of years of failure had made Dante Einhorn almost doubt his life. He felt that borrowing a debt of destiny without thinking, just to obtain the Conqueror Beander characteristic from his nephew, was too rash. So, as long as an opportunity to clear the destiny debt was found, he would not let it go. After hearing the Life Counselor's account, Robert and Avon suddenly realized why the Life Counselor was so confident about escaping from Augustus I in the Augustus family's home ground. At the same time, they both selectively ignored the Life Counselor's crucial role in Dante Einhorn's betrayal of the Horn family's ancestor back then. Regardless of the Life Counselor's stance back then, he is clearly on their side now. In this situation, mature people should let go of the past and look to the future. What's past is past, only the present and the future are most important, look forward. However, if the Life Counselor's plan succeeded, then Avon's plan would be bankrupt. Because as long as Dante Einhorn was prepared to use this opportunity to settle the debt, Bach Einhorn's existence would inevitably be exposed, and Avon's hunting plan would naturally be ruined. Compared to his own plan, Robert's promotion was obviously more important, so Avon could only borrow some luck from the Life Counselor and then, with Mr. Azek and Mr. Collins, ambush at the border between the two countries to try their luck. Facts proved that the blessing of a Sequence 1 Archangel was very useful. They really waited for Bach Einhorn to run over. Of course, Avon believed even more that it was because he came in person that he could use the Beander characteristic aggregation law to attract him to a specific location. One side had been preparing for a long time, while the other was completely unprepared, coupled with the comparison of their strengths, so Bach Einhorn being hammered without any defensive power was not difficult to understand. Soon, the Morning Star armor on Bach Einhorn was blasted dim by Mr. Collins' war weapon. This armor cannot be blamed, it has lasted this long, which already lives up to its great reputation, as none of its opponents this time were simple. And when the last ray of morning light on Bach Einhorn disappeared, Mr. Azek, who had been silently observing, suddenly had his eyes turned pure white as before, continuing to lock onto Bach Einhorn in the mist, extinguishing the vitality on him. At the same time, his lips parted slightly, uttering one awkward, difficult, and jarring word after another, completely incomprehensible. Language of the dead. This is a language that can bypass the protection of living flesh and blood, directly targeting the spirit body. It belongs to the core ability of a Sequence 7 spirit medium, and it is an important means for the corpse collector pathway to communicate with, drive, and enslave spirit bodies. Azek, who had recovered the strength of a ferryman, no longer needed to speak to cast it directly. Now that he was casting it himself, its power was naturally imaginable. Bach Einhorn, unprotected by the Morning Star armor, immediately felt his spirit body being pulled by an illusory force, and translucent spirit body appeared on the surface of his body. And Mr. Collins also took this opportunity to throw out a mechanical sphere the size of a fist. Its surface shimmered with a mysterious metallic luster, engraved with countless intricate mystical symbols, as if containing endless mysteries. Just as this machine flew into midair, streaks of blue current, like nimble little snakes, rapidly moved across its surface, emitting a sizzling sound. Immediately after, the mechanical sphere began to expand at a visible speed, like a balloon being inflated. Its volume continuously increased, gradually transforming from the size of a fist into a giant sphere. The metallic shell constantly changed shape during the expansion, emitting creaking sounds, as if a steel giant beast was stretching its bones. And the mystical giant cannons that were previously besieging Bach Einhorn also leapt up, flying into the air, joining this transformation. As its volume continued to increase, thick mechanical limbs began to extend from the mechanical sphere, and dense, metallic lustered scales continuously grew in layers. In a blink of an eye, the mechanical sphere had completely transformed, becoming a shocking steel dragon, covered from head to toe with suffocating large-caliber cannons, hot steam rising from its head, its massive body obscuring the sky and sun, as if it had descended from mythology. As soon as the mechanical giant dragon formed, it immediately began to open its mouth and gather energy, aiming at the target, with a faint white light emanating from its mouth. Almost in an instant, that white light had transformed, becoming larger and more dazzling, like a small sun, so much so that an area of 10 kilometers instantly seemed to go from deep night to high noon. A blue-white breath shot out from the mouth of the steel dragon, and it went from thick to thin, becoming thinner and thinner, until finally it was only the size of a bowl, as if all the energy had been gathered together. That breath was like the laser weapons in Avon's previous life's movies, carrying world-destroying power. Wherever it passed, the air sizzled, and the terrifying ray directly hit Bok Einhorn, who was unable to move due to Mr. Azek's language of the dead, successfully breaking through his body's defenses. After a hunter is promoted to a demigod, their physical strength greatly increases, and they are no longer that squishy warrior with high offense and low defense. A Sequence 4 iron-blooded knight can already turn their body into steel and withstand direct shelling from coastal defense cannons, and a Sequence 3 war bishop is even more formidable. And just as the steel dragon's attack finally succeeded in breaking through the defense, Avon, who had been observing from the side, seemingly redundant, finally had his eyes light up. From Bok Einhorn, he saw the fatal weakness he had been longing for. Without another word, Avon directly used the power of Bonaparte's fortitude, far away in Backland, extended his right hand, and directly conjured a giant flame sword out of thin air, then, using the flames around Bok Einhorn, instantly appeared before him and plunged the sword into his chest. The intense pain instantly sobered Bok Einhorn, who roared to the sky, so much so that Mr. Azek's language of the dead could no longer control his spirit body. At the same time, suffocating green flames erupted from his entire body, instantly burning away all of Avon's clothes, revealing the exquisite gemstone necklace on his neck, and the illusory armor made of flowing white light emanating from the necklace, like water. However, the illusory armor released by the Beyander item, Radiant Guardian, created using the Guardian Beyander characteristic, was clearly an order of magnitude inferior to the Morning Star armor that Bok Einhorn wore, which was created using the Demon Hunter Beyander characteristic. Facing the full release of flames by a Sequence 3 war bishop, it only lasted less than a second before shattering. And Avon, scorched by the green flames, felt as if he were in purgatory. The terrifying high temperature was like countless burning steel needles, fiercely piercing into his body, bringing waves of bone-deep pain that made him wish for death. Fortunately, Bonaparte's fortitude also brought Avon the steel transformation of an iron-blooded knight. Otherwise, with Avon's current fragile body, he might have been directly burned to ashes. Only the steel-transformed body brought by the iron-blooded knight, and the Hunter Pathway's unique fire resistance, allowed Avon to maintain a human form under the terrifying green flames desperately released by Bok Einhorn. Avon had also anticipated his own situation. Although he endured unimaginable pain, he still maintained his rationality, clenching his teeth so hard they almost shattered, yet not uttering a sound. Instead, as if nothing had happened, he raised his fist and struck the wound that had been reopened by the greatsword. The Hunter Pathways, Harvester, and the Demoness Pathways, Fatal Strike, were used alternately. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Avon struck 7 punches, directly punching through the wound on his chest, and only then did the green flames emanating from Bok Einhorn disappear, and he fell backward. But at this point, Bok Einhorn was still not dead. He lay on the ground, looking at the flaming spear that appeared in Avon's hand, his lips trembling slightly, as if he wanted to say something but ultimately couldn't. And Avon, in front of him, his hair had long been completely burned away, leaving only a black, irregular scorched mark, like a cursed wasteland. The skin on his face presented a terrifying charred black, as if it had been soaked in ink, completely losing its original complexion. Some areas were even puffed up with ugly blisters, as if they could burst at any moment, oozing repulsive pus. His lips were cracked like parched land, devoid of color, and the surrounding skin was also scorched and curled. Large areas of his body's skin were charred, and in some places, it was even carbonized, as if a light touch could cause black powder to fall off. The muscles in his arms and legs were also twisted and deformed under the scorching of the flames, and the skin at his joints tightly contracted, revealing pale bones, as if silently narrating what Avon had just endured. Yet, even so, he still stood tall on the beach where the sand had turned to glass, spear in hand, ready to completely end this battle. Seeing Bok Einhorn's slightly moving lips, Avon seemed to understand what he wanted to ask. He forced a smile, and with a grating, rusty sound like an old steam engine suddenly brought to life after years of disuse, he said, Robert is preparing to advance to Chaos Hunter. This hunt was initiated by me, he did not participate. And I am still a conspirer, not a demigod. With that, Avon brought the flaming spear down, plunging it into Bach Einhorn's wide-open mouth. Under the glow of the flames, his white eyes remained open until his death. Stiano's typewriter, and Robert's resentment. Bach Einhorn died with extreme reluctance. If he had died at Robert's hands, he might have been able to accept it and feel a little better. But to die at the hands of Avon, who was essentially only a sequence 6 and whom he had never even looked at properly, was truly too stifling. However, the manner of his death would not change because of his inner frustration. After thrusting the flaming spear into Bach Einhorn's mouth and feeling Bach Einhorn completely lose his life, Avon could no longer hold on. The spear in his hand dissipated, his body went limp, and he lost his support, about to fall onto the glass-like beach beside him. Fortunately, Mr. Azek appeared in time and immediately supported him. However, as he was being supported, due to the external force, the hard scabs on Avon's skin, which had formed from the flame burns, began to fall off, revealing muscles that were not much better, even emitting a faint scent of cooked meat. Mr. Azek wasted no words, directly pulling out a glass bottle and pouring its contents into Avon's mouth. Although Robert did not participate in this battle, he had still obtained a special burn medicine from Ms. Amanda, just in case. Ms. Amanda lived up to her reputation as a Sequence 3 demigod of the apothecary pathway. The potion she made was extremely effective. As soon as Avon swallowed the medicine, the burns on his body showed signs of stopping their deterioration, and new skin rapidly formed on the surface of his muscles. It was just a pity that the azure flames of a Sequence 3 war bishop could not be dealt with so easily. The burns caused by the azure flames were like maggots clinging to bone, continuously destroying Avon's body, causing the new skin and muscle to continue to fester. Meanwhile, Ms. Amanda's potion continuously provided Avon with vigorous self-healing ability, constantly generating new muscle and new skin. For a time, the burns on Avon's body presented a cyclical state of healing, festering, healing, festering. This repetitive state caused Avon to endure pain again and again, like a slow torture. This made Avon, who had just gritted his teeth without a sound, unable to help but let out a painful groan. "You take him to Earl Robert first, I'll handle the aftermath." Mr. Collins waved his hand, recalling the giant steel dragon hovering in midair, then glanced at Avon's condition and said to Mr. Azek. Mr. Azek looked at Avon, seeking Avon's opinion, as he was not familiar with Collins and could not fully trust Collins. After receiving Avon's nod of agreement, Azek picked Avon up, took a step, and left the seaside, entering the spirit world. Only after Azek left did Mr. Collins pull out a small typewriter from somewhere. This was a seemingly ordinary typewriter. Its casing had an antique luster, and its body was made of slightly mottled metal, bearing the marks left by time, as if it were an imprint of accumulated years. Even without anyone striking its keys, the keys themselves were furiously typing. The characters engraved on the keys were not ordinary letters, but mysterious symbols that made one dizzy and insane just by looking at them. As the keys of this typewriter clacked, a translucent white paper appeared from its output slot. The white paper also displayed content that was incomprehensible to onlookers. Ordinary people might go mad just by glancing at it. Yet, the content seemed to reveal some earth-shattering secret, attracting some intelligent beings to crave it. Collins's face was extremely pale. With great willpower, he controlled himself from looking at the content on the translucent white paper, instead extending his right hand and quickly pressing a few keys on the typewriter. After Mr. Collins pressed a few keys, the entire typewriter stopped its self-typing, then emitted a hazy, translucent glow that shone on the already deceased Bach Einhorn. In just an instant, Bach Einhorn's body was completely disintegrated, leaving only a heart-shaped meteorite emitting azure flames, and a fist-shaped crystal emitting a faint white light. When these two Beyonder characteristics appeared, Collins immediately put away the small typewriter and let out a long sigh of relief at the same time. He had almost given in to the urge to look at the content on the translucent white paper just now. This typewriter was the sealed artifact formed from the Sequence 2 Knowledge Master Beander characteristic of the Savon pathway, which he obtained when he betrayed the Moses ascetic order he had pledged loyalty to, named Stiano's typewriter. Collins only knew that this sealed artifact originated from the famous Stiano family of the Fourth Epoch, and was later acquired by the Moses ascetic order. It is said that the knowledge produced by this sealed artifact is the most secret, most ultimate, and also the most poisonous knowledge in the entire world. By analyzing the knowledge on it, one can understand the truth of the world. It is said that even a Sequence 1 angel who delves deeply into it would be driven mad and become an idiot by the knowledge on it. After putting away the typewriter, Collins directly waved his hand, and two large mechanical spheres appeared, directly collecting the two Beander characteristics on the ground. After Collins had handled everything, he looked towards the southeast, sneered, and then a complex steam mecha appeared on his body, carrying him to instantly disappear from the spot. At this time, the demigods of the three great churches in their church robes, and the demigods of the Augustus family in their battle armor, arrived late, looking at the glass beach, which appeared even more dazzling under the moonlight, and were all speechless, looking at each other. Robert knew about Avon's actions today. After all, Avon had borrowed good luck from the life counselor in front of him. If it hadn't been for the life counselor's sudden cooperation, which disrupted Avon's plan, Robert estimated that Avon might have waited until after the matter was done before informing him of the relevant details. Robert also knew about the news that the Fasak Empire had sent people to take the lives of their brothers. He had originally planned to promote to Chaos Hunter, then unite with Amanda to take action and help Avon obtain the resources for future promotion. But under the development of the situation, he was forced to stand by and watch. How could Robert, who could only wait anxiously now, not be worried? Amanda, with red hair and red eyes, dressed in palace attire, sat gracefully with her legs crossed on a large chair, looking at Robert pacing back and forth in front of her, and comforted him. Mr. Isaac and Mr. Collins, who are acting with Avon, are not simple individuals. I believe they should be fine this time, so don't worry. Today was Robert's promotion day, and Ms. Amanda had also secretly entered Backland to help him with the ritual. Robert gently shook his head, saying nothing more, but still stopped his movements and sat opposite Ms. Amanda, preparing to drink a cup of tea. Just as Robert was about to pick up his teacup, both he and Ms. Amanda simultaneously looked in one direction. A few seconds later, Mr. Isaac, holding Avon, appeared in the Earl's study. Seeing Avon's miserable state, Ms. Amanda was greatly alarmed and quickly pulled out several bottles of medicine to pour into Avon. Then, she crossed her hands, and a red moon appeared above her head, emitting red light that shone on Avon, treating his injuries. Robert's expression turned extremely grim upon seeing this, but he did not vent his anger on Mr. Isaac, because he knew that Avon's condition could not be due to them. It could only be because Avon wanted to personally harvester a war bishop. Time is a bit tight. I don't know if Mr. Collins has finished the cleanup. I need to go assist him. Mr. Isaac, seeing Avon's injuries gradually improving under Ms. Amanda's methods, felt relieved and turned to Robert, saying. Seeing that Avon's life was not in danger, Robert also stood up and said, I'll go with you. No need, I've already handled the loose ends. They won't get any useful information. Just as Mr. Isaac and Robert were preparing to go assist Collins together, Collins, in his mecha, also appeared in Robert's study. He glanced at Avon, who was receiving treatment, and nodded a greeting to Ms. Amanda. Then, Collins flicked his hand and threw out two mechanical spheres, and the two Beander characteristics he had just collected appeared on the table. These are the spoils of this battle. My debts to Avon, and to you and Ms. Amanda, are now repaid. Robert thanked Collins, as the risk of this operation was truly great. Collins and Isaac chatted with Robert for a while, congratulated Robert on his promotion, and then discussed the details of the operation. Seeing that Avon's treatment would not be completed anytime soon, they both bid farewell and left. Seeing that there were no outsiders left in the study, Amanda maintained her crossed arms posture, while treating Avon, and asked, Why didn't they use that divine-level sealed artifact in Collins' possession during this operation? If they had used a divine-level sealed artifact directly, I believe the battle would have ended very quickly, and Avon wouldn't have needed to risk entering the fray himself. The reason for Avon's personal involvement this time was obvious. They were running out of time, and people from the three great churches and the Augustus family could arrive at any moment. But this was also the most perplexing point for Ms. Amanda, as she herself wielded a 0-feet level sealed artifact and was far too aware of the power of sealed artifacts of that level. They already used that sealed artifact, otherwise Bach Einhorn's prayer would have been useless, and they wouldn't have been able to trap Bach Einhorn at the start. But according to Mr. Collins, he could only do so much. To fully unleash the power of the sealed artifact in his hand to pose a fatal threat to a war bishop, it would require at least 10,000 lives as a price. So, unless absolutely necessary, the sealed artifact in his hand can only be used as a trump card. Although Robert didn't know the specific information about the sealed artifact in Collins' hand, he knew its side effects. Neither Robert nor Collins were afraid to pay these costs, but it would attract the attention of various official forces, and even some secret organizations, which was not conducive to their covert operations. Upon hearing this, Amanda finally understood the confusion in her heart. She glanced at Avon, who was still unconscious, and then at Robert, who was collecting the Beander characteristics, and sighed, saying, "This operation was truly dangerous." According to Mr. Collins, he had barely finished everything when he encountered the pursuing forces of the church. "I didn't expect a war bishop who had left the army to be so difficult to deal with. I should have known and let Lily assist them." Lily was the tiger-shaped giant beast Avon saw at his first gathering. The location of Ms. Amanda's gathering was inside its belly, and it was also Amanda's trump card. Robert finished collecting the Beander characteristics on the tea table and shook his head, saying, "Of course. The authority of a war bishop is to gather the strength of thousands into one, making them very difficult to deal with, and that's even with him abandoning his hidden status in the Backland army. If Collins and the others had faced a full-fledged war bishop, this operation would have been impossible to complete. As for sending Lily to participate in the operation, that's even more impossible. Many official forces have records of your information. Sending Lily could expose your identity." Bach Einhorn had infiltrated Backland with an elite unit. Their previous mission was to eliminate Robert and Avon, the brothers. However, due to the incident involving the life counselor, Bach Einhorn's identity was exposed, and Bach Einhorn could only abandon his army and flee alone. At this time, Military Intelligence Section 9 was fully searching Backland for this remaining army. And apart from their poor relationship with the Fanapotter Kingdom and the Church of the Earth Mother, the Sanguine maintained fairly good relations with other official forces, so much of the Sanguine's information cannot be hidden from various powers. Once Lily was involved, it would be difficult to keep things completely secret. Amanda thought for a moment. Lily's features were indeed too distinctive and difficult to disguise, so she could only nod in agreement with Robert's words. Then what's going on with Avon? How can he use the power of an iron-blooded knight? Amanda, who personally treated Avon, was certain that Avon was just a Sequence 6 Beander. Upon hearing this question, Robert's face visibly darkened by a large margin, and his eyes flickered with intense killing intent. After Avon recounted his plan to hunt Bach Einhorn, he knew that the fact he could use the power of an iron-blooded knight could not be hidden, and he could only confess to Robert about the royal family's scheme against him. However, during the narration, he omitted information related to the City of Calamity and attributed the reason he avoided the scheme to the Evernight goddess's blessing. This made Robert suddenly understand many things, for example, why the Augustus family could so easily and confidently give him the Chaos Hunter magic potion formula. It was because they believed they controlled Avon, and through Avon, they completely controlled him. At the same time, Robert was also deeply moved, not expecting Avon to have borne so much in secret, constantly helping him provide false information to the Augustus family and protecting him. As soon as he thought of this, Robert's last trace of guilt towards the Augustus family vanished into thin air. After 2 hours of treatment, the azure flames, like maggots clinging to bone, finally dissipated. Without the interference of the azure flames, Ms. Amanda's treatment became even more effective, and Avon gradually woke up. Chapter 302 Megaseconds Amanda and 007. Avon, who had woken from his coma, tried to stand up reflexively the moment he opened his eyes, but relaxed immediately after seeing his surroundings. He then felt an itch on his body, and with a casual scratch, he peeled off the dead skin in large handfuls, revealing delicate, rosy skin underneath, like that of a baby. Watching the red moon on Ms. Amanda's head disappear, Avon seemed to suddenly remember something and quickly straightened up, touched his head, only to find his head was bald, not a single strand of hair, not even his eyebrows remained. Even without a mirror, Avon could imagine how unsightly he looked. He couldn't possibly go out and see anyone. Avon sat there, crestfallen, pondering what to do. Thinking about your hair now. Why didn't you think about it when you rushed in so eagerly? Seeing Avon's current appearance, Robert found it both annoying and amusing. Avon rolled his eyes. Even if he had known the outcome, he wouldn't have given up the chance to kill Bach Einhorn. If he had to choose again, he would still do the same. Ms. Amanda, who was beside them, also enjoyed Avon's amusing hairless appearance, then gave Robert an exasperated glance before taking out a small glass bottle containing some green liquid and handing it to Avon, saying, "Drink this. You can't go out looking like that. Thank you, sis-in-law." Avon unceremoniously snatched the medicine bottle from Amanda's hand, causing Amanda's face to flush slightly as she looked at Robert with a resentful gaze. Robert could only clear his throat twice, not daring to meet Amanda's eyes, much less respond. Trusting the high-sequence apothecary, Avon took the medicine bottle and drank it without any hesitation. But as soon as he drank it, Avon regretted it. It was the most unpalatable and bitter thing he had ever tasted in his life. Not spitting it out on the spot already showed his strong willpower. Although it tasted bad, the effect was remarkably significant. Almost the instant Avon finished drinking it, all the hair on his body returned, just as it was before. Avon excitedly touched his hair, then eagerly ran to the corner of the study, looking at himself from left to right in the large changing mirror. The idol of thousands of young women in Backland had finally not been disfigured, and his good looks had returned. This potion is really good. What materials is it made from? It should have great market potential. As Avon fiddled with his hair, he thought of the pain of most loneless people and felt he had discovered a way to make money effortlessly. You don't need to think about it. If it could be widely promoted, we would have done it long ago, without waiting for you to remind us now. The main ingredient of this potion is the blood of a sequence 4 feet classical alchemist, from the plantar pathway, so it cannot be widely promoted. Robert immediately understood Avon's intention and directly poured cold water on him. This was a money-making idea he had also considered back then. If hair loss could be solved so easily, the Fanapotter Kingdom and the Church of the Earth Mother would have solved it long ago and been raking in money. Avon raised an eyebrow, not paying too much attention to the topic. It was just a sudden whim of his. After tidying his hair, Avon turned to Robert and said, "Congratulations, Robert, congratulations on your promotion to Chaos Hunter." Robert accepted Avon's congratulations, then likewise congratulated Avon. "And congratulations on the success of your plan. At least until you advance to an angel, you won't have to worry about the main ingredients. Having personally killed a war bishop, I presume you can also advance to Reaper now, right?" Although he had experienced it many times, Robert was still shocked by Avon's promotion speed. Avon nodded in acknowledgement. This was also one of the reasons why he insisted on personally killing Bach Einhorn. The promotion ritual for Hunter Pathway Sequence 5 Reaper is: orchestrate a conspiracy, capture a target of a higher sequence than yourself, display the complete conspiracy before him, and consume the potion in his fearful and remorseful eyes. The more targets captured, and the higher their sequence, the better the ritual effect. The more fearful and regretful the target, the better the ritual effect. In fact, Avon did not capture Bach Einhorn alive, nor did he narrate his conspiracy to him. Let alone making him feel fear and regret, as it was simply wishful thinking to make a hunter pathway demigod feel fear. Bach Einhorn's greatest emotion until his death was actually unwillingness that a world-renowned war bishop would ultimately fall into the hands of someone he considered insignificant. However, the essence of this ritual is to allow the advancer, when consuming the potion and falling into a hallucination of battling numerous enemies, to use the ritual's effect to weaken the powerful enemy they ultimately face in the Halak, helping the advancer muster the courage to defeat their opponent. The success of this ambush, and personally engaging in battle with the war bishop, had already proven Avon's courage and boosted his confidence. Coupled with the war bishop's high Beander characteristic, this ritual was completed with super quality. As soon as he leaves here, Avon will prepare the potion. Robert undoubtedly had very deep secrets, and consuming the potion might trigger the City of Calamity, so Avon dared not advance in front of Robert. By the way, how was the museum operation tonight? Did you and Ms. Bernadette fight? When the Angel War happened in Backland, Avon was already ambushing at the border and had just woken up, so he naturally didn't know the relevant situation and urgently needed information. As you said before, a third party appeared at the museum to seize the blasphemy slate, and with Bonneva Gustav's intervention, Queen Mystic and I agreed not to interfere with that strange spiritual entity obtaining the blasphemy slate, and then each rely on our own means. Avon, do you know who took that blasphemy slate? Robert carefully recalled Avon's words during this period and was almost certain that Avon understood the relevant inside story. Since Avon had given Robert a heads up, he naturally anticipated this question from Robert and had no intention of denying it, so he directly admitted. I know him, he is my friend, but I cannot tell you who he is, because this involves the Church. Church of the Night Goddess. Robert frowned, not expecting this matter to involve the Evernight Goddess again. Although Avon said Church of the Night Goddess, Robert knew very well that he was referring to the Supreme Deity. That's right, Avon said decisively, without any guilt, because everything he said was true. Then can you get that Black Emperor blasphemy slate? This was Robert's most pressing concern now. No problem, that blasphemy slate is not what he needs. I can trade with him. Avon had long planned for this matter, otherwise, he wouldn't have fabricated Rosal's diary and directly given Klein clues to entice him to act. Hearing that Avon was confident in acquiring the blasphemy slate, Robert breathed a sigh of relief, but upon hearing that Avon intended to trade, he frowned again and asked doubtfully. What do you plan to trade with? Even if this blasphemy slate isn't what he needs, it must be quite valuable, right? Of course, something of the same level. Something of the same level. Could it be? Robert quickly realized something and stared at Avon, saying, do you still have a blasphemy slate in your possession? What is it? Where did it come from? Even Ms. Amanda cast a curious glance at Avon. Avon sat down on Robert's sofa and smiled slightly, saying, that's right, I have a blasphemy slate in my hand, it's the Hunter Pathway blasphemy slate. Backland was once the capital of the Fourth Epic Tudor Truncest Empire, and also the place where Blood Emperor, Tudor, advanced to become the Hunter Pathway True God, Red Priest. You should be aware that blasphemy slates have a strong Beander pathway aggregation ability. And this blasphemy slate is located where Tudor advanced to sequence 0 feet Red Priest. My previous active assistance to Bernadette was precisely to have her acquire this blasphemy slate after she advanced to an angel. Robert and Amanda exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. They weren't surprised that Avon used Bernadette's power to obtain the blasphemy slate most suitable for him, but rather they both simultaneously thought of one question. That is, how did Avon know the details of Tudor's advancement to Blood Emperor? How did he know that the Hunter Pathway blasphemy slate was located at the Blood Emperor's advancement site? Since Avon arrived in Backland, he had been wandering around Backland, except for a trip back to Tingen with Robert. Neither Robert, who had spent more time in Backland, nor Amanda, who came from a scholarly family, knew the exact location of the Blood Emperor's advancement to a deity. But Avon, who had only been in Backland for a few months, knew it clearly, which naturally made them suspicious, and they both quickly had a suspect in mind, the Evernight goddess. Avon was not an ordinary Evernight goddess's favored one. The Evernight goddess had been diligently cultivating Avon. This was the common thought in Robert and Amanda's minds at this moment. However, despite having this thought, neither of them spoke it aloud. Some things, once spoken, can go wrong, not to mention that there are too many mysterious and unpredictable forces in this world. Avon was well aware of Robert and Amanda's thoughts, and this was precisely the effect he wanted to achieve. As long as they believed that the Evernight goddess intended to cultivate Avon, then no matter what Avon did or what he produced in the future, it would all seem natural and beyond suspicion in their eyes. Moreover, Avon indeed felt the Evernight goddess's goodwill and cultivation towards him. Not only did she grant him the highest degree of freedom, never issuing any oracles to him, but she also made the Night Church cooperate with him unconditionally. So, although he still maintained a hint of vigilance in his heart, Avon had already come to regard the Evernight goddess as his most important angel investor. Will exchanging the Hunter Pathway Blasphemy slate for the Black Emperor Pathway Blasphemy slate have any impact on you? No, because that person isn't from the Hunter Pathway either. Both blasphemy slates are the same to him. Seeing that Avon had it all figured out, Robert said no more, only admonishing. Bernadette proactively suggested postponing the dispute over the blasphemy slate. I think she must be confident in finding your friend, and you can also remind him to be careful. Since Avon claimed that person was his friend, Robert naturally had to add a word of caution. Avon nodded knowingly. Robert didn't know that Avon had incited Klein to steal the blasphemy slate, not only to add an extra layer of insurance to obtaining this blasphemy slate, but also to expose Klein's existence to Bernadette. Because the Lord of the Mysteries, in his mind was only half unlocked, which meant Avon had fewer and fewer pieces of information he could utilize. And it was clear that the later content of Lord of the Mysteries was more important. So, Avon, unable to unlock Lord of the Mysteries, thought of two methods. One was to allow Klein to meet Bernadette earlier, enabling Klein to obtain more content from Rosal's diary. To see if he could indirectly gain more information by allowing Klein to understand more. The other was to make Bernadette Klein's advancement channel, giving Klein a helping hand and greatly pushing the plot of Lord of the Mysteries forward, hoping to unlock the subsequent content of Lord of the Mysteries. Besides, although Bernadette was confident she could find Klein, Avon thought it wouldn't be that easy, especially with Klein having the gray fog cheat, which basically ruled out her ability to investigate through meander means. And if she were to investigate through mundane means, Bernadette could never bypass Military Intelligence Section 9, which is Avon. At that time, Avon could use this opportunity to sell Klein for a good price. Anyway, Bernadette was an angel who strictly adhered to the Mystery Prior Code, so there was no need to worry about her using unconventional methods on Klein. Just as Avon was lost in thought, Robert began to speak of his observations from tonight. I didn't expect the Steam and Machinery Church to go to such great lengths for this operation, bringing their most powerful sealed artifact, 007, with them. Even more unexpectedly, Bernadette actually possessed the legendary 005, wishing lamp. I wonder if it's her own collection or a legacy from Emperor Rosal. Before Robert could finish speaking, a flicker of hesitation crossed Ms. Amanda's eyes, and she said somewhat uncertainly. The sealed artifact in Bonneva Gustav's hand gives me a very subtle feeling, as if the meander characteristic that formed that sealed artifact has a certain bloodline connection with me. But my bloodline heritage is very clear, its origin comes from an angel who is still alive today. Was he one of the first sanguine created by ancestor Lilith? Chapter 303, Blood Moon Queen. Arrangement. Upon hearing Ms. Amanda's words, both Robert and Avon frowned, as this question was quite intriguing. Ms. Amanda's family lineage was clear. Her bloodline originated from a first-generation angel, created by the sanguine progenitor, Lilith, who was still alive. The problem was that the angel had always been a sequence 2 and had never advanced to sequence 1. However, the level of the sealed artifact in Benoit Gustave's hand clearly reached the Sequence 1 level, which was very strange. Does the Church of the Night Goddess have any relevant records regarding that sealed artifact? Military Intelligence Section 9's internal records were only vague, so Robert could only turn his gaze to Avon. There are some records, but very few. We only know that this sealed artifact appeared in the late 4th epoch. The Church internally speculates that this sealed artifact is related to the Blood Moon Queen, Ornia. After Avon and Archbishop Anthony exchanged identities, he already had the right to browse relevant top-secret information, but data related to 0 to 107 was also very scarce, with no more detailed records, mostly just the Church's conjectures. Blood Moon Queen, Ornia, the Night Emperor's wife. That makes sense. As far as I know, this queen was a Sequence 1 archangel of the Moon pathway, right? Robert murmured, a glint flashing in his eyes, recalling some secret information he had seen in his early years, and sought confirmation from Amanda, who was of Sanguine origin. That's right, Blood Moon Queen, Ornia led the Sanguine out of the Dark Ages. In the 4th epoch, she became the wife of the Night Emperor, the Emperor of the Truncest Empire. The various Sanguine families subsequently reunified and became an important part of the Truncest Empire. After the War of the Four Emperors in the 4th epoch, both the Night Emperor and the Queen perished, causing a heavy blow to the Sanguine. The 7 deities supported the Augustus, Sorin, Castia, Einhorn, and other families, carving up the Truncest Empire, which had already unified the North Continent at the time. They successively established Loan, Intis, Fenaport, Forsac, and other nations, laying the foundation for the sphere of influence in the 5th epoch. If 0 to 107 was formed in the late 4th epoch, then it is indeed possible that it is related to the Blood Moon Queen. At that time, she was the only archangel among the Sanguine, and she did indeed perish in the late 4th epoch. This history was widely known within the Sanguine, so Amanda gave an affirmative answer almost without hesitation, but at the same time, she frowned and said, "But both the Blood Moon Queen and my ancestor belong to the first generation of Sanguine created by the progenitor Lilith. How could I feel a bloodline connection with the Beander characteristic she left behind?" Amanda's question also made Robert frown, utterly perplexed. This matter seemed insignificant, but bloodline connection was the closest bond in this world, and no Beander dared to be careless. Could it be because the Blood Moon Queen's Beander characteristic originated from your Sanguine progenitor, Lilith? Avon suddenly thought of a possibility. Since your progenitor Lilith created the Sanguine, then from a mystical perspective, whether it's the first generation of Sanguine or those born through reproduction afterward, they are all her bloodline descendants. The Blood Moon Queen was able to become a Sequence 1 archangel. She must have received the legacy of your progenitor and inherited her position, which is why you have this subtle feeling towards that sealed artifact. Robert and Amanda both nodded upon hearing this. Although it was a bit far-fetched, it was still a plausible explanation. I will go home later and see my great-grandfather to inquire about the relevant situation. As a participant in the War of the Four Emperors, and in existence from the same period as the Blood Moon Queen, he should know many things. Regarding her own bloodline, Amanda dared not be careless in the slightest. Robert expressed his agreement with Amanda's caution, while also turning his attention to the wishing lamp that Bernadette had brought out. The wishing lamp in Ms. Bernadette's hand is also very strange. Although that sealed artifact was never activated from beginning to end, I always feel that it played the biggest role in the entire matter. A significant portion of Augustus I's failed plan originated from that wishing lamp. Robert clearly had a great secret, so Avon dared not ignore his words. However, Avon searched through the half-volume of Lord of the Mysteries in his mind and only found a little information about the wishing lamp in the segment where Leonard participated in the Red Gloves training, but it had no reference value, only showing that it possessed living characteristics and could deceive and tempt its holder. We will inquire about it from Ms. Bernadette from the side later, but we also need to be careful. After all, we are allies in the Black Emperor matter. Because they truly did not understand the relevant information about 0 to 105, even though everyone present deeply believed Robert's intuition, they could not figure out the reason, so they could only temporarily put this matter aside. You just obtained the Chaos Hunter formula from George III a few days ago and immediately completed your advancement. Won't that be too conspicuous? Avon had never asked about Robert's fortuitous encounters, but he still couldn't help but remind him. Robert smiled confidently, took out a pocket watch from his chest pocket, and shook it in his hand, saying, "Don't worry, with the concealment of this pocket watch, even if George III is an archangel, it won't be that easy for him to see through me." Seeing Robert so confident, Avon knew that he was not a boastful person, so he relaxed. Then our next goal is the Great Backland Riot at the end of the year. We need to use this opportunity to expose the Augustus family's conspiracy as much as possible. Let the three great churches discover that the dignified Lewin kingdom is actually colluding with the demonist sect, disrupt the Augustus family's rhythm, and stir up the waters. Ever since he confessed the Augustus family's schemes against him, Avon had told Robert many things, which naturally included the tasks the Augustus family had given him. Is that plan you mentioned really reliable? Do those workers and commoners really dare to rebel? Robert was very enthusiastic about disrupting the Augustus family's plans, but he had some doubts about Avon's plan, because there had never been a successful worker rebellion in this world. Even with a group of people contaminated by Intis Republican thought as organizers, he still didn't have high hopes. Of course it's possible. The records about Emperor Rosal in the General History of the North Continent are clearly written. Back then, Emperor Rosal, when Intis was at a disadvantage in foreign wars, secretly incited worker riots, which dealt a fatal blow to the Sauron family and also gave him the opportunity to suppress the riots, seize the supreme power of Intis, and make the eternal blazing sun church grudgingly accept his actions. So, Robert, do not underestimate the power of the workers and commoners. To some extent, these commoners can even hijack the church and the deities. After all, they can reproduce like cockroaches and are not very cultured, which can provide more loyal faith. These words are a bit malicious, but they are also key to Avon convincing Robert, because people like Robert have a natural ruler's mentality. Robert had already become a chaos hunter, and possessed more divinity, and he could better appreciate the role of faith for deities and angels, so he nodded in agreement with Avon's positioning of the workers and commoners, and also agreed with Avon's previous plan. You are the one in the thick of this matter, so you should handle it yourself. I won't interfere much. If you need help, you can always find me. Of course, while you are busy with this matter, do not forget the construction of the new army, that is the top priority. After so many things, Robert was already very confident in Avon's ability to get things done, so he directly handed over the entire matter of the Backland riot to Avon and would no longer interfere himself. Moreover, he also saw very clearly that in the matter of George III's advancement to Black Emperor, the true influence actually lay with the deities. The church's weight was truly not enough. However, just as Avon had said before, the church and the deities they believed in sometimes did not necessarily have completely identical interests. Although the church must obey the deity's directives, the influence is mutual, and the church can also influence the deity. If the conflict between the church and the Augustus family can truly be ignited, it will surely affect the deity's attitude towards George III. Life Counselor should be severely wounded after this great battle, and I don't know when he will recover. This cooperation with the Life Counselor was truly too enjoyable. Although he also incurred a debt of destiny, Robert wanted to cooperate with him again. If I'm not mistaken, Life Counselor will play a trick of hiding in plain sight, concealed in Backland, but I don't know if he will be reborn into a doctor's family like in the original work. Avon thought to himself, Robert, you owe Life Counselor a debt of destiny. Is that really okay? Although I don't know the specific details, as long as it's called a debt, Avon instinctively thought of some familiar terms from his previous life, such as compound interest, 9 out, 13 back, interest first, principal later, and other such schemes. Even if Robert was a demigod of the arbiter pathway, Life Counselor was a master at manipulating destiny. Just from Dante Einhorn rushing forward without any regard for risk to help Life Counselor escape, it was clear that owing a debt of destiny was no fun at all. You don't have to worry, I know what I'm doing, and our cooperation isn't a one-time deal. The Augustus family almost killed him this time, so how could he not feel resentment? We'll have plenty of opportunities to cooperate in the future. Avon thought carefully and realized that this was indeed the case. Although Life Counselor was able to escape from Ouroboros this time, the Augustus family deserved credit, but their murderous intent towards Life Counselor was also clearly evident, and Life Counselor could not possibly not hold a grudge. Robert glanced at the grandfather clock in the corner and saw that it was already 3 a.m., so he said to Avon, "It's getting late. Military Intelligence Section 9 is still fully searching for the elite troops left behind by Bach Einhorn. As a high-ranking member of Military Intelligence Section 9, it's not appropriate for you to be out of sight for too long. You should hurry back, complete your advancement, and lead your subordinates to participate in the operation." Avon nodded in agreement, then directly left Ahova Earl's court through the gas lamps on the street outside and rushed towards his safe house. What Robert said was very reasonable. Although he had temporarily stopped inquiring about Military Intelligence Section 9's affairs since he received the order to form a new army with Edsac Augustus, his position and title were still there, and it was inappropriate not to show up at this time. Watching Avon quickly leave with the help of the street gas lamps, Robert said without turning his head, "Amanda, do you think Avon might be the person that, soothsayer, predicted, who could revive the Horn family? Why is the Evernight goddess supporting Avon? Is it merely because Avon is both a hunter and a member of the Horn family?" Amanda stepped forward, stood beside Robert, and looked out the window with him, but unlike Robert, she was looking at the eerie red moon in the sky that seemed to forever gaze down upon the human world. "I think it's not just these two reasons. Avon must have a very significant secret, and that should be the key. You two have such a good brotherly relationship, perhaps if you ask him, he won't hide it from you." Robert remained silent for a long time, then finally sighed, saying somewhat dejectedly, "But I haven't been completely honest with him either. If I'm hiding things from him, how can I have the courage to directly ask about his secrets?" Seeing a trace of pain on the man beside her, although she didn't understand the inside story, it still made Amanda's heart ache. She couldn't help but grab Robert's hand and rest her head on his shoulder, expressing her comfort. Feeling the soft warmth in his hand and smelling the faint fragrance emanating from Amanda, Robert's heart fluttered. He reached out and put his arm around her shoulder, immersing himself in the warm atmosphere. The Backland city government had always been very attentive to the construction of public facilities in the wealthy districts, and Empress Borough, where Ahova Earl's court was located, was no exception. So Avon quickly arrived at Hilton District with the help of Flame Jump, and entered a detached house. Helen, who had been awake in the room, immediately disappeared invisibly the moment Avon appeared, but after seeing that it was Avon, she immediately reappeared and bowed gracefully. "Take out the things I left with you." The safe house in Sherwood Borough was empty, and Avon was not at ease leaving things there, so he had placed the Reaper, Beander characteristic and some other auxiliary materials with Helen. Helen heard Avon's command, did not hesitate, stood up directly, and walked towards the secret compartment with her back to Avon. Looking at the plump, peach-like curves outlined by the silk nightgown, gently trembling as Helen walked, Avon felt his throat itch and couldn't help but swallow. As a demoness of pleasure, Helen was naturally very sensitive to such gazes, but she didn't turn around, just smiled faintly, slightly slowing her pace to allow Avon to appreciate. This house was not very big to begin with. Soon, Helen arrived at the secret compartment, crouched down, and took out the various materials Avon had asked her to keep. "How about we do something pleasant first, and then discuss other things?" Placing Avon's materials aside, Helen grabbed his nether region and said seductively. Avon grabbed Helen's restless hand, pulling it away, and said with restraint, "Let's talk about it later. I need to prepare for my advancement now. Don't be impatient." Helen pouted, but she obediently didn't say much. Although due to Avon's care, her personality was mostly based on the original Helen, she was ultimately just one of Avon's many captives and dared not disobey Avon's wishes. Watching Helen discreetly leave the bedroom, Avon withdrew his gaze and sat cross-legged on the large bed in the center of the bedroom, using meditation to calm the aroused desire. Once Avon's emotions had completely settled, he first poured the red blood provided by Robert into the large measuring cylinder Helen had prepared beforehand. This blood was collected by Robert when he killed his opponent in the southern continent and collected Beyonder characteristic, as anyone with a bit of mysticism knowledge knows that the blood from Beyonder creatures is excellent spiritual material. For advancers who use Beyonder characteristic as magic potion ingredients, it is an indispensable auxiliary material. Then Avon threw in the 2 pale white teeth of the demonic wolf he had collected from the Tarot Club, 2 fangs of a jungle hunter, the venom of a multi-horned lizard, and hornbeam essential oil. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. A large number of bubbles rolled out from the blood in the measuring cylinder, instantly melting all the fixed materials Avon had put in earlier. Soon, in the fresh red blood, specks of black, iron-like residue floated up, as if an iron weapon had melted within it. Shaking the large measuring cylinder in his hand, Avon took a deep breath, then unhesitatingly poured it directly into his mouth. Avon felt as if he had swallowed a large mouthful of flames, his mouth burning, and at the same time, an intense bloody smell and a raw, rusty taste surged up, spreading throughout his body through his mouth. Almost instantly, Avon felt like he was on a chaotic battlefield, constantly being attacked from all sides, slashed by swords, hacked by axes, bombarded by guns, scorched by flames. Wounds appeared all over his body, bringing intense pain, and drops of sweat flowed out. Moreover, those sweat drops appeared in the form of flames, rolling onto the ground and disappearing, leaving charred black marks on the floor. This was somewhat like being attacked by the magic potion as an enemy. Although his body was in pain, Avon's mind did not lose its clarity in the slightest. Compared to being engulfed by Bach Einhorn's flames, this pain was truly insignificant. Avon even had the presence of mind to consider where to find the magic potion ingredients for his demoness of afflictions. Soon, the magic potion's attack on Avon gradually weakened, finally becoming completely still, as if it had realized it couldn't do anything to Avon and could only obediently submit. Avon completely tamed the Harvester magic potion and successfully advanced to Harvester. Avon examined himself, feeling the complete Harvester ability, and found that he couldn't preempt the abilities of the next sequence as he had during previous advancements. Is it because the next sequence is sequence 4, which grants divinity, or is it because I haven't advanced to demoness of afflictions yet? Avon mostly leaned towards the former, because in previous advancements, he could directly preempt abilities after advancing to a single sequence. However, if he couldn't preempt the abilities of the iron-blooded knight, then so be it. Avon, with Bonaparte's fortitude, was not much different from an iron-blooded knight now, but there was no need to be disappointed. Come in. At Avon's call, Helen, who had been guarding the surroundings through spider silk in the living room, entered the bedroom and found Avon sitting cross-legged on the floor, completely naked. A blush appeared on Helen's face, but she was not at all pretentious, taking off her nightgown as she walked. The nightgown slipped and fell to the floor, dragged by Helen's feet as she moved across the floor. At this moment, Avon had already stood up, and admiring Helen's snow-white body, he embraced her and threw her onto the large bed behind them. After a long while, the blushing sounds in the bedroom finally quieted down. Has Theosophy Order had any recent movements? Stroking Helen's smooth back, Avon immediately inquired about Theosophy Order's movements. No movements. The Augustus family and the demoness sect might think we were responsible for the bloody case at the Intis embassy, so they've been targeting us during this period, trying to wipe out Theosophy Order's forces in one fell swoop. Helen lay on Avon's chest, weakly explaining what she knew. Just yesterday, I received a message from Mother. She instructed me to tell you to inform the three great churches about the cooperation between the Demonist sect and the Augustus family, and to cause them as much trouble as possible. Avon narrowed his eyes, his hand movements slowing down slightly. It seems your mother's thinking is the same as mine. By the way, have you told her that you've already digested the Demoness of Pleasure magic potion? Of course, I did. Mother even praised me and you for doing a good job because of it. However, precisely because of this, Mother has been urging me to get pregnant with your child as soon as possible. Theosophy order is not as twisted as the Demonist sect, but their style of action, in Avon's opinion, is even more insane. The true philosophy of Theosophy order is to establish a female-dominated world, completely reversing the status of men and women, making men truly subordinate. And within their organization, they also pass down knowledge through families. They are true demonists, true black widows. They believe in love, are selfish, and will stop at nothing to capture the man they love, use a ritual to conceive a daughter, and then, after becoming a witch, devour their lover with full of love in despair and pain, preparing for their subsequent advancement to demoness of afflictions, by using their lover's flesh and blood to nurture the next generation. Avon was an exception. Theosophy order still needed him to infiltrate the Demonist sect and provide valuable information, which was why they had not yet allowed Helen to act against him. Now, knowing that Helen had completed the digestion of the Demoness of Pleasure magic potion and was about to face the trial of advancing to Demoness of Afflictions, coupled with Avon's diminishing value in their eyes, it was only natural for them to urge Helen to get pregnant as soon as possible. Having Avon find a way to expose the dealings between the Demonist sect and the Augustus family to the three great churches was also a way to squeeze out Avon's last bit of value. Avon sneered. Helen's mother really treated him like toilet paper, to be used and discarded at will. Her calculations were practically hitting him in the face. Did she really think he was made of mud? Since she's already told you to prepare for pregnancy, has she also given you the magic potion formula for Demoness of Afflictions? To avoid arousing suspicion from the Demonist sect and Theosophy order, Avon had never dared to let Helen and Natasha actively collect the magic potion formula for Demoness of Afflictions. He had only tirelessly helped them digest the Demoness of Pleasure magic potion. It wasn't until last week, when Helen, who was more favored by Avon, was the first to finish digesting the magic potion, that she contacted her mother to seek the magic potion formula for the next sequence. Yes, I'll write it down for you in a bit. Helen didn't want to get out of bed to write the formula, she just wanted to cuddle in Avon's arms. All right, I'll read it to you now. Listen carefully. Under Avon's punishment, Helen could only compromise and say, "Okay, you speak, I'm listening." Avon also stopped his mischievous hands. Main ingredients: head of a flowery-faced bat, gallbladder of a twin-tailed black snake. Auxiliary ingredients: 30 milliliters of flowery-faced bat blood, 50 milliliters of severely ill human blood, the tail tip of a twin-tailed black snake, 10 drops of blue eucalyptus essential oil. Ritual: without using a substitute, be burned at the stake for 15 minutes and survive, without going insane. Mother said the essence of this ritual is to continuously create intense pain to prevent the advancer's spirit from getting lost in pleasure. She also said that once I'm ready for the ritual, she can give me a Beander characteristic of Demoness of Afflictions, I just need to collect the relevant auxiliary materials. As she spoke, Helen noticed that Avon's expression was a bit off, subtly tinged with excitement, and her voice became softer and softer. Helen didn't know Avon's excitement at this moment was because he found the advancement ritual for Demoness of Afflictions to be so simple. If it only required intense pain, then Avon had already completed the ritual. After all, just a few hours ago, he was burned half to death by the green flames of Bach Einhorn, the war bishop, even on the verge of death. This pain would definitely be sufficient for the so-called pain of being burned at the stake for 15 minutes. However, advancement rituals have their mystical significance, and as time passes, the pain experienced today will be forgotten. Therefore, Avon must advance as soon as possible, otherwise, he would have to prepare separately. Having made up his mind, Avon asked Helen, who looked curious. How many auxiliary materials have you collected this week? Most of them are collected, only the tail tip of the twin-tailed black snake hasn't been found. This material is too rare. Helen somewhat guessed Avon's intention and quickly told him. Good, give them all to me now. With that, Avon stood up, asking Helen to prepare clothes for him, not at all lingering in the gentle embrace. Because Avon often came here to indulge in pleasure, even playing a little intimate game, which consumed a lot of clothes, Helen always kept relevant clothing here. Seeing Avon so eager, Helen didn't dare to ask more questions. She quickly prepared everything for Avon, not even having time to put on her clothes. Avon kissed her red lips and said with a smile, I have something to do this time. Next time, I'll definitely feed you well. With that, a flash of fire appeared on Avon, and he left Helen's bedroom carrying the packed materials, leaving Helen standing there, contentedly looking out the window. After leaving Hilton District, Avon went directly to the safe house in Sherwood Borough. Upon arriving at the Sherwood Borough apartment, Avon put away the materials in his hand, then directly found 2 candles, arranged the altar, and then prayed. The fool who does not belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the yellow-black king who controls good luck. I implore your help. I pray that you can help me ask Mr. Hanged Man if he knows where to find the tail tip of a twin-tailed black snake. I need it urgently. Klein, who had just returned home and unlocked the blasphemy slate above the gray fog, discovered Avon's prayer. Klein, slightly disappointed, placed the blasphemy slate face down on the table in front of him, somewhat curious why Avon would seek the so-called twin-tailed black snake tail tip from Mr. Hanged Man at this time. Could this be a material Avon needed for his advancement? So urgent, had Avon already prepared for the advancement ritual? Thinking of the time Avon advanced to sequence 6, Klein's expression couldn't help but be shocked. Although he was very shocked, Klein's hand movements did not stop. He directly projected the scene of Avon's prayer onto the red star representing Mr. Hanged Man. Alger woke up from his dream, glanced at the clock fixed to his bedside, and found that it was still early morning. He was equally puzzled in his heart, why would Mr. Strength so eagerly seek a material at this time? But soon he cast aside the extra thoughts, his heart filled with excitement, because today, when he attended a pirate gathering, he found that a pirate he knew was selling the tail tip of a twin-tailed black snake. He believed Avon was from the Augustus family and was very rich, and now urgently needed materials, making it a standard seller's market. When else would be a better time to fleece him? So Alger eagerly got out of bed, put on his clothes, and left his captain's cabin, instructing the pirates under him. Wake up all the brothers and go find out where Old Hill is. I have something to discuss with him. If you find him, tell him I'm waiting for him at Solomon's Tavern, and want to make a deal with him regarding the tail tip of the twin-tailed black snake he has. The pirate, armed and responsible for vigilance, readily agreed. After seeing Alger disembark, he rushed into the crew quarters and woke up the deeply sleeping crew members one by one. Alger didn't stay long at Solomon's Tavern before he saw an old man with a sharp-nosed, monkey-like face and an ugly appearance walk over. Hey, Alger, I heard you want that tail tip. Why are you in such a hurry? I heard that people from Disease Lieutenant General are also interested in this material. Less nonsense, name your price. Alger, who understood Old Hill's character, knew that the more he said, the more mistakes he'd make, so he was very direct. 1,500 gold pounds, no bargaining. Alger urgently needed this material, and Old Hill took the opportunity to raise the price by 20%. He was originally prepared for Alger to bargain, but he didn't expect Alger to agree immediately. Okay, let's trade. Anyway, all the costs would be borne by Mr. Strength, so Alger didn't feel any pain at all. Old Hill rubbed his face in annoyance, secretly cursing himself for being too timid, but since he had already spoken, he dared not go back on his word. After all, Alger was also a somewhat famous pirate and not to be trifled with. So he could only unfasten his leather bag and take out the material that was so hard to get rid of. Avon had been waiting in the apartment for Mr. Hanged Man Alger's reply. Is he taking me for a fool? Upon receiving the scene transferred by Mr. Fool, Avon was speechless. Alger actually quoted 2,500 gold pounds for a sequence 5 auxiliary material. And no bargaining. Although he knew he was being fleeced, Avon couldn't refuse the offer. After all, he was genuinely in a hurry. Please ask Mr. Fool to inform Mr. Hanged Man that I agree to his quote, but I don't have enough cash on hand and need to use a sequence 7. Beander characteristic is a substitute. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Promotion to Demoness of Affliction's successor. Avon was prepared to use a Weapon Master Beander characteristic as a substitute. This Weapon Master Beander characteristic was Beckerlang's collection and later became Avon's. The price of a Sequence 7 Beander characteristic is usually around 2,000 gold pounds, but it often has a premium, which was acceptable to both Avon and Alger. As expected, Alger agreed to the asking price, and with the help of the Fool's online shopping platform, both parties quickly obtained what they needed. He did not immediately propose the exchange of the blasphemy slate to the Fool, because Avon should not know at this time that the card was in the Fool's hands. Avon still needed to make some reasonable preparations before doing so. Seeing that the tip of the twin-tailed black snake's tail was in hand, Avon took out a black crystal that shimmered with a cold light. The crystal had faint green patterns, looking both eerie and disgusting. It was precisely the Demoness of Affliction's Beander characteristic that Avon had obtained from Mr. A. Avon then followed the standard procedure, quickly preparing the corresponding materials into a bottle of pitch-black potion, from which disgusting green foam occasionally bubbled up. Avon was accustomed to drinking potions, but he still considered the potion before him to be the one he least wanted to drink, even more so than the provoker potion he had consumed previously. This was due to a physiological aversion. But Avon still forced himself against his instincts, drinking the potion in one gulp, giving himself no chance to regret it. Soon, Avon saw many illusions, moments of pure joy as he intimately embraced Helen, Natalie, and some backland noblewomen, moments of rising through the ranks, controlling the destinies of many, filled with ambition, and even moments of driving world trends, seeing things unfold exactly as he wished, feeling utterly satisfied. These achievements, all these pleasures, tempted Avon to immerse himself in them, unable to extricate himself. Avon almost fell into them, but the pain of Bach Einhorn engulfed in blue flames timely awakened him, preserving a sliver of clarity. The illusions came quickly and disappeared just as fast. Within a few minutes, Avon's eyes returned to their original clarity. After advancing to Demoness of Afflictions, Avon also fully mastered all the abilities of a Demoness of Afflictions. The main thing was that the application of mirror magic became more extensive and practical. The charm ability also greatly increased in power. If one were to charm a specific person for a long time, they could genuinely make them fall in love with themselves. And as expected, the Demoness of Afflictions potion, like the Harvester potion, should be fully digested within 2 to 3 weeks. Furthermore, as Avon had anticipated, even if he advanced to Demoness of Afflictions, the City of Calamity could not allow him to pre-borrow the abilities of a Sequence 4 demigod. After all, there is a fundamental qualitative difference between a demigod and a human, an unbridgeable chasm. However, Avon's control over the City of Calamity grew stronger and stronger. He could clearly feel that he could continue to open more passages connecting the City of Calamity to the real world. However, Avon did not intend to open the corresponding passages at this time. One passage in one place was enough. Instead, he wanted to use the existing passages between the City of Calamity and the real world to exert his influence on things that could be affected. For example, the god of weather, who was entrenched on Bansi Island and had been corrupted by the City of Calamity. Avon stood on the highest iconic building in the City of Calamity, looking at the distant, ever-changing thunderclouds in the sky, where electric snakes occasionally roamed. That was how the god of weather of Bansi appeared from the perspective of the City of Calamity. The passage in Bansi was occasionally opened under its influence. Returning from the city of calamity to reality, Avon stood in front of a mirror, looking at the increasingly beautiful and pure Alice in the mirror, contemplating how to proceed in the future. After a short while, Avon came back to his senses, left the safe house, and, using the reflections in the windows of various houses, headed towards the apartment where Furs and Zio lived not far away. At this time, Furs and Zio were not sleeping, but waiting for Avon's arrival. Military Intelligence Section 9 had once again mobilized all its forces. This matter could not be hidden from their own people. Furs and Zio were both guessing that something big had happened, and at the same time, they were on high alert, awaiting orders from their superior. But unexpectedly, it was almost dawn, and Avon's orders still hadn't arrived. I heard that Avon might be transferred from Military Intelligence Section 9 and hasn't been managing things much lately. Could it be that he won't get involved in this matter either? Having waited all night, Furs, who was already impatient, couldn't help but voice her speculation to Zio, hoping to go to sleep soon. She had long stopped wanting to wait, but Zio insisted. Impossible. I heard that almost all the elite teams have been dispatched. There's no reason Avon would stand by. He might just be tied up by certain matters. Due to her father, Zio had extensive connections within Military Intelligence Section 9 and understood many internal details. This operation was very sudden. Everyone seemed to be trying to catch someone, and it was said that the higher-ups attached great importance to it. There was no reason for Avon, with his deep background, to give up this opportunity and stay out of it. Then how much longer do we have to wait? Don't forget, I've been rushing manuscripts for the publishing house lately and have been severely sleep-deprived. Furs rolled around on the sofa, constantly begging Zio to let her go. Some time ago, because her life was not long, Furs was not at all concerned about finishing her manuscripts, which led to serious delays. The publishing house urged her daily. She didn't care about it at all, and even felt like a debtor who no longer had to repay bank debts, feeling like she had made a profit. The more severe the backlog earlier, the more miserable the catch-up would be later. Seeing this, Zio knew that Furs was indeed sleep-deprived, so she could only change the subject and ask about some other facts. What progress have you made on the task Avon gave you last time, to contact the Abraham family? When this matter was mentioned, Furs immediately became alert, slapped her head, and quickly said, "Mr. Abraham has fallen seriously ill and doesn't have much time left. Moreover, he is very wary of my approach and refuses to reveal how to contact other Abraham family members." Initially, in order to win over Furs and Zio and obtain the Apprentice Pathway's magic potion formula, Avon, following the records in the original text of Lord of the Mysteries, found the household at 32 south of the bridge. By promising not to disturb their lives again, he obtained the magic potion formulas for Sequence 9 to Sequence 7 of the Apprentice Pathway. The son of that household was the source of the universal key in the original work. Later, in order to exert influence over the Abraham family, Avon had given Furs the address of this household, instructing her to quickly establish contact with the Abraham family through this channel. Furs tried for a long time but failed to gain the trust of the head of the household. Recently, she discovered that the head of the household had fallen seriously ill and did not have much time left. The mission was facing failure. Then find a way to reveal the true situation to that family's son. Furs and Zio suddenly heard a voice and instinctively stood up. Only then did they realize that Avon had jumped out of the gas lamp in the living room, and they lowered their guard. Avon didn't mind Furs and Zio's reaction. Instead, he directly sat on the sofa and casually said, "The head of that household clearly knows everything, has the corresponding magic potion formula, and is not short of money, yet he chose not to become a Beander. He clearly opted for the comfortable life of an ordinary person. But young people are different. They are often fearless and lack reverence. Just tell him about the glory of his bloodline and the honor of his family, and he will charge forward headstrong." Avon remembered that in the original work, this young man made his own choice, although the outcome was not good, as he became the universal key. But his courage was commendable. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? After all, they have already chosen the life they want, and we shouldn't interfere easily. Zio, full of a sense of justice, was the first to raise an objection, feeling that Avon's suggestion was like a villain dragging someone down into trouble. Avon shrugged indifferently and then said, "If you don't want to do it, then don't. Although I don't think the outcome will change at all. The Abraham family has a family motto: even if an individual does not wish to embark on the Meander pathway, they must pass it on to their descendants, allowing them to choose. From the situation of this household, if the head of the family truly hands over the magic potion formula to his child before his death, without sufficient knowledge of mysticism, it would be extremely dangerous. It would be safer for Furs, as a student with a close relationship to the Abraham family, to act as a teacher and guide the son of that household onto the Meander pathway." In the original work, the reason why that son became the universal key was largely due to his severe lack of knowledge in mysticism and his decision to advance on the night of the blood moon. Zio thought about it and found that the situation Avon described was highly likely to occur, and the solution he offered was also the most appropriate, leaving her unable to refute it. Furs also felt that if she could become a teacher to that family's son, it would be very beneficial for her to contact the Abraham family and gain more trust. "Okay, I'll reveal my identity to that patriarch in a few days. I think revealing my identity as Military Intelligence Section 9, an official power, should gain more trust, right? At least it shows I'm not a bad person, and I can also introduce his son to join Military Intelligence Section 9, providing a guarantee for his son's future. Those on the verge of death always have many worries about their children's future." Avon looked at Furs with approval, feeling that although she was usually a bit lazy, she handled things reliably. "Be sure to emphasize that your desire to find the Abraham family is a personal idea, not a Military Intelligence Section 9 mission. This will further allay his suspicions." Avon made the final adjustments to Furs's plan, and Furs nodded, indicating that she understood. Seeing that Avon and Furs had finished their conversation, Zio eagerly asked, "What happened in Backland? Why did Military Intelligence Section 8 and 9 mobilize all their forces? What are our missions?" Seeing Zio's eager expression, Avon smiled gently, then took out a few papers from his pregnant and handed them to her, saying while Zio was flipping through them, "An angel-level battle occurred in Backland tonight. You don't need to know the specific details. In short, Fasak Empire's Sequence 3 demigod Bok Einhorn was exposed after infiltrating Backland, and then escaped, leaving behind an elite team of over 100 people. The lowest-ranking member of this team is a Sequence 9 Meander. There isn't a single ordinary person. All factions have mobilized their forces, hoping to find these people. However, the various factions had not anticipated such a situation before, were severely unprepared, and lacked sufficient intelligence, so it is estimated that they will not gain much. Your mission is to arrest everyone below Sequence 7. This number is approximately over 90 people." The more Zio read the list, the more startled she became, because Avon's list was extremely detailed, clearly outlining even these people's disguised identities, their pathways, and their sequences, as if the information had been obtained directly from the now-escaped Bok Einhorn. Zio didn't know that her casual guess had hit upon the truth. This was another reason why Avon insisted on personally eliminating Bok Einhorn. He had captured Bok Einhorn using the City of Calamity. The City of Calamity has no shortage of captives, of various sequences, but those high-sequence captives are not something Avon can control and utilize at present. Releasing those high-level captives rashly would be like a small horse pulling a large cart. One would have to constantly guard against their backlash and being usurped by them. In short, Fasak Empire's Sequence 3 demigod Bok Einhorn was exposed after infiltrating Backland, and then escaped, leaving behind an elite team of over 100 people. The lowest-ranking member of this team is a Sequence 9 Meander. There isn't a single ordinary person. All factions have mobilized their forces, hoping to find these people. However, the various factions had not anticipated such a situation before, were severely unprepared, and lacked sufficient intelligence, so it is estimated that they will not gain much. Your mission is to arrest everyone below sequence 7. This number is approximately over 90 people. The more Zio read the list, the more startled she became, because Avon's list was extremely detailed, clearly outlining even these people's disguised identities, their pathways, and their sequences, as if the information had been obtained directly from the now escaped Bach Einhorn. Zio didn't know that her casual guess had hit upon the truth. This was another reason why Avon insisted on personally eliminating Bach Einhorn. He had captured Bach Einhorn using the City of Calamity. The City of Calamity has no shortage of captives, of various sequences, but those high-sequence captives are not something Avon can control and utilize at present. Releasing those high-level captives rashly would be like a small horse pulling a large cart. One would have to constantly guard against their backlash and being usurped. But if this high-level captive was sent in by Avon, killed by Avon himself, then it would be different. The list in Zio's hand was personally recounted by Bach Einhorn in the City of Calamity. Actually, Avon had a list he had personally investigated before, but not all members of Bach Einhorn's team were Hunter Pathway Beyonders, so Avon's investigation always had blind spots. It was ultimately not as comprehensive as what Bach Einhorn, the team leader, said. That's over 90 people. Even if all my team members work themselves to death, we can't catch that many. After the reorganization of Military Intelligence Section 9, Zio, relying on her previous merits and Avon's care, had become the captain of an independent elite team with over 20 members. Why choose me? I believe your brother must have many more trustworthy people under him. With your brother's ability, it shouldn't be difficult to assign a reliable person to take over. Although Zio Derecha was very touched by Avon's high regard, she still maintained a clear mind and proactively asked. Avon smiled, knowing that Zio was testing if he was Mr. Power, so he casually said. No need to guess. The reason I chose you, besides the fact that I personally brought you into Military Intelligence Section 9, the legacy your father left behind, and the Church of the Night Goddess's approval, is because of the existence of Mr. Fool. With a common secret and the supervision of a hidden existence, there is no more trustworthy relationship than this. Furs and Zio were both greatly surprised. Although they had guessed it before, Avon stating it so directly was still beyond their expectations. So, Miss Justice is really Miss Audrey. Was it you who asked Miss Audrey to introduce us to the Tarot Club back then? Why did you do that? Furs asked Avon with some agitation. If it were just her, it would be one thing, but she had also dragged Zio into it. Zio patted Furz's arm, signaling her to calm down, then looked at Avon calmly, hoping for an explanation. Avon casually picked up the half-empty beer on the coffee table, took a sip, and then frankly said. If I hadn't asked Miss Audrey to bring you, Furs, into the Tarot Club, you would have lost control and become a monster during the last blood moon night. Only a hidden existence can contend with a hidden existence. As for Zio being drawn into the Tarot Club, that was also beyond my expectation, but this matter is ultimately a good thing. Zio, do you remember what I told you? There's a deep secret behind your father's execution, and it involves the king's secret. You seem very safe now, but no one can say when something might happen again. Having a hidden existence protect you is ultimately a bit safer. Zio remembered what Avon had told her before, paused for a moment, and nodded in agreement with Avon's words. And Furs also calmed down. Thinking of the pain of the blood moon night, she naturally knew that Avon was telling the truth. She felt a bit ashamed for blaming him, and even felt a trace of guilt and regret for losing her temper at Avon just now. Moreover, joining the Tarot Club might also be a good opportunity for you, Zio, to truly understand the inside story, because Mr. Fool has already started paying attention to His Majesty's secret, and may even have started taking action. Really, will I have the opportunity to participate in the investigation of George III's secret in the future? After learning that her father's death was related to George III, Zio could only temporarily give up pursuing it for her family's safety. She didn't expect that joining the Tarot Club would allow her to resume her previous investigation, and even future investigations could be protected by a hidden existence. Avon, do you know why Mr. Fool started paying attention to George III's matters? Also, what do you know about Mr. Fool? Furs felt a great reverence for Mr. Fool, so she wanted to learn more information from Avon. Actually, I haven't been in the Tarot Club for long, even later than Miss Audrey. I only know from some remaining 4th epic material that the ancestor of the Antigonus family was called half a fool. Avon certainly couldn't say that he knew nothing about Mr. Fool, otherwise, his rash act of pulling them into the Tarot Club would seem a bit reckless. So he provided some seemingly grand but incredibly accurate information, which also helped Klein gain fame. Furs and Zio were startled by the secret information Avon spoke of. This aligned with their previous guess that Mr. Fool was an ancient, slumbering deity, and their reverence for Mr. Fool deepened. At the same time, they both tacitly did not ask why Avon joined the Tarot Club, nor did they ask about Audrey. Seeing that Furs and Zio had no more questions, Avon stood up, ready to leave. But just as he was about to leave, Avon seemed to remember something and instructed Zio. When you apprehend a target and interrogate them, ask about a woman named Alice Einhorn. If there's any relevant information, be sure to dig deep. Alice Einhorn, a member of the Fasak Empire royal family. Why ask about her? Zio asked, puzzled. The Fasak Empire, whether in its religious or popular atmosphere, highly values strength and power, so the status of women is relatively low. Those with real influence are all men. Even when Military Intelligence Section 9 collects intelligence, they don't pay attention to the women of the Einhorn family. Avon's instruction was very strange. As far as I know, this princess has now infiltrated Backland and is responsible for the Fasak Empire's intelligence front in Backland. Avon said to Zio with extreme mystery, as if he had truly obtained accurate intelligence. As expected, when Zio heard Avon say this, she immediately became serious, gave Avon a military salute, and indicated that she would definitely dig deep. Avon also mischievously patted Zio's head as encouragement, then slipped away under Zio's fiery gaze. Avon was convinced that Zio would definitely get a lot of news about Alice Einhorn. Among the names Avon provided, there were captives Avon had pre-arranged, and they would give Zio a flawless story. These captives were members of Bach Einhorn's team, who had been corrupted by the City of Calamity, which Avon had manipulated with Bonaparte's fortitude several weeks ago. As long as the difference between the two sides was not qualitative, the corruption of the City of Calamity would not be detected by Beyonders of the Hunter and Assassin pathways. Even if the members of this elite Beyander team had a blood-linked relationship with Bach Einhorn. Originally, Avon planned to use this suppression of status to gradually turn Bach Einhorn's army into his own, and then use them for fishing. However, the Life Counselor's actions disrupted his plan. Bach Einhorn was exposed, and the existence of this elite team's members was also exposed. So Avon could only keep the most essential part of the people, the rest could only serve as a stepping stone for Zio to climb up. However, Audrey's commission last week gave Avon a good idea. Originally, Avon used the identity of Alice to move around only to digest the potion and incidentally cause trouble for the demoness sect and the Einhorn family. But Audrey's emphasis on Alice Einhorn drew Avon's attention. It made Avon wonder, why not solidify the identity of Alice Einhorn? Once all the intelligence agencies and all the intelligence personnel of the Lowen Kingdom confirmed the existence of this princess, Alice Einhorn, and that this princess, at a young age, was already responsible for intelligence work in a region, then whenever Avon used the identity of Alice to cause trouble in the future, everyone would subconsciously and entirely attribute it to the Fasak Empire. This was truly too beneficial for stirring up relations between various countries and the Fasak Empire. More crucially, the Fasak Empire would even be unable to disprove it, being utterly speechless. On the contrary, it would be very easy to confirm. As long as a treated drop of blood was left, everyone would firmly believe in the existence of this princess. After all, Alice Einhorn was a genuine royal bloodline of the Fasak Empire. 3 people make a tiger. If operated well, it could even deceive many people within the Fasak Empire, gradually establishing the reputation of Princess Alice within the Fasak Empire, and at a critical moment, a rallying cry could achieve unexpected results. The more Avon thought about it, the more he felt this plan was very worth implementing, so he completed the layout in advance, only waiting until today to officially begin implementation. This plan could even cooperate, support, and achieve mutual success with Robert's heaven-changing plan, carried out by Mr. Hope in St. Malone. However, in this way, the secret of the City of Calamity would certainly not be kept, and Avon currently had no intention of confessing, so the combination of the two plans could only be a step-by-step matter. After leaving Zio and Furz's apartment, Avon immediately rushed to 15 Minsk Street, Sherwood Borough. That was Klein's address, only 2 streets away from the apartment Furz and her friends rented, which made Avon sigh at the power of the Beander characteristic aggregation law. In just a few minutes, Avon arrived at Klein's house and directly entered his bedroom through the window. As expected, Avon's appearance did not escape Klein's spiritual intuition. The moment he appeared, Klein was startled awake, and immediately pulled out a pistol from under his pillow, aiming it at Avon. "What are you doing? Why are you in my bedroom at this hour?" When Klein saw that the person who broke into his bedroom in the middle of the night was Avon, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but then immediately spoke in an unfriendly tone. After all, last night he had undergone several hours of investigation by the Steam and Machinery Church, and had barely managed to clear himself of suspicion, only to be disturbed by Avon again, who urgently helped him contact Mr. Hanged Man for a transaction. He had only just managed to sleep for an hour when he was awakened by someone breaking into his bedroom. Anyone would be grumpy when woken up. "I'm here to ask you something important. The job at the Great Museum you asked me to arrange for you, was it an order from Mr. Fool to steal a bookmark?" Klein was startled by Avon's words, completely losing all drowsiness. He frowned and asked, "How do you know? It shouldn't be news leaked by the Steam and Machinery Church, right?" Avon knew that he was going to the Great Museum to carry out an operation, which was not strange, but how did he know that what was stolen was a bookmark? Logically speaking, the Steam and Machinery Church should not expose its own scandals. "It seems it really was you who did it. That was really close." Avon saw Klein admit it, let out a long breath, sat on a stool, and said thankfully. "How so?" Klein frowned even tighter and quickly asked. "This bookmark is a blasphemy slate. Presumably Mr. Fool got its exact location from Emperor Rosel's diary. Originally, there was no problem, but unfortunately, there were other people who knew the location of this blasphemy slate and saw your actions throughout." Klein was terrified, his body chilled, and he stood dazed, because he hadn't noticed anything during his operation. And Avon, as if he hadn't seen Klein's pale face, continued speaking to himself. "At that time, 2 people saw your actions. One was my brother, and the other was Emperor Rosel's eldest daughter, Bernadette Gustave." Bernadette Gustave. Klein seemed to come back to his senses at this moment, repeating Bernadette's name, recalling Zaratul's description of Bernadette. Bernadette would become a great figure in the Beander world. A great figure in the Beander world should at least be a demigod. Emperor Rosel's era was only a little over 100 years ago, so it was not unbelievable for Bernadette to become a demigod and still be alive today. Were they also going to retrieve that blasphemy slate? Since they were on the scene, why did they let me take the blasphemy slate? Klein asked Avon in an extremely hoarse voice. At this moment, he felt as if he had been watched by at least 2 high-sequence powerhouses and had become a lamb to the slaughter, completely powerless to resist, so he just wanted to ask clearly. "So you're lucky. My brother and Bernadette have some cooperation, but that blasphemy slate is a point of contention. Originally, they should have used their respective methods to see who could get it first. But coincidentally, tonight the Augustus family, in conjunction with the Steam and Machinery Church, expelled the Ouroboros, who had been constantly eyeing Backland. Madame Bernadette wanted to intervene, and just happened to discover you stealing the blasphemy slate, so she suggested that their competition be postponed, and then a new competition would unfold with you as the target." "What? Didn't Mr. Fool mention such a thing to you? Logically speaking, neither my brother nor Madame Bernadette could escape his eyes. Klein's emotions, listening to Avon's words, surged and fluctuated endlessly. The good news was that since they intended to use him as the target for their next competition, they should not have left any corresponding contingencies, as both sides were supervising each other, and small tricks would not go unnoticed. The bad news was that two high-sequence powerhouses would spare no effort to find him in Backland, and it was even possible that one of them was an angel. Listening to Avon's description, it was clear that an angel battle, far exceeding the scale of 2 months ago, had broken out in Backland without anyone noticing. Even with such a grand spectacle this time, Bernadette dared to get involved, which showed her true strength. Bernadette had a high probability of having become an angel, and she possessed very powerful sealed artifacts, so Robert Horn's status, who was contending with her, was also imaginable. If it weren't for Robert's age, Klein would even have guessed that he was also an angel. Although Klein had confidence in the gray fog, he had never truly experienced the power of an angel. Klein was truly unsure whether the gray fog could protect his identity. Chapter 307, Enticing Klein, Testing, Lilia. Mr. Fool didn't mention this matter. Perhaps in his eyes, it's not worth mentioning, or perhaps he has other profound intentions that he doesn't need me to know. Although he was extremely nervous right now, Klein still had to maintain the fool's dignity and couldn't show any weakness in front of Avon. Watching Klein's forced composure, Avon chuckled inwardly but still didn't show it on his face. Instead, he followed Klein's words and said, "I'm more inclined to believe that Mr. Fool has other plans. Don't forget what Mr. Fool desires most, Emperor Rosel's diary. Although the Tarot Club members have been helping Mr. Fool collect them, they are all fragmented diary entries and not a complete system. If I were Mr. Fool, what would I do? Of course, I would look for the person most likely to possess Emperor Rosel's diary. Who else would be more likely to have more of Rosel's diary than the Emperor's most beloved eldest daughter?" Klein stared blankly at Avon, not expecting that his simple act of stealing the blasphemy slate had transformed in Avon's mind into a long-planned, deeply significant arrangement by Mr. Fool. Klein himself didn't know that Mr. Fool was so far-sighted. If it weren't for the information Avon provided, Klein wouldn't even know that he had become the target of two high-sequence seer powerhouses. However, hearing Avon's words did make Klein breathe a sigh of relief. At least he didn't have to worry about being exposed in front of Avon. He even began to ponder whether this unexpected event was an opportunity for him. Because Avon's words made a lot of sense. The person in this world most likely to possess a complete set of Emperor Rosel's diaries could only be Rosel's most beloved eldest daughter during his lifetime, Bernadette. Even the deeply disguised blasphemy slate used Bernadette's name as the activation code. This indicated Bernadette's special place in Rosel's heart. From the diaries already obtained, it could be seen that Rosel was mentally prepared for his assassination and had even begun to arrange matters after his death. In such a situation, it was entirely possible for him to entrust the Chinese character diaries, which contained his greatest secrets, to his most beloved child. "Hey, what are you thinking about? I'm talking to you. Why are you distracted?" Avon's voice jolted Klein out of his contemplation. "Oh, nothing. I also think this might be Mr. Fool's deliberate arrangement. You rushed over here overnight, surely not just to confirm the blasphemy slate's whereabouts, right?" "Of course, it's not just about that. I actually wanted to ask you if you know what pathway that blasphemy slate belongs to." This was the groundwork Avon needed to lay. Without this layer of preparation, suddenly asking Mr. Fool to exchange for a magic potion formula would seem very strange. Klein immediately understood Avon's plan. After a moment of hesitation, he honestly said, "That's a lawyer pathway blasphemy slate, one of the two blasphemy slates you've been pursuing at the Tarot Club." Avon took a deep breath upon hearing this, his face showing surprise and joy. "Although I don't know what your plans are, I don't think your accumulated contributions are enough to exchange for this blasphemy slate." Seeing Avon's expression, Klein couldn't help but pour cold water on him. It wasn't that Klein was unwilling to part with this blasphemy slate. After obtaining the formula inside, its value to him was no longer high. The reason he said this was because the values of the two were indeed not equal. Even if Mr. Fool's status was very high, he shouldn't undervalue the transaction. Of course, I know that. So, I want to make an equivalent exchange. I will continue to accumulate my previous contributions. Avon didn't need Klein to remind him. He already knew that his previously accumulated contributions were insufficient to exchange for the blasphemy slate, so he couldn't help but roll his eyes at Klein. Klein remained silent, then asked with some worry and curiosity. So what are you planning to trade with Mr. Fool? More of Rosel's diaries. Klein was still thinking about Rosel's diary displayed at the Grand Museum. After the theft, the difficulty of acquiring it had risen sharply. Moreover, listening to Avon's recent words, the angel battle that just occurred involved the Steam and Machinery Church, which basically meant the Steam and Machinery Church dispatched at least one angel or a 0-feet level sealed artifact to participate. In such a situation, continuing to take action would be courting death. But if Avon, in his public capacity as a fan of Emperor Rosel, were to transcribe that diary, it might still be possible. Avon naturally understood Klein's thoughts, but he deliberately avoided mentioning that and instead said directly. Of course, it's another blasphemy slate. The value of a blasphemy slate is hard to estimate and quantify for trade. The fairest way for both sides to trade is, of course, blasphemy slate for blasphemy slate. Sure enough, Avon had a blasphemy slate in his hand, and it was very likely the Hunter Pathway blasphemy slate most suitable for him, which was why he never pursued magic potion formulas at the Tarot Club. Avon's words confirmed Klein's previous suspicions, but he didn't want to hand over this blasphemy slate so easily, and the reason was simple. He only learned of this blasphemy slate's whereabouts from the diary Avon submitted, and before obtaining the blasphemy slate, he had no idea what pathway it belonged to, even once speculating it was a seer pathway blasphemy slate. So how did Rosel's eldest daughter, Bernadette, know the whereabouts of this blasphemy slate? Klein didn't believe Rosel would give the Chinese characters to Bernadette, as Rosel was still very concerned about his image in front of his daughter. And the diary, coincidentally, recorded many of his embarrassing deeds. Klein was more inclined to believe that Rosel had informed his daughter of the blasphemy slate's location, for unknown reasons. Since he had already informed his daughter of the blasphemy slate's location, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't also tell her the pathway that the blasphemy slate represented. Now Klein was already thinking of using this blasphemy slate to connect with Bernadette in the future, so it would be best for this card to remain in his hands. If Mr. Fool truly intends to contact Emperor Rosel's eldest daughter through this action, then he is very likely to keep this card rather than trade it. Avon understood Klein's meaning. He wanted him to only trade for the magic potion formula, not the blasphemy slate itself. But Avon wanted to get the Black Emperor blasphemy slate for some verification. That was the question that had long lingered in Avon's mind. Did Rosel truly successfully advance to Black Emperor? Avon had already guessed most of Rosel's plan, and it had even been verified by Bernadette. On the surface, Rosel's plan looked good, but whether it truly succeeded, no one knew except a true god. If Rosel truly became the Black Emperor, then this Black Emperor blasphemy slate should show some abnormality. Avon's inspiration for this idea came from the original work. In the original work, Klein, who contained the Black Emperor blasphemy slate, took away the Desire Apostle's spirit and met Leonard, who was wearing 1-42. Later, the old man on him said a meaningful sentence. The Nighthawks actually missed it like that. That person has the Black Emperor's scent, the scent of a true Black Emperor. Regarding the identity of the old man on Leonard, Avon had long had suspicions and had even made some investments for it. The words of such a great angel were worth pondering, especially after knowing that Rosel had planned to advance to Black Emperor. Back then, it became even more intriguing. Avon planned to have Robert use the blasphemy slate for verification and also take the opportunity to test the secrets on Robert. After all, Robert had exposed quite a lot this time. Whether it was his previous admission of simultaneously possessing Chaos Hunter and Frenzied Mage Beander characteristics, or his pocket watch that could conceal his advancement from Augustus I and George III, all of it was astonishing. Avon, who often used the City of Calamity status to bully other Hunter and Assassin Beyonders, certainly didn't believe his description of the pocket watch. If a sealed artifact made from a Sequence 2 Beander characteristic could deceive a Sequence 1 angel of the same pathway, then what was the meaning of the hierarchy of status? Coupled with the life counselor's pay attention to of Robert, Adam's direct influence on Avon himself due to Robert, and various other factors, Avon became increasingly curious about Robert's secrets. But Robert was not just anyone, and he couldn't simply be investigated through various means. Avon could only use this method to probe indirectly. I understand, you don't have to worry. By the way, how are your investigations into that Desire Apostle progressing? Avon changed the subject. Klein felt a little strange but didn't pay much attention, saying, Isengard Stanton has already mobilized his detective friends for a wide-ranging preliminary investigation, and Miss Catherine Gray has begun to use her identity to remind Military Intelligence Section 9 and the 3 great churches to pay attention to this matter. I imagine it won't be long before that devil can be found. Avon nodded, then couldn't help but remind him again. Beyonders of the Devil pathway mostly originate from the hidden organization, the Blood Sanctify sect. And the Blood Sanctify sect was formed by the Norse, Andrade, and Beliar families. Although its influence has been greatly weakened after being suppressed by the 7 great churches, you still need to be careful, as they don't act alone. Klein felt Avon's concern and nodded solemnly, saying, I understand, I will definitely be careful. I didn't mean that. My point is that devils are cold-blooded beings, yet they still appear in family form. You need to guard against a higher sequence being behind this devil. For example, a Sequence 5 Feet Desire Apostle, of the Devil pathway. The reason devils are difficult to deal with is that they possess an ability. If an opponent can cause them fatal harm within a very short period and has taken practical action, they can sense and detect it, grasping where the danger comes from and from whom, thereby specifically eliminating or retaliating, but without knowing the specific details. Different devils have different ranges of intuitive effectiveness, from a few minutes to a day, and from a few kilometers to an entire metropolitan area. A Sequence 5 Feet Desire Apostle should have stronger abilities in this regard. Moreover, a Desire Apostle can utilize and manipulate everyone's emotions and desires within a certain distance, inducing corruption. If a target has too strong emotional fluctuations or too obvious desires, they can immediately be controlled remotely, or a seed can be planted, or it can be directly catalyzed. This will expose many problems, gradually leading to corruption, or emotional loss of control at critical moments, making them unable to resist, or an explosion of desire, exceeding the body's tolerable limit, leading to severe injury or even death. If the target's vigilance, tension, wariness, and other emotions are amplified, it can cause them to become confused about their grasp of time. So, if you ever truly face a Desire Apostle, you must control your emotions and respond calmly. Saying that, Avon took off the ring from his hand and threw it to Klein, then said, This is a mystical item made from the Beander characteristic of a Spectator Pathway Sequence 6 Feet Hypnotist, and it's also the mystical item I've always relied on the most. I'm lending it to you temporarily to deal with that devil. Klein, with a touched expression, put on the golden gaze, and repeatedly thanked Avon. The plot had been completely altered by Avon, and Avon was genuinely worried about Klein encountering an accident. At the same time, by doing this, he was also intensifying the encirclement of the Desire Apostle, urging that Desire Apostle to act quickly and stop procrastinating. As time passed, the conflict between Robert and Duke Nigan became increasingly public. Avon no longer wanted to see the annoying Duke Nigan continue to exist. From newspaper reports, the Desire Apostle, who accepted Adam's commission, had increased his killing frequency from 1 a day to 2 a day. The ordinary citizens of Backland were falling into unknown fear, while Military Intelligence Section 9 and the three great churches were slow to act. If Duke Nigan was still alive in a couple of days, Avon would have no choice but to write an anonymous letter reporting his address. By the way, last time at the Tarot Club, you said you had clues about the human-skinned shadow characteristic. How is that going now? Klein was now facing the situation of two high-sequence beyonders potentially showing up at any time, and also had to search for an unknown number of devils. He was already very eager for advancement. Moreover, after the great transformation at the museum, stealing the blasphemy slate right under the nose of the steam and machinery church had completely digested his magic potion, and he was ready to advance at any time. I already have definite news. I can give it to you at the next Tarot Club. Avon had always wanted to explore Amon's tomb. Now that Robert and he had both completed their advancements, it was time to get the Thief King's belongings. Actually, Avon could also obtain the thousand-faced hunter's pituitary gland through the sanguine channels, but Avon wanted to see if Klein could still meet Emlyn White, given that the plot was already completely different. This involved the movements of the mysterious Lilith. Chapter 308, Aemon in the Tomb Chamber. Avon had always harbored doubts about the ancient god Lilith, who was behind Emlyn White. Through various channels and information sources, Avon had not been able to reach a definitive conclusion. Of course, this was not surprising. Even within the Sanguine, there were doubts about whether their ancestor Lilith was still alive, and they were divided into three factions. One faction believed that their ancestor was merely severely wounded in the second epoch and could still respond to the Sanguine in her slumber. Another faction believed that their ancestor had been killed in the second epoch, and that what was responding to them now was merely the evil god Primordial Moon. All the clan members who had prayed to the Red Moon and suffered from the curse's backlash were the best proof of this. The last faction simply believed that their ancestor was not dead, but insane. It sounded quite reasonable, as the long history of the Sanguine had witnessed too many mad gods. Although the three factions debated endlessly, the Sanguine high-ranking officials generally forbade their clan members from praying to the Red Moon and had no intention of setting things right. It was as if, even if their ancestor were still alive, they had already decided to lie flat, do nothing, and completely disregard the revival of the Sanguine. This was fundamentally different from the lunatic on the southern continent who, despite knowing death was dead, remained obsessed with resurrecting death. Avon and Klein chatted for a while longer, and seeing the sky gradually lighten, Avon bid farewell and left. He still had to coordinate various resources to assist Zio. After Avon left, Klein immediately entered the gray fog, examining his surroundings through it to ensure he wasn't being monitored, which allowed him to relax slightly. But at the same time, he was considering the pros and cons of contacting Bernadette, and how he should conceal his identity as a transmigrator and the fool if he were to meet her. The Backland official Foss's search for Bach Einhorn's elite squad had been ongoing for 2 days, and it could be said that the results were fruitful. The greatest contributors were Deputy Director Ewan Horn's action team and the Nighthawks stationed in Backland by the Church of the Night Goddess. It could only be said that when an expert makes a move, you know if they're good or not. Although Deputy Director Ewan Horn had already focused his main energy on forming a new army, an expert is an expert, almost half of the achievements were accomplished by his subordinates. Moreover, due to Ewan Horn's public praise and promotion, Zio Durecha's information was also placed on the desks of all the bigwigs in Backland, sparking numerous speculations. At the same time, as Zio Durecha completed her interrogation and submitted her report, Alice Einhorn's name was mentioned for the first time in official documents, causing a stir within Military Intelligence Section 8 and 9. Combined with some testimonies from young nobles present at the Intis Embassy massacre, Military Intelligence Section 9 essentially confirmed that the current head of Fasak Empire Intelligence in Backland was a princess. The unusual phenomenon of a princess independently leading a department in the Fasak Empire, where sexism was prevalent, sparked much thought and concern. Avon even used some Intis spies he had obtained from Beckerlang to relay this news to the Intis 8th Bureau. Regarding Alice Einhorn, some even speculated, in conjunction with the current Fasak emperor publicly expressing dissatisfaction with his heirs, whether the emperor would defy ancestral teachings and pass the throne to his daughter. And some high-ranking officials who understood that the hunter pathway could change a person's gender from female to male even speculated whether the Fasak Empire intended to break the sacred oath and the clause that kings could not advance to sequence 4. Amidst various discussions, the demonist sect, having received the notice from the Augustus family, was also shaken. They were not shaken by the possibility of the so-called sacred oath being broken. What shook them was that this Fasak princess named Alice Einhorn was actually the sequence 5 demoness of afflictions who had killed Beckerlang, and not a Theosophy order demoness as they had previously speculated. This news greatly impacted the demonist sect, who couldn't help but wonder if the Einhorn family of the Fasak Empire had already formed an alliance with the Theosophy order. Otherwise, how could a demonist pathway sequence 5 formula have been leaked? If this were true, then the contest between the demonist sect and the Theosophy order would see significant changes, bringing about a very large impact. After this news reached the demonist sect's high-ranking officials through several hands, the demonist sect quickly reacted, sending several demigod-level demonists to the Fasak Empire to investigate and gather more intelligence. For a time, in the Fasak Empire's capital, St. Mylon, there was an intense struggle between the demonist sect and the Einhorn family, with shadows of espionage everywhere. The more the demonist sect failed to find news of Alice Einhorn, the more they felt that the Theosophy order might indeed have merged with the Einhorn family, and that there must be an ulterior motive between them. At the same time, the white demoness in Backland, Katerina Pell, secretly interrogated the imprisoned members of Bach Einhorn's subordinates and reached the same conclusion as Zio Derecha. A Fasak princess had indeed become a demoness of afflictions. This caused the demonist sect, which had already relinquished control of the Great Smog in Backland, to temporarily shift its main focus to the Theosophy order and Alice Einhorn. This caused Christina, Helen's mother, a demigod of the Theosophy order who had just returned to Backland, to be inexplicably forced to respond. And also, because of the strong official clear-out, the heinous Backland serial murder case finally began to receive serious attention. Such arrogant and elusive serial killers were no ordinary murderers, a heavy blow had to be dealt. As Bach Einhorn's subordinates were almost completely cleared out, various official forces simultaneously received the task of finding the serial killer. And at this moment, Avon, who had caused all this, arrived at White Cliff Town on the outskirts of Backland. He was here for Klein's potion ingredients, and even more so for the owner of the mausoleum, Amon. Because the description of Amon's mausoleum location in the original work was relatively clear, Avon only took half an hour to find the entrance to the mausoleum. The location of the mausoleum was very peculiar. The quietly flowing Stratford River made a bend next to a cliff. The entrance to the mausoleum was at the cliff where the river turned. After Avon found the right place, he directly held a small box and opened the entrance to the mausoleum. After opening the stone door, which had been sealed for at least 1,000 years, Avon discovered steps made of black marble, extending down to the tomb chamber below. After more than 1,000 years of erosion, the black marble handrail still maintained sufficient hardness, with no trace of corrosion. Following the steps down to the underground tomb chamber, Avon saw the asymmetrical structure and patterns formed by axe and knife cuts, characteristic of the Fourth Epic Solomon Empire style. Large tomb chamber pillars were arranged on both sides, and at the end was a heavy, huge, double-leaf gray stone door. Avon did not rush to open the stone door. Instead, he took out a cloth pouch tied to his waist and tossed it into the air. In just a moment, the cloth pouch expanded in the air, and a strong suction force emanated from its opening, drawing everything in the tomb chamber into the pouch. For a time, the tomb chamber was filled with swirling wind and clouds. All the stacked Beander characteristic and materials growing on the ground were uprooted and flew into the pouch. This was a spatial pouch Avon had asked Collins for in advance, to hold his gains from this trip. Collins was a cross-pathway demigod. He was previously a Sequence 4 mysticologist of the Mystery Prior pathway, and Sequence 6 of the Mystery Prior Pathway was Scroll's professor. Now that he was a Sequence 3 arcane scholar, creating a temporary spatial pouch was an easy task for him. Some living Beander creatures were also forced to reveal themselves at this time, rushing towards the owner of the cloth pouch, the only human Avon in the tomb chamber. Avon had anticipated this and directly infused spirituality into the small box in his hand, causing it to emit a captivating red light. Under the illumination of the red light, all the monster revealed their true forms and let out cries of pain, but then their cries grew fainter and fainter until they completely quieted down. This was the mandatory connection that only a war bishop could possess. At the Iron-Blooded Knight stage, a hunter could only establish a mystical connection with a team he had founded and had a deep understanding with. But at the Sequence 3 War Bishop stage, a hunter could achieve telepathy with his team in the spiritual domain and could forcibly incorporate all life into his team, transforming them into the desired form. This was also an aspect of the hunter pathway's absolute dominance in the field of war. They would only grow stronger with each battle, turning everything of their enemies to their own use. And what Avon held in his hand was his spoils of war from 2 days ago, Bach Einhorn's War Bishop Beander characteristic. Robert had originally wanted to help Avon keep this Beander characteristic, but Avon politely declined. Gradually, all the monster in the tomb chamber knelt before Avon, pledging their loyalty to him, or more accurately, to the small box in his hand. And all the materials in the tomb chamber were also loaded into the cloth pouch in the air, which then fell into Avon's hand and was retied to his waist. Avon turned his gaze to the door at the end of the tomb chamber. He didn't go forward himself but directly commanded the controlled monster to go and push it. After the stone door, sealed for 1,000 years, was opened, Avon, without caring what was inside, immediately activated the small box in his hand, once again turning all the living monster inside into subordinates. It was then that Avon leisurely walked into the passage behind the stone door. Ignoring the monster kneeling in the passage, Avon, with his excellent eyesight, saw a picture frame hanging at the end of the passage, which was a common, spirit picture frame, of the Aemon family. Seeing that it was exactly as described in the original work, Avon continued to command a monster to step forward and cover it with the pre-prepared black cloth. During this process, the monster's figure appeared in the picture frame, and there were fluctuations, attempting to absorb the monster into it, but it never succeeded. If this spirit picture frame could seize control of the monster from the War Bishop, I would immediately leave the mausoleum and gather Bernadette, Robert, Collins, and Azek to come as a team. Avon felt a bit amused seeing that the spirit picture frame was unable to absorb the monster that had stepped forward. As expected, the monster was completely unaffected even when it covered the spirit picture frame with the black cloth. After collecting the spirit picture frame, Avon again commanded the monster to open the black door at the end of the passage. Pushing open the stone door, Avon saw a very wide tomb chamber. In the center of the chamber was a high platform, on which lay a dark black coffin. Lamp stands protruded from the surrounding walls, each holding a white candle that was still burning. None of the candlelight flickered when Avon opened the sealed chamber door. It was as quiet as a frozen scene, as if still lingering from 1,000 years ago. Oh, what have we here? A boy whose fate cannot be seen at all. Unlike the plot in the original work, Horamik Haydn, the Archbishop of the Steam and Machinery Church, only found a worm of time remnant. At this moment, a man with a smiling mouth, a broad forehead, a thin face, black eyes, black curly hair, and wearing a crystal monocle, sat on the coffin, with his legs crossed, looking at Avon at the entrance. The monocle occasionally flashed with a bright light. King of Angels of the Marauder Pathway, the second son of the ancient sun god, Aemon. Avon was not at all surprised to see Amon's presence. The moment Aemon appeared, Avon's eyes blazed with fire as he fully mobilized the power of the City of Calamity. At the same time, the small box in his hand once again emitted a dazzling red light. The entire tomb chamber was filled with the scent of gunpowder, and rolling war fog emerged. Seeing that Avon didn't respond but chose to act directly, Aemon knew he couldn't trick him into the tomb chamber. He adjusted the monocle on his eye, intending to steal the small box in Avon's hand and his Beander abilities, hoping to directly see Avon's fate through this. But at that very instant, a huge sense of crisis arose in Amon's heart. His spiritual intuition told him that if he really did that, not only this clone, but even his main body could suffer severe damage. And by this time, Avon's sealing of the tomb chamber was complete. The war fog, enhanced by the City of Calamity, directly cut off all connections between this place and the outside world. Even Amon's connection with his main body and other clones was completely severed. This was the absolute suppression of the City of Calamity in terms of Beander rank. At the same time, Amon, who had sobered up from his immense fear, calmly continued to sit on the coffin, looking meaningfully at the increasingly dense fog around him, and said to Avon, who had not taken the opportunity to act, "What do you want? What is the purpose of such a grand display?" At this moment, Avon, who had perceived through the war fog that there was indeed only one Amon in the tomb chamber, did not relax at all. He pointed at Amon himself and said, "You become my subordinate, and in the future, I will give your main body a great gift. As the god of deceit, you should be able to tell that I am not lying." Amon looked at Avon, and at the monster who had already rushed into the tomb chamber, all holding flaming spears. The smile on his lips gradually became more unrestrained, until he finally burst into loud laughter. After a long while, he said loudly, "Good. Remember to keep your promise." The moment Amon agreed, the surrounding red light spread over him. Chapter 309, Assassinated and Killed. Even after Amon in the tomb was completely engulfed by red light and became a captive, Avon did not let down his guard. Instead, he directly conjured a giant flaming sword in his hand and transformed into a streak of fire, shooting towards Amon. When Avon reformed into human shape, the flaming greatsword was already plunged into Amon's body, and Amon showed no resistance to it. Just as Avon killed Amon, a phantom of the City of Calamity emanating an ominous aura appeared behind him. A black phantom shot out from it, penetrating along the weapon in Avon's hand into Amon's body. The moment this phantom entered Amon's body, the flaming greatsword in Avon's hand dispersed into specks of red light, which then transformed into a red chain inscribed with many runes. It locked everything of Amon's except his body and Beander characteristic, pulling him into the City of Calamity. After Avon advanced to Sequence 5, although he couldn't preemptively use high sequence abilities, his control over the City of Calamity had clearly strengthened. At the very least, Amon's Sequence 4 avatar couldn't stop Avon's captivity. After dealing with Amon, Avon immediately crouched down and flipped over the portrait in front of the dark coffin. At the same time, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and muttered, "That was close." He carefully sensed again and found that just by rushing in for a few seconds, he had lost at least 10 years of his lifespan. Looking again, he saw that at least half of his subordinates, whom he had collected outside the tomb, had already died of old age, turning into materials scattered on the ground. The remaining ones who hadn't died of old age were also tottering, with not long left to live. Avon, being kind-hearted, couldn't bear to see his subordinates in such an aged state. With a wave of his hand, he summoned many fireballs, precisely smashing them onto their bodies, allowing them to return to their original forms. At the same time, he handed the portrait in his hand to the Amon, kneeling before him and said with a smile, "Only you can use this thing." The Amon, kneeling on the ground fawningly took the portrait that looked exactly like himself, while returning the stored time to Avon and smiling apologetically. "This is all Master's grace." Feeling the time he had consumed earlier return to him, Avon quietly let out a breath in his heart, then painted a rosy picture for the respectful Amon. "If you do well, in the future, I will retrieve your main body and give you a chance to truly be a person." That's right, the captive from the City of Calamity now occupying Amon's body was precisely the living characteristic of Bonaparte's guardian, who had the misfortune of falling into Avon's hands. Amon was Amon after all. Even if he captured him with the aid of the battle bishop, Beander characteristic and the City of Calamity, Avon didn't dare to truly trust him. After all, Amon's main body was a king of angels, only one step away from a true god, and a very troublesome king of angels from the marauder pathway. Avon and the City of Calamity's setup was, at best, a small horse pulling a big cart. He was very apprehensive. Avon had to firmly plug any loophole, no matter how small. However, he couldn't just let any captive occupy Amon's body and Beander characteristic, otherwise, it would be too wasteful. Finally, Avon set his sights on Bonaparte, who had been continuously trained by the City of Calamity. He himself was the living characteristic of a demigod-level sealed artifact, with sufficient Beander characteristic. At the same time, he was from the Hunter pathway, which Avon completely countered, and he had been very obedient since his capture, doing whatever he was told. So, Avon ultimately chose to release him to occupy Amon's body. Only a captive from the City of Calamity occupying Amon's body could completely eliminate the main body of Amon's probing. Whether I can retrieve my main body is no longer important. Everything I have belongs to Master, only following Master is the most important thing. Although they were words of loyalty, Avon found them sickeningly sweet no matter how he heard them, feeling a bit uncomfortable all over. Perhaps he had spent too long in Backland and had become more hypocritical, so such direct flattery, on the contrary, caused a physiological backlash. You will parasite onto this ring. From now on, you will disguise yourself as a mystical item formed from a parasite, Beander characteristic. Avon, suppressing his discomfort, showed the contact ring Ms. Amanda had given him and instructed Bonaparte. And Bonaparte did not bargain, directly transforming into a black light and entering the ring, perfectly embodying obedience. Then Avon took out the spatial pouch from his waist and collected the Beander materials formed by his former subordinates. At the same time, the City of Calamity provided feedback from interrogating Amon, and Avon learned that this tomb connected to the legendary abyss. It was a convenient passage Amon had set up for himself, allowing him to enter the abyss from here, and then, using the characteristics of the abyss, travel to places that were inconvenient to go to directly, such as the Forsaken Land of the Gods. After hesitating for a moment, Avon still didn't destroy the arrangements here. Instead, he added some disguises and seals. The reason he didn't destroy the arrangements here wasn't because of Amon, but because of the abyss. Avon was also very curious about the situation of the abyss. In his eyes, the abyss was a natural base for raising an army, from which a powerful army could be unexpectedly pulled out, although according to Rosel's diary, the abyss at this time couldn't even sustain the normal survival of devil. Unless absolutely necessary, Avon was reluctant to give up the abyss. He would explore the abyss sooner or later. After checking thoroughly and confirming he hadn't missed anything, Avon left the tomb, refilled the earth, and even stomped on it a couple of times. He took out his pocket watch from his chest pocket and glanced at it. This exploration, thanks to thorough preparation, had taken less than half an hour. Putting away his pocket watch, Avon looked towards Backland and thought, I wonder if that Desire Apostle has made his move. After 2 days of fermentation, all official forces have been drawn by his actions. And thanks to Klein and Isengard Stanton's preparations, his address has also been exposed. It must be time to kill Duke Nigan. Avon chose to explore Amon's tomb on this day also to give this Desire Apostle an opportunity, and at the same time, to avoid suspicion. After all, the conflict between Duke Nigan and Robert had become increasingly public, and in this assassination, Military Intelligence Section 9 had a serious leak. According to the original description, the reason the Desire Apostle succeeded was largely due to the cooperation of the Twilight Hermit Order members lurking in Military Intelligence Section 9. It's always wise to guard against others. Avon had to prevent this fire from burning him. But Avon couldn't not go back. He had to return after Duke Nigan was assassinated and, if possible, take on the task of vetting internal personnel. This was both to prevent opportunistic individuals from making an issue of it and to find the hidden Twilight Hermit Order members, to see if he could join them, or if not, to see if he could send Robert in. From previous experiences, Adam had always paid close attention to Robert. If this attention was an investment, that would be fine, but what if this attention was like looking at a fat pig to be slaughtered? Avon felt it was necessary to uncover Adam's underlying scheme. Just as Avon was about to enter Backland along the Stratford River, he suddenly felt an unusual wind. The reason it was unusual was that Avon could see from a distance that this wind was purposefully heading towards the port, while there was no similar wind blowing around, which was clearly man-made. This was Archdeacon Snake. The Storm Church had been mobilized. Jason Buria was about to make his move. Clearly, Avon had returned a bit too early, but this didn't deter him. Avon immediately changed direction and also headed towards the docklands. He remembered Jason Buria had a demoness companion, and it was this demoness who provided cover for him, luring away the most crucial person at the port. This demoness should have been arranged by George III, a person from the demoness sect. In any case, the Augustus family hadn't informed Avon, so his action to capture Jason Buria was perfectly reasonable, and no one could blame him. Avon now wanted to help Archdeacon Snake capture this demoness. This way, he could both clear his own suspicion and continue to cause some trouble for the demoness sect, as Duke Nigan was the Storm Church's primary secular spokesperson. After his assassination, the Storm Church would frantically search for the culprit, especially since this assassination had a Twilight Hermit Order background. Avon never believed that the 7 great churches were completely ignorant of the Twilight Hermit Order. Even if the archbishops didn't know, the church's angels must have some understanding, otherwise, they would have been broken by Adam from behind long ago. Soon, Avon arrived at the docklands and found that Archdeacon Snake had already arrived, standing at the highest point of the dock warehouse, but frowning as he scrutinized the crowds coming and going below. "Greetings, Archdeacon Snake. May I ask what your grace is looking for?" Avon wasn't supposed to know about Backland's current arrest operation, so he deliberately pretended to have run into him by chance. "Oh, it's Avon. What brings you here?" Archdeacon Snake had personally baptized Robert, accepting Robert's faith in the storm god, and had also met Avon, so he surprisingly gave Avon a slight smile. "I just left the new army garrison and am preparing to return to Backland to coordinate the Defense Department's allocation of relevant supplies." Avon stated his pre-prepared excuse, with a hint of resentment in his tone. Because although the Defense Department currently had no Minister of Defense, it was largely still controlled by Duke Nigan. Duke Nigan only needed to lift a finger to cause Avon a lot of trouble. This was also the main reason Avon urgently wanted Duke Nigan to die, and why George III personally coordinated a demoness to cooperate with Jason Buria to kill him. Duke Nigan truly blocked the path of many people. Archdeacon Snake pretended not to hear Avon's complaint. After all, the antagonism between Duke Nigan and Robert was considered an internal affair of the Storm Church's political power, and it was not appropriate for him to take a stance at this time. He could only follow up on Avon's previous question and say, "A devil escaped from Backland. I heard about it and prepared to capture him, but I can't find any trace of him here." Avon feigned contemplation, then said, "I heard that yesterday, a devil dog that was preparing for its advancement ritual was killed, and this devil dog had a master. That is to say, this devil who escaped from Backland should be a sequence 5 feet desire apostle. Every devil has different characteristics. Perhaps this devil's ability is to hide himself, just like a faceless, who can blend into the crowd." Archdeacon Snake thought for a moment and felt that Avon's words made sense, so he said, "What you said is very reasonable. It seems I will have to seal off the entire dock and conduct individual searches after others arrive." With that, Archdeacon Snake prepared to act. Avon quickly stopped Archdeacon Snake's actions, urgently saying, "Actually, it's not that troublesome. I have a mystical item made from a Prometheus Beyonder characteristic that can find Beyonders hidden in the crowd. Beyonders of the Marauder pathway are known for stealing opponents' Beyonder abilities, so other Beyonders naturally find it difficult to hide their identities in front of them. Even if they can hide their appearance and physical characteristics, they cannot conceal the existence of their own Beyonder abilities." Archdeacon Snake was naturally overjoyed to hear that Avon had such a useful mystical item and asked Avon to go and identify them, while he provided support from behind. Avon knew that the demoness had entered the river passenger ship, but he started by checking the ocean liners first. After all, by common sense, when facing a demigod's pursuit, one would naturally run as far as possible. During Avon's search, he actually managed to find 2 wild beyonders who were preparing to leave Backland and venture out to sea, which made Archdeacon Snake even more confident in Avon. After inspecting all the ocean-going vessels, Avon finally turned his attention to the river boats. And at this point, Avon stopped pretending, directly using gray vision to precisely locate the demoness. With a demigod providing support, the outcome was no surprise. As the demoness smugly wrapped a human skin around a stone statue, preparing to sink it, she was directly caught red-handed by Avon and Archdeacon Snake. Before she even understood what was happening, she was directly struck unconscious by a bolt of lightning from Archdeacon Snake. Her beautiful hair turned to powder, her entire body burned, and she lay in a coma. Avon naturally stepped in, directly breaking the limbs of this delicate beauty, then found a bundle of ropes and tied her up. As Avon was tying her, Archdeacon Snake frowned and unwrapped the human skin from the statue. Looking at the primordial demoness statue with its head of snake-like hair, his expression grave. When Avon saw the statue, he also pretended to be startled, then quickly spread out the human skin nearby, revealing Jason Buria's appearance. "We've been tricked, this is a diversionary tactic." The captain of the Punisher's squad, who had rushed to follow Archdeacon Snake, exclaimed directly, completely oblivious to his superior's grim expression. Just then, a bespectacled Punisher's member ran over and handed a small piece of paper to Archdeacon Snake. While reporting, "Bad news, Your Grace, Duke Nigan has been assassinated." Chapter 310. The Abyss card is acquired. Archbishop Snake's expression was very grim. At the same time, dense wind blades appeared in his hand, directly slicing the note into irreparable powder. Then, with a flick of his hand, he let the powder scatter into the sea breeze. "You handle the aftermath, then return to Backland as soon as possible." After Archbishop Snake gave orders to the Punisher squad captain and Avon, he directly picked up the unconscious demoness with one hand, and with the other, collected the primordial demoness, Idol and Jason Buria's human skin. He then flew away, surrounded by strong winds. After watching Archbishop Snake leave, Avon did not want to continue participating in the cleanup work. He directly bid farewell to the Punisher squad captain. The Punisher squad captain also did not want to work with Avon, who was of a higher sequence than him, as disagreements would arise, and who would they listen to then? So, he did not stop Avon, and emphasized that he would send a formal letter to Military Intelligence Section 9, specifically highlighting Avon's contributions in capturing Jason Buria. Avon wasn't doing these things for merit, so he nodded indifferently and left the docklands, heading towards Backland. At this moment, Klein and Isengard Stanton, who were acting with the Machinery Hivemind squad, both received the announcement of Duke Nigan's assassination. They exchanged glances, seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. They had always suspected that the Devil's high-profile actions had another purpose, but they had not expected the target to be Duke Nigan. This was the third fatal assassination attempt Duke Nigan had faced in recent months, which indicated that a certain force was deliberately targeting Duke Nigan, locked in a life-and-death struggle with him. They even simultaneously pictured Avon in their minds. Because of the media and newspapers' involvement, the conflict between Duke Nigan and Earl Ahorva was already public knowledge. Ostensibly, after Duke Nigan's death, this contest regarding military reform could temporarily be decided. But they quickly dismissed this absurd thought from their minds, because while ordinary people might not know, they were both perfectly clear. The assassins in Duke Nigan's 3 assassination attempts were all formidable. The first was a sequence 5 feet demoness of afflictions, the second was the Hurricane Admiral who possessed Ruo Dong de Ge, and the third was the extremely troublesome Desire Apostle. There was no connection between these 3, but they were all very powerful. This was not something an ordinary organization could mobilize. Even if Avon's brother was a demigod, he couldn't achieve this. Who exactly held such a deep grudge against Duke Nigan, determined to kill him, and doing so 3 times in such a short period? Or were different forces simultaneously targeting Duke Nigan? What exactly did Duke Nigan do? Whose path did he block? To be so hated? Klein was at a loss for answers, because from any angle, Duke Nigan could only be considered a prominent figure in the secular world. At the same time, Klein was also very worried that the Desire Apostle would come looking for trouble with himself, Isengard Stanton, and other detectives. Because before the official forces formally took over the investigation, it was the detective alliance led by Isengard Stanton and Klein that targeted him. Even the Devil Dog was found so quickly because of their preliminary investigation. And the reason they were still with the Machinery Hivemind squad was because they had already directly confronted each other. Imagining having to constantly guard against the ambushes of such a troublesome opponent, who had now escaped from Duke Nigan's assassination scene, made Klein feel extremely uneasy. Exchanging glances with Isengard Stanton, they both understood each other's thoughts. They tacitly separated from the Machinery Hivemind squad and then went their separate ways. Klein casually found a hotel, rented a room, and in the bathroom, followed the ritual requirements, walked 4 steps counterclockwise, entered the gray fog, sat in the fool's position, and used dream divination. The location of the devil who assassinated Duke Nigan. The location of the devil who assassinated Duke Nigan. After chanting 7 times, Klein entered a dream and saw the Desire Apostle, in a very abnormal state, moving through the sewers. His vision rose, and he saw the St. Wind Cathedral not far away. Based on his understanding of Backland's underground municipal planning map, Klein easily discerned that the Desire Apostle's final destination was the artificial lake in Empress Borough. And he was getting closer and closer to the hotel he was staying in. Without much hesitation, Klein returned to reality, then quickly set up a ritual, summoning himself and responding to himself. Not long after, a figure wearing black full-body armor, a dark crown, and a cloak appeared in the hotel bathroom. It was Klein's spirit body, carrying the Black Emperor blasphemy slate. This was Klein's discovery when studying the blasphemy slate. He found that the blasphemy slate could solidify his spirit body, allowing it to appear in the real world, and it was naturally anti-divination and anti-prophecy. In addition, Klein also put on the Sun Brooch and Sun Flare charm he bought from Isengard Stanton, just in case. Soon, Klein, relying on his memory, arrived at the Desire Apostle's path in advance and set up an ambush. A few minutes later, the Desire Apostle, severely injured by 1-42 and having lost his physical body, appeared before Klein. The Desire Apostle was also surprised by the sudden ambush, but he was an experienced devil. Without much thought, he knew the newcomers meant trouble and immediately let out a silent scream. This was an attack directly targeting the spirit body. After the scream, the Desire Apostle, having turned into a shadow, flowed in all directions, making it impossible to distinguish which was his true body. Klein, empowered by the blasphemy slate, was completely unaffected by the silent scream. Instead, he took out the sun brooch he carried with him and released holy light, purifying everything in front of him. And just then, a shadow darted out from the darkness behind Klein, covering him. But to the Desire Apostle's surprise, his opponent was completely unaffected. He even felt a commonality with his opponent, a deep aggregation. The Desire Apostle immediately realized that this was a reaction from the blasphemy slate within his body. This is bad, which mysterious organization sent someone to silence me? The Desire Apostle immediately judged that his opponent also had a blasphemy slate in hand. He transformed into a black light, attempting to escape at extreme speed. Klein also noticed the anomaly of the blasphemy slate, and his heart was similarly startled. But seeing the Desire Apostle trying to escape, he couldn't bother with anything else, directly activating the sun brooch to emit a clear and holy light towards him. But to Klein's disappointment, although the holy light injured the shadow-like, desire apostle, it clearly did not severely wound him. Considering how desperate the desire apostle was, it was clear someone was pursuing him, and Klein had no more time to waste. He gritted his teeth and pulled out a sun flare charm, its surface depicting intricate sun symbols, and threw it at the desire apostle, who was about to escape his sight. The sun flare charm transformed into a giant fireball in the air, directly striking the desire apostle, who had a look of terror, and incidentally blew open the entire sewer. And the desire apostle, empowered by the blasphemy slate within his body, resisted for nearly 2 seconds before finally dying, leaving behind a mass of flowing meander characteristic resembling dark sludge. Klein, under the terrified gazes of the surrounding crowd, obtained the desire apostle's remaining spirit, the blasphemy slate, and the meander characteristic. Just then, Klein's spirituality stirred, and he saw a person in tall, heavy silver armor rushing over, a large patch of congealed blood staining the lower area of his left shoulder. Sealed Artifact 1-42. Klein already knew from Isengard Stanton that the Night Church had activated this sealed artifact, and he knew it had caused at least 100,000 deaths. He dared not be careless and immediately ended the summoning. Returning to the gray fog, Dunn Smith, wearing 1-42, frowned as he watched the Black Emperor figure disappear silently, leaving no trace. Soon after, other Red Gloves members arrived, found traces of the battle, and while digging a pit on the spot, looked at their new captain with inquiring eyes. Someone got to Jason Buria first and eliminated all traces, Leonard said uncertainly while helping Dunn Smith remove sealed artifact 1-42. Eliminate clues, destroy evidence. Dunn Smith immersed his body in the freshly dug pit. His body quickly turned red, and silver, scar-like fine lines appeared on his skin. He then said to his subordinates, "Possibly, but we can't continue tracking now. You first calm the surrounding crowd and prepare the memory-erasing charms. We'll discuss the rest later." After giving his orders, Dunn Smith completely submerged himself in the water. Meanwhile, the surrounding team members skillfully went about their tasks according to his instructions. Just as Leonard stood by, guarding his captain, an old voice sounded in his mind. "You just missed it. There was the scent of Black Emperor and Abyss here just now, the true Black Emperor and Abyss." At the same time, Klein sat in the fool's position, lamenting inwardly that he had reunited with old friends under such circumstances. "I didn't expect Captain and Leonard to join the Red Gloves so quickly. They did it to avenge me." Although he had long known about Captain and Leonard's choice from Avon, seeing it with his own eyes still warmed Klein's heart, while also causing him some worry. Ince Zangwill was in Backland. With 008, he should easily discover the existence of Dunn Smith and Leonard Mitchell, and he would certainly understand their hatred for him. Although 008, in order to trick its owner, might selectively conceal information, when it came to unavoidable situations, it couldn't be hidden forever. At that time, it was truly hard to say what reaction Ince Zangwill would have. Judging by Ince Zangwill's style of action, Klein didn't believe he would turn a blind eye. Ince Zangwill was still far from them, and besides, this was Backland, where angel battles occasionally occurred, with many demigods and angels stationed, so it was relatively safe. Klein temporarily suppressed his worries and instead began to worry about his own situation. After all, for Klein, Backland was now also full of acquaintances, and he might run into them head on any day. "I need to go to the church to pray as soon as possible to confirm if the Evernight Goddess has been silently watching over me, otherwise, I can't live like this. Also, I need to find the pituitary gland of a thousand-faced hunter as soon as possible to advance to Faceless." After making his plans, Klein turned his gaze to Jason Buria below. "Who ordered you to assassinate Duke Nigan? An organization, the most secret and ancient organization. Most Beyonders don't even know of its existence. Its members are said to include prominent figures from various fields, perhaps even high-ranking military officials from various churches and nations." Klein frowned, feeling it was very similar to the ancient organization Rosal mentioned in his diary, which possessed the second blasphemy slate. What is the name of that organization, and was this blasphemy slate their reward to you? Klein had been very curious before about what could make a devil, who had infiltrated so deeply, abandon so many years of accumulation. But when he saw this blasphemy slate, Klein understood, but then another question arose. This organization is called the Twilight Hermit Order. This blasphemy slate was their reward. Why did they give you the blasphemy slate in advance? Klein had never heard of paying in full in advance, especially when the payment was a precious blasphemy slate. They didn't intend to give me the blasphemy slate in advance, but they've been in a hurry recently and hope to deal with Duke Nigan as soon as possible. Lack of preparation posed a great risk to me, so they gave me the blasphemy slate in advance, but they still concealed all the formulas above sequence 4. Jason Buria, with a blank expression, said honestly. Klein flipped through the blasphemy slate in his hand and found that the formulas on it were not as he described. It's possible that Jason Buria was given a corresponding hint, so he couldn't see the later formulas, and I hadn't noticed yet. Klein, who had been using the golden gaze these past few days, quickly understood the principle. Then Klein asked Jason Buria some detailed questions, learning that the Twilight Hermit Order had indeed arranged a retreat for him in the artificial lake in Empress Burrow, and that the Twilight Hermit Order had informed him of Duke Nigan's itinerary, and so on. Just as Klein was pondering how to deal with Jason Buria's seemingly still solidified spirit, he suddenly noticed the red star symbolizing Avon fluctuating. Klein's heart stirred. He clicked on it and then realized that Avon, based on the information relayed by the Night Church, had guessed that Mr. Fool had intervened in Jason Buria's matter. Avon simply asked about the details of Duke Nigan's assassination, then directly requested. If the spirit of the executed Jason Buria still exists, then I would like to exchange my accumulated contributions for his spirit. Chapter 311, Blood Sanctify Sect Gathering, Avon's Ambition. What did Avon want Jason Buria's spirit for? Was he trying to investigate the truth behind Duke Nigan's assassination? Considering Avon's identity, Klein could only guess that Avon wanted to seize this opportunity to earn merits. In any case, Jason Buria's spirit was no longer useful to him. Giving it to Avon could offset the Fool's debt to Avon, significantly easing the Fool's financial burden. Moreover, letting Avon know the relevant inside information might shift the official organization's attention to the Twilight Hermit Order. Regardless, in Klein's eyes, the actions of the Twilight Hermit Order were a disruption of the existing order. Whether in his previous life or this one, Klein deeply disliked forces that engaged in assassinations. So, if he could cause a little trouble for this ancient organization, which might possess the second blasphemy slate, Klein was quite willing. Subsequently, Klein, speaking as Mr. Fool, agreed to Avon's request and instructed him to prepare the ritual. As the sacrificial door opened, Klein sent Jason Buria's spirit out of the gray fog. However, through the still open sacrificial door, he witnessed an unexpected scene. Behind Avon, a city phantom, clearer than ever before, emerged. From the phantom, a red chain with dazzling mysterious symbols on its surface extended, instantly locking Jason Buria's spirit and pulling it into the illusory city, while Jason Buria's spirit let out cries of extreme pain and despair. Avon had advanced again, and his control over the mysterious city on him had significantly improved. Klein had also been paying close attention to the anomaly on Avon, as that red city bore too strong a resemblance to old Shanghai, which he had seen in movies in his previous life. In Klein's eyes, this was evidence of two worlds connecting, and also his hope for returning to his original world in the future. I can't fall too far behind either, otherwise some things might get out of control. Klein, with a solemn expression, recalled the situation when he first pulled Avon into the gray fog. Not only did Avon have lingering fears about that incident, but Klein was also deeply impressed by it. As the master of the gray fog, he could clearly feel the hunger and appetite that the gray fog displayed at that time. This also made Klein instinctively maintain a basic level of vigilance towards the city phantom on Avon. This was not about his trust in Avon, but simply about a living being's instinct for survival. Avon, after capturing Jason Buria, used the power of the City of Calamity but did not obtain more information about the Twilight Hermit Order. This indicated that he was merely a mercenary working for money, not an official member of the organization. However, thinking about it, it seemed quite normal. The Twilight Hermit Order was of such high caliber, how could it casually recruit members? Although somewhat disappointed, Avon was not without gains. For example, Jason Buria had obtained Duke Nigan's schedule for today last night and had set up the ambush in advance. This timing would be of great help to Avon in investigating the Twilight Hermit Order's mole in Military Intelligence Section 9. The itinerary of a prominent figure like Duke Nigan was absolutely confidential. Even his bodyguards might not have access to such a detailed schedule. Only someone who understood Duke Nigan's habits very well could have achieved this, and it was even possible that someone had enticed Duke Nigan to follow this schedule. Besides this information, Avon also learned that the high-ranking members of the three major devil families would hold a secret gathering next year. The content, time, and location of the gathering were unknown. Jason Buria only knew that if he could advance to a demigod before the gathering, he would be qualified to participate. This might be an excellent opportunity for Robert and me. Avon silently noted this matter, preparing to find an opportunity to tell Robert about it. Although Avon and Robert had made many preparations and carried out a lot of work to target the Fasak Empire and the Einhorn family. However, the gap in hard power was not so easy to bridge, especially when most Beyonder resources were already occupied by various factions. Robert and Avon currently had few options. Basically, they either used the Augustus family and the Loan Kingdom as a platform to borrow a chicken to lay eggs or leverage the Horn family's bloodline to instigate defections within the Fasak Empire. But these methods were labor-intensive and yielded small results. The most reliable approach was to cultivate their own forces. However, most of the Beyonder characteristics and materials in this world were already controlled by various official or secret organizations. Even if the Horn family ancestors had left some accumulation, it now seemed insufficient and completely inadequate. With resources fixed and no available shares, Robert and Avon were left with only two choices. One was to spend a large sum of money to win over other forces, such as the Sanguine behind Ms. Amanda. But this might not be effective, or even have no effect, and they would be constrained by others. The other was to seize, eliminate some secret organizations, and directly take over existing forces. Currently, Robert and Avon both leaned towards subduing the Temperance faction of the Rose School of Thought. On one hand, subduing the Temperance faction of the Rose School of Thought would only offend the Hedonist faction of the Rose School of Thought. The Hedonist faction's activities were primarily in the southern continent, and they were reviled by all other Orthodox churches and secret organizations, so the cost of opposing them was relatively low. On the other hand, Avon had a channel to bring the Temperance faction of the Rose School of Thought under his control. The leader of the Temperance faction was Klein's future messenger, and their future successor was Avon's partner. Their alliance would be very easy and natural, requiring no further probing or building of trust. And Jason Buria's existence reminded Avon that the Devil Pathway, adjacent to the Prisoner Pathway, was in the same situation. Since the fourth epoch, the Devils, led by the Blood Sanctify sect, had declined, no longer exhibiting the disruptive influence they had in the fourth epoch. Combined with Rosel's diary, it could be largely confirmed that this phenomenon was caused by a problem in the abyss. Furthermore, given the antisocial nature of devils, Robert and Avon's actions against them would not cause much commotion. And Avon, empowered by the City of Calamity, was confident in molding these antisocial elements into a formidable army. From this perspective, no one was more suitable to become Avon's elite army than devils, who were skilled in both combat and curses. In fact, Avon's ambitions did not stop there. When his strength was weak, he had to consider the impact of incorporating forces. But once his strength developed to a certain level where he didn't have to worry so much, Avon even wanted to incorporate all secret organizations, including but not limited to the Eggers family of the Southern Continent, the Moses Ascetic Order, the Iron and Blood Cross Order under the True Creator, and so on. Of course, this could only be described as a long-term vision, a future goal. Currently, they were still in the stage of consolidating their will and accumulating strength. After cleaning up the traces of the ritual and leaving Cherwood Borough, Avon immediately went to Military Intelligence Section 9 without stopping. Upon arrival, he found, as expected, that the entire Military Intelligence Section 9 was in chaos, with everyone rushing about, their eyes filled with panic. Just as Avon was about to enter, he suddenly heard someone greet him. Turning his head, he saw it was Director Jonas of Military Intelligence Section 8. "Avon, have you heard the report? What are your thoughts on Duke Nigan's assassination?" Avon saluted Jonas, then nodded to Ms. Tracy behind him, before saying, "I only heard about Duke Nigan's assassination when I was assisting Archdeacon Snake in the Docklands to capture that devil's accomplice. I just rushed back to Backland and haven't yet received the relevant briefing. Do you have any clues?" Jonas's question was normal, but Avon couldn't help but feel that he was deliberately probing, so he maintained a 3-point vigilance in his heart. Jonas shook his head with a heavy expression, then walked and whispered, "I don't have many clues either, but His Majesty is exceptionally furious this time. This matter will likely be difficult to resolve, so we must all work together." Avon suddenly understood Jonas's concern. Ever since Military Intelligence Section 9's functions were redivided, the Security Department, responsible for protecting high-ranking individuals, had been assigned to Jonas's command. No matter how one looked at this incident, he bore responsibility, so it was very likely he would be made a scapegoat. Director Jonas was now seeking support. Avon discreetly glanced at Ms. Tracy, who was following closely behind, then comforted him. "You haven't been in charge of the security department for long, and you haven't even finished getting to know everyone. No matter what, the blame cannot be entirely placed on you, that wouldn't be fair." Jonas nodded in deep agreement, then took Avon's hand, patted it, and said with a smile, "Avon, you are truly sensible, unlike some people who only shirk responsibility and care about their own self-interest, disregarding the kingdom's interests. I will have to rely on your righteous words then." Before Avon could reply, a lady in military uniform ran over, saluted them, and urgently said, "Urgent notice, all personnel with the rank of colonel and above from Military Intelligence Section 8 and 9 are to attend an emergency meeting on the 3rd floor." It was then that Avon understood that the old ginger was indeed spicier. Jonas had anticipated that the intelligence department might hold an emergency meeting to discuss who would take the blame, so he had come early to intercept Avon and do some public relations. Fortunately, Ms. Tracy was still by Jonas's side, and if Jonas were to be dismissed, the position of Director of Military Intelligence Section 8 would not be something Robert could secure. So, Avon decided to help him out. When Avon entered the large conference room on the 3rd floor of Military Intelligence Section 9, he realized that not only had all the heads of the intelligence departments arrived, but also Viscount Stratford, His Majesty's representative, the military representative, the Nigan family representative, and Robert, the council representative, were all present, and each one looked grimmer than the last. It was clear that Duke Nigan's assassination had touched the psychological bottom line of Lowen Kingdom's high-ranking officials. No high-ranking official could tolerate such an incident going unresolved. The entire large conference room was solemn and austere, but Avon felt a sense of amusement in his heart. Only he knew that Duke Nigan's assassination would definitely go unresolved. Because there were many people who wanted Duke Nigan dead. Once investigated deeply, it was unknown who would be implicated, for example, Robert, who was currently sitting at the head table, or some people who had grievances with Duke Nigan. With Jason Buria not captured and all clues cut off, Duke Nigan's case was bound to become a messy affair. Not to mention that the mastermind behind this incident was the king of the Lowen Kingdom himself. Robert and Avon subtly exchanged glances, then both shifted their gazes. Soon, after all attendees had arrived, Robert began to lead the meeting's proceedings. First, the director of the security department reported on Duke Nigan's security, and then the captain of the action team reported on Jason Buria. Avon listened for a long time, only to hear them shifting responsibility to each other. And sure enough, after the case presentation was completed, someone challenged Director Jonas, questioning the effectiveness of his work and arguing that he should be held responsible for the assassination. Robert, as the direct superior of the intelligence agency, stepped forward and spoke a few good words for him. And Avon also kept his previous promise. He defended Jonas for a few sentences, and at the same time, he questioned how Jason Buria was able to ambush Duke Nigan in advance, directly and bluntly suspecting that someone had leaked Duke Nigan's itinerary. Can this be said publicly? Seeing Avon directly turn his blade inward, many people present couldn't help but roar in their hearts. Avon's actions were not just to clear Jonas's name, but also to cover for Robert. As mentioned before, many people disliked Robert's splitting of Military Intelligence Section 9. The responsibility for Duke Nigan's assassination, if it could be placed on Jonas, could also be placed on Robert. They could say that his rash reforms caused personnel chaos in the intelligence department, and even without reason, they could stir up trouble. So, to avoid this situation, Avon had to directly point out the most crucial point. There was an insider within Military Intelligence Section 9, and there was no need to beat around the bush. Because Avon's argument was very forceful, the entire conference room fell into silence for a while. Finally, after Robert's communication, it was decided that Avon would act as the investigator to conduct a comprehensive review within the security department. Throughout the meeting, the security department became the biggest loser. Everyone blamed them, and Avon's suspicion also nailed them down, leaving no room for defense. After the meeting, Robert spoke a few words with Viscount Stratford, then came to Avon's office. After Helen brought 2 cups of tea and left the office, Robert eagerly said, "You were right this time. There really is a secret organization targeting Duke Nigan, but why? How could Duke Nigan affect the interests of a secret organization? Few secret organizations target secular power holders. This is not because they dare not, but because it is not worth the effort, and also because secular nobles rarely affect the interests of secret organizations." That's not necessarily true. Just like George III's reforms didn't seem to involve the Beyonder world, but how would ordinary people know that it actually involved a deity's advancement ritual? You mean? Robert's pupils constricted, because if Avon's guess was true, then George III was far crazier than he had imagined. Robert remained silent, unsure how to speak. He had still underestimated George III's determination to push for reform and complete the ritual. If it was truly him, then why do you want to take responsibility for investigating the leak? Did he order you to clean up his mess? Avon gently shook his head, then solemnly said to Robert, "No, this matter will ultimately be a tangled mess, and nothing will truly be uncovered. At most, a few small figures will be made scapegoats. Although this is the inevitable outcome, I genuinely want to secretly find out who leaked the information." "Why?" Robert frowned, not understanding why Avon wanted to investigate this. Since he had already identified George III as the mastermind, what was the point of investigating the source of the leak? "Today, I learned through a secret channel that the devil was lured by a secret organization with a blasphemy slate, which made him decide to abandon his years of accumulation and risk killing Duke Nigan." "Wait, you said a secret organization, not a person. Is the information accurate? What organization is it? It wouldn't be the Demonist sect, would it?" Robert quickly grasped the meaning of Avon's words. If the devil was commissioned by the Augustus family, then the Augustus family must have secretly sent someone to contact him. But if a secret organization secretly commissioned Jason Buria, that would mean George III had other collaborators besides the Demonist sect, a more deeply hidden partner. It's not the Demonist sect. The Demonist accomplice I found for Archbishop Snake at the docks was a Demonist. From the latest information, she also wasn't clear about the details of the entire plan, only knowing she received an assignment from higher-ups. And it seems the Demonist sect's higher-ups aren't clear about the specific details either. Are you saying that George III has a deep cooperative relationship with a secret organization, and this secret organization is even subtly leading many things, including George III's cooperation with the demonist sect? Robert felt this was absurd. In an action involving a ritual of becoming a god, it wasn't being led by the person involved. This was too incredible. Exactly, that's my conclusion. Behind George III's promotion to Black Emperor, there's a force subtly guiding everything. And this force is extremely powerful, as evidenced by the resources they can mobilize. Neither General Hurricane Keelan Jesse nor Jason Burria, nor the blasphemy slate as compensation, are things an ordinary organization could produce. This not only shows the depth of their resource mobilization but also the breadth of their resource control. At least, I believe the Augustus family wouldn't be able to so smoothly mobilize two Beander world powerhouses who superficially have no connection. Still, that saying holds true. A Sequence 5 powerhouse can already establish a small secret organization. They are no longer minor figures. Robert pondered for a while, feeling Avon's words made sense. So, you publicly took on the task of investigating the security department, cleaning up George III's mess, but actually, you're using this as a cover to investigate the traces of that secret organization. No, I just want to use this action to signal to Adam that I want to make contact. After all, both you and I are on Adam's list, our actions can't be hidden from him. Although Avon thought this, he nodded on the surface, agreeing with Robert's words. Then you need to be careful. Since this secret organization is so mysterious, they should have corresponding secrecy measures. Even if you use George III as a cover, you still need to be extra careful, understand? Robert absolutely could not tolerate George III truly becoming the Black Emperor, so investigating the secret organization supporting him was imperative. At the same time, he knew that Duke Nigan's case was the best breakthrough for investigating this secret organization, so he had no reason to stop Avon's actions. But he was still worried about Avon's safety. Don't worry, I'm confident. From Adam's past attitude, Avon was confident in his own safety. The secret channel you mentioned, wouldn't it be the mysterious, Black Emperor, spirit body announced by the Night Church? And is that mysterious spirit body the same one that stole the blasphemy slate from the museum? In Avon's description, many details were known only to Jason Burria, and the one who ultimately killed Jason Burria was a mysterious spirit body. So Robert easily connected this spirit body with the secret channel Avon spoke of. What he cared about even more was that this mysterious spirit body chose to impersonate the Black Emperor, of all people, and he had coincidentally wanted to obtain the Black Emperor blasphemy slate a few days ago, encountering a mysterious spirit body at the museum. To believe there was no connection between the two was absolutely impossible. Coupled with Avon's solemn promise to him that he would obtain that blasphemy slate, Robert suspected that Avon was hiding things from him besides the Aurora Order, the Demonist sect, and Theosophy Order. Avon rubbed his nose, only able to use the Evernight goddess as an excuse again to brush it off, and at the same time, assured him that he would get him the blasphemy slate before tomorrow afternoon. Robert felt helpless but could only let Avon off the hook. After all, Avon was not only his brother now but also the Evernight goddess's favored one, so it was impossible for him to tell him everything. He could only say with some disappointment. In short, you must grasp the measure of things and not put yourself in danger. After completing his communication with Avon, Robert did not stay long. After all, so many major events had happened today, and many required his attention. Taking a few minutes to come to Avon's office was already a stretch. After watching Robert's carriage leave from the window, Avon said to Helen, who was standing behind him, "You should inform your mother about the true circumstances of Duke Nigan's assassination as soon as possible. I believe she will be very interested in this matter. At the same time, you can also take this opportunity to tell her that you have begun preparing for pregnancy, in preparation for your subsequent promotion. I believe she will be very happy." Helen, dressed in a tight military uniform and wearing a beret tilted to the side, felt her heart tighten upon hearing this. The previous instructions were easy enough to understand, but the matter of pregnancy was too significant. This essentially indicated that Avon had begun to plot against her mother. Although a bit sorrowful, Helen agreed without hesitation. Avon turned around, placed his hand on Helen's shoulder, patted it as a sign of comfort, and then left his office to go to the security department downstairs to begin his investigation. At the same time, Klein also arrived at St. Samuel Church, sitting in the dimly lit prayer hall, praying to the Evernight goddess. He did not pray too directly, only offering a simple prayer, hoping to find the thousand-faced hunter's pituitary gland as soon as possible so he could quickly advance to Faceless. After Klein prayed several times, he still didn't feel any revelation from the Evernight goddess, which made him somewhat doubt his previous conjecture. After donating £5 to the donation box, Klein left the church somewhat dejectedly, aimlessly boarding a public carriage, letting it take him away. Why didn't the Evernight goddess respond to me? Did I guess wrong before? No, that's impossible. Since Avon is the Evernight goddess's favored one, then the Evernight goddess must have paid special attention to him. Whether it's the mysterious city phantom on Avon or the Grey Fog's mark, there's no way it could escape the notice of a god standing at the pinnacle of the world. What is the Evernight goddess's attitude towards me? If she doesn't value me, then what's the point of raising a mermaid? Klein's mind was in a turmoil, constantly scrutinizing and pondering his previous conjectures, wondering if there were any overlooked details. Just then, the public carriage suddenly braked sharply. Everyone inside involuntarily lurched forward, many looking disheveled. Only Klein, relying on the balance brought by Clown, stabilized himself. "What's going on? Can't you drive?" An impatient passenger immediately cursed, and the coachman poked his head in, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm sorry, many people suddenly crossed the road ahead, and I was caught off guard, so I had to make an emergency stop." Klein opened the window and indeed saw many people crossing the road, men, women, and children of all ages. And from their clothing, they appeared to be quite poor. Klein was very curious and, through the window, stopped a woman, asking curiously, "What happened up ahead? Why are you all rushing forward so eagerly? There's a free clinic up ahead, no charge." The woman only briefly explained before quickly leaving with her child. Free clinic. Klein was a bit puzzled. Could a free clinic have such a great appeal? Having been in this world for a while now, Klein knew that both churches and charitable organizations founded by nobles and wealthy merchants often organized free clinics. While they attracted many people, they never caused such a sensation as now. Curiosity drove Klein to follow the crowd to a secluded street. He found that at the end of the street was a church with an unfamiliar architectural style, and at the end of the church was a young man with red eyes, examining people and distributing some simply printed pictures. Klein pushed through the crowd and finally made his way to the front. Only then did he see that everyone who had been examined held several pictures of herbs. "Just follow the pictures of these herbs and gather some from the outskirts, and you'll be able to treat some simple diseases. If you all were literate, I wouldn't have to go through all this trouble." The red-eyed priest, dressed in a clerical robe, said arrogantly while taking pulses. Meanwhile, the people around him repeatedly complimented him and expressed their gratitude, carefully remembering the proportions of the herbs in the pictures as the young man instructed. And Klein, finally getting a clear look at the young priest, realized that he actually knew this kind-hearted priest. It turned out that a few days ago, when he was communicating with the detectives gathered by Isengard Stanton, someone had distributed a portrait of this priest, saying he was a young man who had run away from home. He remembered the young man's name, Emlyn White. Looking at the busy, red-eyed young man, Klein's spiritual intuition told him he was a Beander, and his sequence was not low. Thinking of the sanguine information he had seen while serving as a Nighthawk, Klein couldn't help but suspect he was a true Sanguine. And the Sanguine, an ancient race that even predates humans, must have many collections internally. Perhaps they even had the pituitary gland of the extinct thousand-faced hunter. Could this be the Evernight goddess's response to me? Empress Burrow, Earl Hall's mansion. Looking at Earl Hall, who was still summoning various people to discuss how to handle the aftermath, Audrey couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She hadn't expected Duke Nigan, who had already experienced 2 assassination attempts and was vigilant, to still fall into the hands of despicable conspirators. Audrey, having grown up in a great noble family, also judged that Duke Nigan's death was not simple. This made her truly experience the dangers of politics, and at the same time, she worried about Earl Hall, who was in a crucial position like Duke Nigan. Although the Church of the Night Goddess had strengthened protective measures for Earl Hall's family, Duke Nigan was also under the strict protection of the Storm Church. Therefore, the protection of the Church of the Night Goddess was not that reliable to Audrey. This also gave Audrey the impulse to advance quickly and protect her family. Before this, Audrey's purchase of formulas and materials and her active pursuit of advancement were all out of personal interest and hobbies. Mr. Avon's clue is very useful. The psychology alchemists have already noticed my desire to become a spectator and have started sending Ms. Island to test me. I suppose it won't be long before they formally invite me to join, right? I need to share this matter at the Tarot Club this afternoon and seek the opinions of Mr. Fool and the other members. Whether it's Mr. Hanged Man, or Avon, Furs, and Zio, they are all experienced and should be able to give me a lot of advice. Mr. Fool has always been very interested in the secret organization that orchestrated Duke Nigan's assassination. When Keelangos assassinated Duke Nigan, he even specifically sent a favored one to the scene. I wonder if he knows anything about the rumored Black Emperor who participated in the cover-up. Earl Hall had received the report of Duke Nigan's assassination and learned the relevant details the day before, at the first possible moment. And when Earl Hall knew, Audrey, as a psychiatrist, naturally knew everything too. Because the incident of Klein bombing Capon in the original story hadn't happened yet, Audrey didn't know the relationship between the Black Emperor and the Tarot Club, so she also judged that the Black Emperor was involved in the cover-up. Audrey glanced at the grand clock in her house and saw that it was 2:30 p.m. The Tarot Club was scheduled to start in half an hour. So, she found a pre-prepared excuse and returned to her bedroom. Meanwhile, Klein, who had already obtained the last main ingredient from Emlyn White and successfully advanced to sequence 6 Faceless, walked 4 steps counterclockwise in his home, entered the gray fog, and notified son Derek in advance about the meeting. Chapter 313, The Blasphemy Slate Transaction. At 3 p.m. Backland time, deep crimson rays of light rose above the grand and massive ancient palace, outlining various equally blurry figures. Miss Justice, Audrey, once again stood up and led everyone in saluting Mr. Fool. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." As they all spoke at once, they noticed the 2 blasphemy slates placed on the bronze table in front of Mr. Fool. They were all stunned for a moment, then realized something, causing their greetings to tremble slightly. Even Avon was no exception, feeling extremely surprised by the 2 blasphemy slates. He already knew about Klein obtaining the Black Emperor blasphemy slate, but what was the deal with the other blasphemy slate? Avon was a quick-witted person. In just a moment, he replayed Klein's actions during this period in his mind and basically guessed the origin and content of the other blasphemy slate. At the same time, he also guessed that his actions had disrupted Adam or George III's plans, forcing them to use an advance payment method to make Jason Buria act early. When he interrogated Jason Buria in the City of Calamity, all his attention was focused on matters related to the Twilight Hermit Order, and he never thought that Jason Buria would have a blasphemy slate in his possession, so he didn't ask about it, almost getting scared now. Avon was startled by the Abyss blasphemy slate, while the other Tarot Club members felt a mix of horror and excitement. It was only last week that Mr. Power, Avon, requested a blasphemy slate at the Tarot Club, and now 2 were placed on the bronze table in front of Mr. Fool. How could this not be terrifying? And if Mr. Fool could even acquire high-grade items like blasphemy slates, then what could he not obtain? This made all the other Tarot Club members yearn for Rosal's diary like never before. Klein saw everyone's expressions and postures clearly and felt extremely pleased. This was the effect he wanted, feeling that his Fool persona had finally been deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. After this incident, even if he occasionally failed to fulfill his promises to the members in the future, the Tarot Club members would only wonder if there were other unforeseen factors, and would not immediately suspect Mr. Fool. Raising his hand to signal the Tarot Club members to sit down, Klein looked at Hanged Man, Alger. Alger immediately understood Mr. Fool's meaning and quickly materialized the last page of the diary he had promised. After taking it and reading it, Klein was somewhat disappointed. The last page of the diary Alger submitted was the same content Avon had submitted last time. It was just that at the end of the diary, there was no mention of Rosal's precise location for the second blasphemy slate, making it seem incomplete. Klein didn't doubt this. After all, many of Rosal's diaries were scattered, and missing chapters and sentences were the norm. Seeing Mr. Fool quickly look up from the diary submitted by Hanged Man, Alger, everyone concluded that this page of the diary contained no valuable information. Audrey also took this opportunity to say, "I have also collected a page of the diary, and I will now offer it to Mr. Fool." After Klein received the diary materialized by Miss Justice, he felt even more helpless. So this was the first page of Emperor Rosal's diary displayed at the Backland Grand Museum. Thinking of this, Mr. Fool helplessly looked at Avon, and indeed saw Avon directly materialize more than a dozen pages of the diary. And the first page offered to Mr. Fool was also the same page as Miss Audrey's diary. As for the other diaries, Klein flipped through them and found that they were also Rosal's earliest records. Aside from complaining about food and the lack of pretty country maids, it was about Rosal's first contact with Beander powers and how he made money based on his knowledge from his previous life. There was very little Beander information useful to him. You two can state what you want. Although the useful information obtained was not much, Mr. Fool still had to fulfill his promise. Audrey had originally intended to inquire about the truth behind Duke Nigan's assassination, but after some thought, she decided to save this request to seek Mr. Fool's help when she encountered difficulties in her future advancement. So, she expressed her desire to accumulate this contribution. Klein agreed to Miss Justice's request, then turned his gaze to Avon. Without Avon even speaking, everyone knew what Avon wanted. As expected, Avon directly requested Mr. Fool. "My request is the same as at the last gathering. I hope to obtain a blasphemy slate of the lawyer pathway or the arbiter pathway." The Tarot Club members all craned their necks, paying attention to Mr. Fool's reaction. And Mr. Fool, sitting at the head of the table, said with a smile, "The blasphemy slate of the lawyer pathway is indeed in my hands now, but your accumulated contributions are not enough to exchange it from me." The Tarot Club members once again marveled at Mr. Fool's capabilities. Mr. Power had just made a request last week and immediately got the corresponding item. This was truly terrifying. At the same time, they all looked at Mr. Power, wondering how he would obtain the blasphemy slate. Mr. Power seemed to have anticipated this. He calmly said, "I wish to exchange the blasphemy slate of the hunter pathway for the blasphemy slate of the lawyer pathway in your hands." Since everyone had already guessed he had a blasphemy slate last time, Avon simply stopped pretending. Moreover, this would help raise his status in the Tarot Club. For a moment, there was a silence over the gray fog. Everyone was stunned by the transaction between blasphemy slates, never expecting to witness such a high-end and rare transaction one day. And Zio, who had just joined last week, was even more inwardly excited. After all, she was a Beander of the arbiter pathway, and the arbiter and lawyer pathways were adjacent pathways. If one day the arbiter pathway became unviable, she would have a fixed channel to explore the possibility of changing pathways. Just as everyone was expecting Mr. Fool to nod and agree to this transaction, to their surprise, Mr. Fool shook his head and said, "This blasphemy slate is somewhat special and still has some uses. I cannot trade it to you, only the magic potion formula on it. The blasphemy slate of the lawyer pathway is special." The Tarot Club members were a bit confused. Avon, who had some grasp of Klein's thoughts, had already figured out what to do, so he said without hesitation, "I agree to exchange for the magic potion formula, but I still want to have this blasphemy slate for one day. I also want to use this slate to verify some things. Klein frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled, but ultimately nodded and agreed to Avon's request. After the gathering, the sacrificial ritual can be arranged. Although everyone was curious about what was so special about the blasphemy slate of the lawyer pathway that both Mr. Fool and Mr. Power valued it so much, everyone present was sensible enough not to ask further. Seeing the mind-boggling transaction between Mr. Power and Mr. Fool conclude, Miss Justice Audrey immediately spoke to Mr. Fool according to the default order. Thanks to the target provided by Mr. Power, I successfully found the psychology alchemists and made them aware of my existence, leading them to send someone to contact me. I am inclined to join them, but the prerequisite is to ensure my own safety. Do you have any thoughts on this? I value this greatly. She was asking if Mr. Fool minded her being a double agent. Psychology alchemists, from the information obtained by the Nighthawks and Military Intelligence Section 9, this organization has no obvious evil god worship tendencies. It focuses on the exploration and research of psychology, spirit, consciousness, and spirituality, more like an academic seminar. There should be no danger. Klein's mind raced, quickly assessing the danger of Miss Justice's actions. He felt that there would be no problems, so he calmly said, "If you think it's suitable, you can go. If you encounter difficulties, you can seek help at the Tarot Club. Thank you for your advice and guidance." Having received Mr. Fool's promise, Audrey felt greatly relieved both physically and mentally. After all, she had only seen such undercover operations in Emperor Rosel's novels, and she couldn't help but feel a little nervous when doing it herself, not to mention that she was facing an organization most skilled at seeing through people's hearts. Klein suddenly thought of the psychiatrist from Tingen Asylum, Duster Gudrian, and couldn't help but remind her again. Within the psychology alchemists, there might be some undercover agents or informants placed by the church. You must know how to hide and conceal yourself. Audrey felt Mr. Fool's concern, her eyes curving into a smile, then she said, "In the future, there will also be a Tarot Club undercover agent within the psychology alchemists." Klein looked at Miss Justice, who, even before joining, was full of energy and thinking about being a double agent. He silently drew a crimson moon for the psychology alchemists in his heart. The Tarot Club has become Mr. Fool's tentacles for infiltrating various factions. Perhaps it won't be long before he achieves his goals. Hanged Man, Alger glanced at the Tarot Club members and sighed in his heart, never expecting that even Miss Justice, who seemed the most naive and sweet, would go undercover in a secret organization. Miss Audrey wants to go undercover in a secret organization. Can she do it? Furs and Zio, who had already recognized Miss Audrey in reality, both felt a little worried. They knew Miss Audrey's true background. She had absolutely no real-world experience. Although she had now become a Sequence 7 psychiatrist, surpassing 99% of Beyonders, and could not be considered weak in the Beyonder world, all of that was thanks to the Tarot Club platform and her omnipotent money abilities. In short, they were not optimistic about Audrey's actions. They wanted to stop Audrey's recklessness but didn't know how to speak up, also fearing that it would ruin Mr. Fool's plans, because Mr. Fool clearly encouraged it. So, they could only turn to Avon, hoping he could speak. To their surprise, Avon ignored it. Thinking again, the clue about the psychology alchemists was provided by Avon, so they could only exchange glances, preparing to meet Audrey after the gathering and persuade her to give up as much as possible. Avon, on the other hand, was wondering if Duster Gudrian should also be brought to Backland, to activate the idle chess piece he had placed back then. From the subsequent content of Lord of the Mysteries, the psychology alchemists were related to the human sage Hermes, and Hermes was precisely the person sitting beside Rosal when the Twilight Hermit Order held its meetings. He also wanted to see if he could attract investment from this angel. The pirate meeting has been successfully held. Under the mediation of 5 Seas King Nast, the 7 pirate generals have redivided their spheres of influence. Disease Lieutenant General got the slave trade he wanted, while Twilight Lieutenant General and Deep Sea Lieutenant General received other compensations. The ocean has formed a new balance. What was unexpected was that Queen Mystic did not attend this meeting, which sparked many speculations. Some said that 5C's King Nastor wanted to annex Queen Mystic's forces, so he did not invite her this time. Ha 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 ha. Hanged man, Alger's words were interrupted by laughter beside him, and he couldn't help but frown at Avon. Avon thought for a moment, then, without keeping them in suspense, said to everyone who was looking at him. From now on, everyone should not refer to Queen Mystic as she, but rather as he. The title, Mystic Queen, should also be changed to Mystic Emperor. Avon's words shocked everyone, even Mr. Fool was somewhat bewildered. After all, no matter how many things one encountered, hearing of the birth of an angel always brought immense shock. And 5C's King Nast likes to be called Count. This is because his father was once infected by Emperor Rosal, and he holds a noble title conferred by Emperor Rosal. He must also respectfully address Queen Mystic as Her Royal Highness Princess, because Queen Mystic is Emperor Rosal's eldest daughter, Bernadette Gustave. Upon hearing this news, Klein couldn't sit still. Although he had already known yesterday that Bernadette had become an angel and was looking for him, he didn't know that Queen Mystic was the renowned pirate king. How do you know this so clearly? Hanged man, Alger couldn't help but ask. I mentioned before that Backland experienced an angel war involving the true creator, Ouroboros the life counselor, and Augustus I. Actually, there's one more thing I didn't say. Queen Mystic Bernadette killed the true creator's divine descent vessel, Lanrius, who instigated the major corruption case in the Loan Kingdom's Defense Department, in front of everyone. Since this incident, the internal plans of Military Intelligence Section 9 regarding him have been elevated to a new level, a treatment only angels receive. Avon's words were very clear. Bernadette took this opportunity to advance. Everyone sighed in their hearts, never expecting such details from the last angel war in Backland. Audrey, Furs, and Zio all felt that Backland was truly uninhabitable. If it wasn't an angel war, it was an angel's advancement, and now it even involved a divine descent vessel of an evil god. And, hanged man, Alger heard from Mr. Power's words that Bernadette's advancement to an angel was not a secret among official forces, yet they deliberately didn't tell those below. The information isolation between upper and lower levels had reached such an extent that information easily obtained by those at the top was completely inaccessible to those at the bottom. This made him even more eager to advance. Chapter 314, Backland is too uninhabitable. Klein inwardly sighed. Bernadette had indeed become a major figure in the Beander world, just as Zeratwell had predicted. At the same time, he felt that the positioning of Avon and his brother, Earl Robert, was a bit off. From every angle, Earl Ahorva and Avon should be staunch royalists, sworn enemies of the 4 kings and 7 generals of the sea. How could they be secretly colluding? A relationship where they could conspire over the blasphemy slate and gamble together was definitely not an ordinary one. It seemed that not only Avon, but even his brother and the royal family were not on an absolutely united front. Avon had been actively undermining the royal family's conspiracy with the demonist sect in secret. Was this with his brother's indulgence and tacit approval, or was his brother even instructing him to do so? Thinking of this, Klein couldn't help but sneak another glance at Avon, only to find Avon still putting on his arrogant facade, as if the information he had just provided was insignificant, just roadside gossip, scattering various secrets just to show off. In truth, Avon's main reason for revealing Bernadette's identity at the Tarot Club this time was for Klein. Judging from Klein's reaction yesterday, he was already mentally prepared and planning for Bernadette to seek him out. Therefore, Avon's early revelation of Bernadette's identity would also help Klein gain more initiative in front of Bernadette, rather than being caught off guard as in the original story. After all, the current Bernadette was no longer the Bernadette from the original story. If Klein wasn't given some trump cards, it was hard to say what the outcome would be. Alger was already on his way to the mysterious island to hunt for materials for his advancement, so he had no other needs and remained silent. Avon had also advanced to Harvester and Demoness of Afflictions. His next step was to advance to a demigod, so he no longer had any material procurement needs and also skipped his turn. As for Sun, Derek, Magician, Furs, and Judgment, Zio, their requests were the same as the last gathering, so they repeated them. Only Mr. World Klein cancelled his previous requests for the thousand-faced hunter's mutated pituitary gland and human skin Beander characteristic, instead seeking dust of ancient vengeful spirits and residual spirituality. These were the main materials for the Seer Pathways Sequence 5 marionettist. The other main material, Six-Winged Gargoyle's Core Crystal, was collected by Military Intelligence Section 9. Klein had already entrusted this matter to Avon, so he would not seek it at the Tarot Club. This familiar scene made everyone's gaze focus on World. The members of the Tarot Club kept shifting their gazes between the Strength and World. This scene was too familiar. Every time Mr. Power requested materials at the Tarot Club, he would invariably cancel the related requests the following week. The members of the Tarot Club used this as a reference, witnessing step by step Mr. Power's terrifying speed of magic potion digestion and the power of the forces behind him. After all, some materials were genuinely not that easy to collect. Without a deep background, it was truly difficult to acquire them. Yet, Mr. Power's advancements seemed as if his magic potion digestion speed was always chasing his material collection speed. Is Mr. World also going to replicate Mr. Power's advancement speed from back then? Klein, of course, knew why everyone was looking at him. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "I'm not that pervert Avon." But he could only pretend not to see them. Everyone expressed that they would keep an eye out for the relevant materials for World. Afterwards, Mr. Fool, seeing that no one had any trading needs, directly announced the start of the discussion. Alger had already shared the news he planned to, so he had nothing more to say. Audrey then unhesitatingly spoke up. Duke Nigan was assassinated, throwing the entire Loan Kingdom's upper echelons into chaos. The assassin was a devil, who had been lurking for a long time. Later, during his escape, he was silenced by someone disguised as the Black Emperor. Everyone, what are your thoughts on this matter? Cough, cough, cough. Audrey had barely finished speaking when Mr. World, sitting at the furthest end, coughed from laughing. This scene made everyone present feel exceptionally familiar. Wasn't this just Mr. Power's reaction to Mr. Hangman's words? As a member of Military Intelligence Section 9, Klein naturally knew the internal assessment of the entire incident within Military Intelligence Section 9. To be honest, after hearing the relevant judgment, Klein felt a bit numb. He had never expected his self-defense action to be misinterpreted in such a way, directly becoming a scapegoat for the Twilight Hermit Society. So Klein had always wanted to find an opportunity to clarify, preferably to influence the judgments of the major churches and Military Intelligence Section 9 in the real world, so that he wouldn't bear an undeserved accusation. And the Tarot Club was a good opportunity. One should know that Avon was currently in charge of Military Intelligence Section 9's internal investigations. Just telling Avon that he was the Black Emperor would be enough to shift Avon's investigation direction. Such a clarification was absolutely necessary. Since he had already created the World alias, Klein needed to prepare a real-world identity for it, and the Black Emperor was a good identity. Therefore, the Black Emperor must not bear an undeserved accusation, otherwise, it would be difficult to clear his name in front of other Tarot Club members in the future, and it would also affect World's reputation. They guessed completely wrong. The Black Emperor went to investigate the mastermind behind Duke Nigan's assassination, not to silence the mastermind. You seem to know a lot of inside information. Judgment, Zio, relying on her sheriff intuition, felt that Mr. World was deeply involved in Duke Nigan's affair and couldn't help but ask. Of course, because I am the Black Emperor. Klein used this opportunity both to clear the Black Emperor's name and to formally equate the Black Emperor with World. The Tarot Club members present were all surprised to see Mr. World directly reveal his identity, staring at him in astonishment. But they quickly realized that this wasn't a self-exposure of identity, because they didn't know the Black Emperor's true identity either. At the same time, those who understood Jason Buria's strength all increased their regard for World. Because Jason Buria, in the official report, was a Sequence 5 Feet Desire Apostle of the Devil Pathway. Although he was injured, the Black Emperor, who killed him, definitely had the strength of a Sequence 5. This also meant that Mr. World might even be the strongest member of the Tarot Club besides Mr. Fool. Since you are a party involved, can you provide us with any information? Alger had been on a ship during this time, and the communication speed in this world wasn't that fast, so it wasn't until Miss Justice spoke that he learned Duke Nigan had been assassinated again, and this time successfully. He could imagine how furious the Storm Church's high-ranking officials would be. If he could find a clue, he might be able to catch their attention. Moreover, the organization that ordered Duke Nigan's death must also be the organization behind Kilangos. Alger had always been very interested in this organization that could quickly help Kilangos advance and provide him with powerful sealed artifacts. Just as Klein was about to speak, Mr. Power suddenly interrupted him. "You'd best bury that organization's name in your heart." Klein, sitting at the head of the table, frowned, somewhat puzzled. He then controlled World to ask, why? Avon glanced at Mr. Fool, then solemnly said to World, "What is said will be known. This is not just a past lesson, but an iron rule that everyone should keep in mind. No matter when or where." Everyone was shaken by Mr. Power's serious tone and the content of his words, then simultaneously looked towards Mr. Fool, hoping for an accurate answer. Klein was stunned. Without much thought, he quickly nodded profoundly, then said in a relaxed tone, "Mr. Power is very right. Even Emperor Rosal didn't dare to write its name in his diary." The members of the Tarot Club were terrified, all scared by what is said will be known. And Klein thought of more, because this description was what Avon had originally used for 008, and now it was being used for the Twilight Hermit Order. For a moment, Klein thought Avon was saying that 008 was also involved in Duke Nigan's assassination, but his last sentence, "no matter when or where," indicated he was referring to something else. Because Avon had previously mentioned that 008's influence range was at most a large metropolis. The current Klein was no longer the novice he once was, but an experienced veteran, one who possessed 2 blasphemy slates and knew many secrets. An existence with the same ability to manipulate people's minds is 008, an existence with an even greater sphere of influence than 008. The identity of this person was practically on the tip of his tongue. Could it be that the leader of the Twilight Hermit Society is a king of angels from the Spectator Pathway, possessing the uniqueness of that pathway? Because Avon had previously explained the vague meaning of King of Angels regarding Ouroboros, Klein easily assigned the title of King of Angels to the Twilight Hermit Society leader. If this is true, then why would Avon know about it? Klein had countless questions in his heart. I'll add a bit more. The reasons behind Duke Nigan's assassination are extremely complex, related to the cooperation between the royal family and the demonist sect. Duke Nigan unwittingly blocked too many people's paths, so he had to die. Avon saw that everyone was silent, perhaps intimidated, so he proactively revealed more information, preparing to shift the blame to the Augustus family and George III. And Avon's words gave Klein a flash of inspiration, which he accurately grasped. Duke Nigan had obstructed the royal families and the demonist sect's conspiracy, so the Twilight Hermit Order had eliminated him. Does that mean the Twilight Hermit Society, the Augustus family, and the demonist sect are allied? Suddenly, Klein mentally sketched out the appearance of the mastermind behind Backland, and at the same time, a chill ran down his spine. With the help of an enhanced version of 008, could he prevent the disaster at the end of the year that Avon spoke of? Everyone was lost in thought over Avon's words, and finally, Miss Magician Furs asked. I heard before that Backland was always threatened by the King of Angels, Ouroboros. I wonder what the situation is now. Furs's words reminded everyone present, bringing back memories of Backland's terrifying balance from the previous 2 months. They all turned their gazes to Avon, as it was Avon who had previously told them about the Angel War in Backland. Last week, the Second Angel War occurred in Backland. The Augustus family and the Steam and Machinery Church joined forces. They used two very powerful, 0-feet level sealed artifacts to severely wound Ouroboros, forcing him to leave Backland. Afterwards, they tried to take down the already severely wounded Life Counselor, but were interfered with by the mysterious Empress Bernadette, who also carried a powerful, 0-feet level sealed artifact, and the founding emperor of the Fasak Empire, leading to their failure. However, the situation in Backland has since eased. This could also be the background for Duke Nigan's third assassination, as the unstable external factors have been cleared away. Avon once again connected last week's Angel War with Duke Nigan's assassination, reminding everyone of the unreliability of the Augustus family and once again reminding Klein that something big would definitely happen at the end of the year. Audrey, Furs, and Zio exchanged glances, all feeling that Backland was truly too uninhabitable. Without people even realizing it, 2 waves of Angel Wars had already occurred. It also made them deeply understand what ignorance is bliss meant. Since joining the Tarot Club, learning too many high-level secrets had made them restless even when sleeping, yet they still desired to know this information. It was still the same saying, they would rather die in awareness than live ignorantly. This also made them determined to push forward with their plans and advance as quickly as possible. Only through continuous advancement could they feel the unease in their hearts. To some extent, they had been agitated and somewhat anxious by the news Avon occasionally released. No one, after knowing the harsh survival environment around them, would sit idly by. Perhaps this was Avon gradually revealing the essence of City of Calamity, in creating turmoil and unease. As for the feelings of the others, Sun could not empathize, as the City of Silver faced an even harsher living environment. Seeing that everyone remained silent for a long time, Derek proactively recounted his experiences from the previous week. Following everyone's advice, I began to deliberately show suspicion and hostility towards Elder Luvia, and subtly revealed my knowledge of external matters. The chief indeed met with me. I followed my previous preparations and said that I obtained the magic potion formula for the Sun pathway through dreams. The chief neither expressed belief nor disbelief in my words, but instead had me enter the underground prison to receive a certain treatment. Chapter 315, Aura of the City of Calamity attached. Respected Mr. Fool, can that divine sealed artifact detect my participation in the Tarot Club? Because of Avon, Klein had basically confirmed the Grey Fog's status, knowing that a mere grade 0 sealed artifact could not peer into the Grey Fog's existence. So, he casually tapped the bronze table in front of him with his finger, saying confidently and disdainfully, "Of course, it cannot detect it. But it's not absolute either. After all, there are some pathways and some things in this world that are so bizarre and unpredictable." Hearing this, all members of the Tarot Club unconsciously lowered their heads slightly, their reverence for the fool growing even deeper. By the way, have any of you heard of a person named Eamon? Derek suddenly thought of the former exploration team leader next to him. Hanged Man Alger frowned slightly, while the others looked bewildered. Only Mr. Power Avon reacted strongly, his usual playful smile vanishing from his lips, his expression exceptionally serious as he looked at Derek. "Where did you hear that name?" Mr. Power Avon's attitude greatly surprised everyone in the Tarot Club. One should know that even when Avon was talking about the Angel War just now, he spoke eloquently and indifferently. How could he become so serious just by hearing a name? Derek was naturally startled by Avon's sudden change in attitude, and for a moment, he stammered, unable to speak. Hanged Man Alger interjected in time. "In the fourth epoch, this is our classification here, about 1500 years ago, or even longer, there was a family that wielded strange powers. They belonged to the Tudor dynasty, and their surname was Aemon. Even in that era with many high-sequence seer, this family's surname was a terrifying taboo." "Why?" Miss Justice Audrey asked on behalf of Derek. Alger shook his head, looking at Mr. Power beside him and said, "I don't know. The Tudor dynasty had 5 great angel families as its foundation: Abraham, Antigonus, Tamara, Jacob, and Ammon. Among them, the other 4 families have more or less information passed down, but only the Ammon family is the most mysterious, as if everything about them has been twisted and concealed by some power. According to news from 5 Seas King Nast, the Ammon family is called the Blasphemer family, mastering the secret of stealing divine power. And the Ammon family claims to be descendants of the ancient sun god. Alger kept looking at Avon while saying these words, hoping that Avon would provide more secrets. And Klein, Furs, and Zio, who were listening, also felt a stir in their hearts after hearing certain specific surnames. But Avon paid no attention to Alger's thoughts, only staring intently at Derek, waiting for him to answer his previous question. At this moment, Derek also calmed down again, realizing that this surname was indeed of great importance. He carefully chose his words and fully recounted the story of his roommate next door. Everyone in an exploration team died, only the captain survived, and he was imprisoned in the dungeon for decades. He hasn't gone mad, this person is definitely corrupted, extremely dangerous. Zio, who had now become a mid-level backbone of Military Intelligence Section 9, immediately made a judgment on this exploration team captain. Hanged Man, Justice, Magician, and World all nodded in agreement with Miss Judgment's conclusion, then turned their gaze back to the increasingly serious Mr. Power. However, to their surprise, Mr. Power Avon directly turned his gaze to Mr. Fool, who was smiling at them as if nothing bothered him, and said, "Is Ammon here for you? After all, he is a king of angels at the peak of the Marauder pathway, and it is certainly possible for him to perceive your existence." Avon's words exploded across the entire scene. Everyone was greatly astonished, and even Klein was stunned on the spot, though he struggled to maintain his composure. Seeing that Mr. Fool did not answer him, Avon could only explain to his dumbfounded companions. "As far as I know, Sequence 4 of the Marauder pathway is called Parasite, which can parasitize onto others, and this kind of parasitism is very difficult to detect easily. Moreover, angels of the Marauder pathway can transform into myriad forms. The so-called Ammon family is not entirely accurate. The Ammon family is nominally a family, but it is more likely just one person." Everyone was stunned by the information Avon provided, and at the same time, a chill quickly flowed from their tailbones throughout their bodies. And Klein also understood why Avon believed that Ammon possessing the exploration team captain was targeting Mr. Fool. Because the Marauder pathway and the Seer pathway, where the Fool resides, are neighboring pathways. Klein was confident that the gray fog could evade angels and even true gods of other pathways, but he dared not guarantee it could hide from angels of neighboring pathways. That exploration team captain was definitely contaminated and parasitized by Amon's clone. He had been inactive for so many years. Staying in the City of Silver's underground prison for decades, definitely not to experience prison life, he must have had a purpose. When all the information was put together, the possibility of Ammon secretly plotting against him, the master of the gray fog, increased infinitely. Klein urgently thought of countermeasures in his mind, finally turning his gaze to the omnipresent gray fog around him. To deal with a king of angels, the gray fog was his only hope. Just as he used the gray fog to shield against 008 in Tingen, when facing high-level powers, only by mobilizing the gray fog's power could he have a glimmer of hope. Seeing everyone looking at him, Klein smiled lightly and said indifferently, "You don't need to worry. Mr. Sun only needs to perform a ritual according to the description here after leaving the dungeon, and the problem will be solved." Saying this, Klein, based on the knowledge he had acquired during this period, temporarily compiled a mystical ritual and transmitted it to son Derek. Derek took it, read it several times, memorized its contents thoroughly, and then asked worriedly again, "Mr. Fool, will this ritual affect the City of Silver?" "No, this is just a simple purification ritual. What is parasitizing the former exploration team captain will definitely not be Amon's main body, so there's no need to worry too much." This was also a key reason why Klein had not given up on survival. Klein also realized that the main reason Eamon wasn't waiting for him in the City of Silver with his main body was likely not fear of the City of Silver's 2 grade 0 sealed artifacts, but rather because the true creator's gaze was on the City of Silver, and their relationship was very poor. The evidence was the existence of the shepherd named Luvia. This reminded Klein of the true creator's clone he had seen in Tingen, Grisha. And what he had said to him at the time, "Long time no see." Previously, Klein had some suspicions, but now he was almost certain that the true creator definitely knew about the gray fog on him, but had not acted against him. Even now, to some extent, he was helping him resist Amon's main body's ambush. Realizing this, Klein's mood was exceptionally complex, and then another question arose: why was the true creator helping him? Although his actions, as Avon said, were used by the true creator, helping the true creator descend into the world, his original intention was definitely not this. But even though he stood on the opposite side of the true creator still showed him goodwill. This made Klein, who had always been very repulsed by the Aurora Order's actions, feel exceptionally complex for a time. Seeing the fool lightly resolve Amon's scheme, the members of the Tarot Club also suppressed the shock in their hearts. Eamon is so terrifying, Mr. Power, do you have any more information to provide us? Miss Justice Audrey asked Avon again. Avon, however, just shook his head, saying somewhat dejectedly, "The information I have is also compiled and pieced together from various sources. I am currently trying to contact the Abraham family. The leader of this family was known as the first angel below a true god in the 4th epoch. I think they should be able to provide more information." As he spoke, Avon subtly glanced at Magician Furs. Furs's mouth twitched, knowing that her boss was urging her to make progress, and immediately felt immense pressure. Seeing that Avon did not explain much about the Abraham family, the others did not ask further, only deeply remembering the name in their hearts, preparing to investigate it themselves. Seeing that everyone had nothing more to say, Judgment Zio thought for a moment, then said, "I heard that a princess named Alice Einhorn from the Fasak Empire has secretly come to Backland, fully in charge of intelligence work. Do you have any information about this person?" During this time, besides searching for the Black Emperor, the Lowen Kingdom's intelligence organization was also looking for news of Alice Einhorn. Avon was responsible for intelligence work on the Fasak Empire side, and these past few days, Avon had already intentionally had Zio take over some tasks. Zio had her intelligence agents lurking in St. Malone of the Fasak Empire actively inquire, but they found nothing. Many of the lurking agents even suspected that the domestic intelligence might be mistaken, and there was no such princess at all. Zio was also very puzzled, so she wanted to inquire through the Tarot Club, treating it as a last resort. She knew the identities of Audrey and Furs, and knew that Sun was in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, and also knew that Hanged Man was not very well informed about news at sea, so Zio placed her hopes on the always silent and very mysterious Mr. World. As a member of Military Intelligence Section 9, Klein naturally also received the task of investigating Alice Einhorn. When he received the task, Klein remembered that Avon had once mentioned this mysterious princess to him, but he had too many things to do during this period and had not investigated further. Naturally, he could not know more detailed information, so he could only shake his head at misjudgment. However, Zio's reminder also made Klein remember this task. He planned to use the power of the gray fog to divine after the meeting, as the reward offered by Military Intelligence Section 9 was quite high. If he could complete this task, he wouldn't have to bother Avon to get him the six-winged gargoyle's core crystal. This material was very rare, and even Avon would have to follow certain procedures, as it was clear that Avon was helping someone exchange for this material. Seeing that everyone had no more information to share, Klein directly ended the Tarot Club, but he did not leave the gray fog. Instead, he maintained his spiritual output to the red star representing Sun, watching what happened after he left the gray fog. As expected, a monster appeared in the dungeon where Little Sun was. Its head was split open, its brain constantly wriggled, and countless wounds on its body exposed white teeth. From Klein's perspective, he could clearly see a transparent, illusory figure entwined around the monster. This phantom had hands and feet, but it was wrapped around the monster like a python, staring at Little Sun. In the hazy image, the phantom wore classical dark robes, a matching pointed hat, and a monocle made of crystal on its face. King of Angels of the Marauder Pathway, Amen. If it were just this, Klein, who was already mentally prepared, wouldn't have to worry too much. But what made Klein feel horrified was that the phantom actually noticed Klein's gaze from above the gray fog, raised its head, smiled, and then split into two phantoms. One of them directly entered Sun's body, but Sun was completely unaware of it. Just then, a grand and brilliant pillar of light shot down from above, illuminating an old man with a tall stature and gray hair who had appeared in the dungeon at some unknown point. This old man seemed to see the phantom on the monster's body. He crossed his swords and swung them forward. In a flash of lightning, a dazzling light flashed, leaving only a thumb-sized worm with small rings on it. Upon seeing this person, Derek immediately knelt on one knee and respectfully saluted, saying, "Your Excellency, Chief." The one who appeared was the strongest person in the City of Silver, Sequence 4 Demon Hunter. Colin Iliad. Klein did not pay attention to the conversation between the City of Silver's chief and Sun, but instead stared intently at the phantom behind Sun, watching the phantom wave at him. A king of angels, even a clone, is indeed not something the City of Silver can handle. Klein had long anticipated such a situation, but he was not disappointed. At the same time, Klein heard a sound of prayer and realized it was the tremor from the red giant star representing Avon, guessing that Avon wanted to trade a blasphemy slate with him. Aemon would not act in front of the City of Silver's chief at this time, and Klein also needed to use the mystical ritual, so there was no immediate danger. Klein directly opened the sacrificial door, sent out the Black Emperor blasphemy slate, and took the Red Priest blasphemy slate submitted by Avon. However, when he took the Red Priest blasphemy slate into his hand, Klein noticed that this blasphemy slate was tainted with a very strong red aura. Directly touching it, Klein only felt his nose sting, as if he had been punched, and there was a metallic taste in his mouth. At the same time, he felt an abnormal pain throughout his body. Klein felt the pain in his body and the agony in his spirit. His first reaction was that he had been ambushed by Avon, but he immediately dismissed that possibility. Because if Avon wanted to use this opportunity to ambush Mr. Fool, the risk for him would be too great. If he failed in one strike, Avon could end up without a burial site. After all, the Grey Fog and Avon had a mystical connection, and Mr. Fool could easily target Avon. But if Mr. Fool had been exposed, and Avon had linked Klein to Mr. Fool, that would be even more impossible. Not to mention that his relationship with Avon was quite good. Moreover, both of them were dependents of the Evernight Goddess. The Evernight Goddess must have had a reason for taking them both as dependents. She would never allow one dependent to kill another and disrupt her plans. So Klein immediately dismissed the possibility of Avon plotting against him in his mind. But if Avon wasn't plotting against him, then what was the deal with this blasphemy slate's attack? As Klein was overwhelmed by excruciating pain, the magnificent and dense gray fog reacted instinctively, spreading over Klein's body, intensifying his pain, making it feel like death by 1,000 cuts. But Klein didn't stop the gray fog's reaction, because he felt something being peeled off his body by the gray fog. After several seconds, the violently churning gray fog finally calmed down. Klein let out a long breath, wiped away non-existent cold sweat, and then looked at the bronze table in front of him. On it, a fist-sized, blood-red crystal appeared, shimmering with an alluring light. Iron-black powder pulsed within it, emitting an aura that Klein found very familiar. This is the aura of the mysterious city on Avon. Klein, understanding what was before him, had a guess. The phantom of the mysterious city on Avon was clearly a symbol of high-level power from the hunter and assassin pathways. It allowed Avon to become a dual pathway Beander without hidden dangers. And Avon had clearly possessed the hunter pathway blasphemy slate for quite some time. Therefore, because this blasphemy slate had been in Avon's hands for a while, it was influenced by the phantom of the mysterious city on Avon, and became tainted with its aura. Did Avon himself not notice this, which is why I almost fell for it? Klein made a guess based on the limited information. No, it's also possible that Avon did it on purpose. He knows that Mr. Fool and Aemon are battling in the forsaken land of the gods, which might be inconvenient, so he used this opportunity to show his filial piety. Regardless of Avon's true intentions, Klein now owed him a favor. It had to be brought up at the next Tarot Club meeting, otherwise, it would appear that Mr. Fool was greedy for his subordinates' achievements, not rewarding those who deserved it. If a subordinate who actively thought for their leader like this wasn't rewarded, then no one would actively think for Mr. Fool next time. Moreover, Mr. Fool's gravitas in front of Avon would be completely gone. This was the price Klein paid for choosing to act like a god back then. Being a leader wasn't that easy. Klein picked up the crystal on the bronze table, feeling that his chances of dealing with Aemon this time were greater. After all, this was something that required the gray fog itself to violently react to handle. Klein played with the crystal in his hand, looking at it for a long time before withdrawing his gaze and focusing on the Hunter Pathway Blasphemy slate he had just obtained, flipping through it. Sequence 9, Hunter. Sequence 8, Provoker. Sequence 4, Iron-Blooded Knight. Advancement Ritual. Form a team of at least 30 people, cultivate deep camaraderie with them, let them successively grow stronger, and cooperate tacitly, able to understand your intentions through glances and actions, almost becoming one with each other, then form the ritual with them. The higher the team's strength and tacit understanding, the better the ritual's effect. No wonder Avon is so dedicated to establishing the new army, spending most of his time outside the city, and even wanting to pull me, Catherine Gray, Isengard Stanton, and Dayquil into the new army. It turns out it's all for the ritual of advancing to a demigod. Klein had grasped Avon's intentions. If his predictions were correct, Avon might also bring Miss Sharon, Marich, Miss Justice, Miss Magician, and Miss Judgment into it later. Looking at it this way, my tarot club is almost becoming an organization specifically established for Avon. Now that Klein himself was on the new army's officer roster, it meant that both Mr. Fool and Mr. World had joined Avon's new army. Isn't Avon's new army just the tarot club with a different name? In this way, besides Mr. Sun, who is inconvenient to join, isn't Mr. Hanged Man the only outsider left? Klein couldn't help but joke about Mr. Hanged Man in his mind, and he didn't feel uncomfortable about this matter, as he considered Avon one of his most important friends. Sequence 3, War Bishop. Sequence 2, Weather Warlock. Sequence 1, Conqueror. Sequence 0, Red Priest. Advancement Ritual. Instigate a continent-wide war involving everyone from top to bottom and achieve sufficient victories. Klein frowned as he looked at the Red Priest's advancement ritual for the Hunter Pathway, not feeling surprised at all. Because when he communed with Mrs. Sharon, he had heard the words of a high-sequence demoness. The Hunter Pathway is synonymous with war. Klein, with his gentle and orderly nature, instinctively disliked war, yet the advancement rituals for the Hunter Pathway after becoming a demigod were almost all related to war. Klein was very worried that his friend Avon, under the influence of the Beander characteristic of this pathway, would eventually become a warmonger. Lessons from his previous life told him that warmongers often didn't end well. Should I instill some revolutionary ideas from my previous life into Avon, make him betray his class, and fight for freedom and equality for the whole world? Klein had no reason to stop Avon's advancement, with the sole reason being, I'm worried you'll become a warmonger. This reason, even in Klein's eyes, felt ridiculous. If he really did that, it would be a white left act of placing himself on a moral high ground, wantonly interfering with others' choices, which could easily lead to a complete breakdown of their relationship. Klein suddenly thought of the martyrs from his previous life who had sacrificed themselves for their country and nation. He had never thought that these people fighting wars were on the immoral side. The more Klein thought, the brighter his eyes became. In his eyes, there was a huge difference between just wars and unjust wars. If Avon could be guided down this path, it might not be a bad thing. Moreover, this could also be a new way out for this terrible era. After becoming a reporter and delving into the East Borough, Klein increasingly understood why Avon had said those words back then. For the people of the East Borough, if an evil god could fill their stomachs, they would not hesitate to turn to the evil god. Sometimes, death is a relief for the workers in the East Borough. Previously, Klein didn't quite understand such words, as he had never lived the impoverished life of the East Borough people, neither in his previous life nor this one. But now, he deeply empathized. Thinking of this, a look of wistfulness appeared in Klein's eyes. He thought of his parents from his previous life in Benson, who was far away in Tingnan. It was they who provided him with the material foundation to avoid the hard life of the East Borough people, and enabled Zhou Mingrui and Klein to complete their university studies, achieving class mobility. Just as Klein was deeply immersed in memories of his parents from his previous life and his siblings in this life, a red star suddenly reacted, startling Klein awake. It was Sun, following previous instructions, praying to Mr. Fool. After being sent back by the chief, Derek was actually hesitant about whether to perform the ritual. It wasn't that he didn't trust Mr. Fool, but Derek, who had grown and actively demonstrated his uniqueness to the City of Silver's high-ranking officials, knew that someone was definitely watching him from the shadows, without needing to think twice. Moreover, he had personally seen the chief eliminate Amon, who was parasitizing the former exploration team leader, and believed that there was no need to perform the ritual under such circumstances to seek Mr. Fool's purification. After much deliberation, Derek recalled Avon's description of Amon's ability to transform into myriad forms and decided to take the risk of performing the ritual. And just as Derek performed the ritual, Amon, possessing him, adjusted his monocle, and following the effect of the ritual, as if to pierce through reality, reached out towards the gray fog. And the boundless gray fog experienced an unprecedented chaos. The gray fog, which usually flowed like water, turned into waves, turning into a great wind. This was an unprecedented situation, making Klein's heart grow colder and his expression graver. Seeing Amon's hand about to grasp the red star symbolizing sun, Klein no longer hesitated. He directly picked up the Red Priest blasphemy slate he had just obtained from the bronze table and absorbed it. In an instant, Klein, sitting in the fool's position, was covered in a brilliant blood-red priestly robe, adorned with dazzling golden patterns, solemn and sacred. The ethereal priestly robe seemed to shimmer with flowing light, as if each sway carried the sound of a strong wind. Even just sitting there, Klein seemed to exude an aura of unapproachable authority, like a battle-hardened general who had survived countless slaughters on the battlefield, making people dare not approach him easily. At this moment, he was no longer the mysterious Mr. Fool, but seemed to have transformed into a symbol of iron and blood. After absorbing the Red Priest blasphemy slate, Klein felt his status rise to a certain extent, enabling him to call upon more power from the gray fog and suppress the chaos brought by Amon. However, Klein didn't just want to suppress the chaos of the gray fog, he wanted to temporarily neutralize Amon's threat. So, without any hesitation, he followed his preconceived plan, using the blasphemy slate to leverage the power of the gray fog and attach it to the red gem he had just obtained. The reason Klein absorbed the Red Priest slate instead of the Abyss slate was for this very moment. The power of the red gem accepted the gray fog's blessing without any reactive response, gradually flying into midair, stretching and extending, forming a 12-winged angel with one red wing and one black wing. Each pair of wings was inscribed with alternating bright and dark mysterious symbols. Under Klein's control, the angel spread its wings above the gray fog, obscuring the dome of the vast palace, and then charged towards the deep red star symbolizing Sun Derek. The angel collided with Amon's hand reaching into the gray fog. There was no earth-shattering commotion as imagined, but Amon, coiled around Derek like a python, lost his smile. Suddenly, two red lights appeared in the eyes of Amon's phantom, and even the monocle on his eye had disappeared at some point. Meanwhile, Klein, sitting on the gray fog, felt a faint sensation. He felt that he had complete control over Amon's avatar, and through the avatar's perspective, he sensed all the other Aemon avatars scattered throughout the forsaken land of the gods. A flash of insight, Klein suddenly understood that this was a manifestation of the authority of the mysterious city phantom on Avon. Without dwelling on it, he pushed the still potent pollution, following the mystical connection between Amon's various avatars, to spread, and simultaneously commanded all the Amons that had been polluted to commit suicide. Just as that pollution was sweeping through and corrupting one Aemon after another, a voice suddenly and abruptly spoke. Hello. Klein had no time to think, and immediately cut off his control over that pollution. After performing the ritual, Derek only felt a moment of trance, as if he saw a brilliant light containing countless knowledge, hanging high in the sky, as if he saw a majestic and tall figure. That figure stood beside Mr. Fool, with 12 pairs of massive wings on his back, obscuring the sky. Then he saw the angel, as if stepped out of a book, collide with the Aemon entwined around him. That Aemon isn't dead yet. Fortunately, I performed the ritual, giving Mr. Fool a chance to purify him, otherwise, who knows what kind of disaster it would have brought to the City of Silver. Derek broke out in a cold sweat, feeling as if he and the City of Silver had walked a tightrope between life and death. An endless fear surged in his heart, along with infinite reverence for Mr. Fool. On a vast plain filled with ravines, a deceased dark green one-eyed giant wandered aimlessly. Wherever its feet trod, even hard stones decayed. Its body was covered in decaying, festering marks, and grayish-yellow gas constantly emanated from within it, interweaving into yellow clouds in midair. Between the ravines was a heavy and broad grayish-white building, and beside the building stood a person dressed in a black classical robe, wearing a matching pointed soft hat, with black curly hair, black eyes, a wide forehead, and thin cheeks, much like the legendary warlock. His monocle flashed a light, and he suddenly looked in one direction. Then, a wisp of aura like a small red worm appeared in his hand, constantly struggling, even trying to corrupt the person in front of him. The power of the City of Calamity. Has Medici revived? Interesting. Aemon seemed to have thought of something, and a mischievous smile curled at the corner of his lips. Chapter 317. The Passage Between the City of Calamity and the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Is this the power of the mysterious city on Avon? Klein sat in the palace above the gray fog, constantly replaying the feeling he had just experienced. It's a bit like the description of a conqueror on the blasphemy slate, where you conquer one Aemon, and then, by using the connection between Amon's clones, conquer other Amons. This kind of conquest is too overbearing, it's more like contamination. Yes, it's contamination. Unrestrained, irresistible contamination. As the one who orchestrated the contamination of Aemon just now, Klein deeply understood the overbearing nature of this contamination. If it weren't for that voice, which seemed to transcend time and space, prompting him to give up, he was confident he could have used this opportunity to contaminate all of Aemon in the forsaken land of the gods. Of course, Klein didn't regret his final decision. Although the aura of the mysterious city he got from Avon was very effective, he also knew in his heart that the main reason he was able to achieve such a great victory was because Amon's clones weren't very strong or high in sequence, and they were caught off guard, suffering a huge loss due to carelessness. After this incident, Aemon would be prepared, and the same method would no longer work. However, all things considered, the results of this battle were still significant, with at least over 100 Aemon clones contaminated. With the true creator involved, Aemon probably wouldn't target the City of Silver again for a while, so the City of Silver and Sun should be safe for the foreseeable future. Amon's true body must be in the forsaken land of the gods. Otherwise, his reaction wouldn't have been so swift. Klein reached this conclusion with absolute certainty. What is so special about the forsaken land of the gods? Why is Aemon staying there? Is he also sealed there by the 7 gods, like the true creator? If that were truly the case, it would be good news for Klein, as he wouldn't have to worry too much about suddenly encountering Aemon or his clones in the real world. Aemon, this king of angels, left a deep impression on him. Whether it was his decades-long lurk parasitism on the former Explorer team captain, just waiting for the patient to arrive, or his method of transforming into Fang Qian, both were unforgettable. Through the perspective of contaminating Aemon just now, Klein had already calculated the approximate size of the Forsaken Land of the Gods. It was a continental plate no smaller than the North Continent, and Amon's clones were spread across the entire continent. Klein suspected that Amon's dispersal of his clones had no distance limit at all. So, even if Aemon was truly sealed by the gods in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, it was hard to guarantee that no clones were left behind on the North Continent. Although there would still be many hidden worries in the future, at least the immediate trouble was resolved, and Klein was in a very good mood. Suddenly, Klein felt a wave of fatigue and a headache. He knew he had stayed on the gray fog for too long today. Furthermore, having just competed with Aemon, he didn't dare to hold back, pouring in his spirituality without reservation, which had long since been overdrawn. If he didn't rest and recover his spirituality soon, he might suffer a backlash from the faceless potion he had just consumed. So, Klein turned the Red Priest blasphemy slate face down on the bronze table, and without divining Alice Einhorn's message, he directly left the gray fog, covered himself with a quilt in reality, and fell asleep. Klein was exhausted and fell asleep, and Avon's situation was not much better than his. At this moment, Avon stood atop the tallest building in the center of the City of Calamity, his eyes closed, feeling that ethereal connection, and he was pushing his spirituality at all costs to urge the City of Calamity to establish contact with it. Finally, the entire City of Calamity began to shake violently, causing the prisoners in the city to panic and collectively prostrate themselves. The blizzards, volcanoes, meteorites, and meteor showers outside the city all seemed to come alive. Just as Avon's face turned pale and he was about to collapse, the City of Calamity finally stopped its previous turmoil and settled down. The prisoners in the city all understood what had happened. The City of Calamity's encroachment on reality had progressed further, and another stable passage had been established. The possibility of them leaving the City of Calamity and no longer suffering had increased by one more step. Although the prisoners of the City of Calamity were all very happy and collectively prostrated themselves before Avon, thanking the City of Calamity's master for his benevolence, Avon was not in the mood to accept their worship. He turned and left, returning to reality. Backland, Sherwood Borough apartment. Many ritual materials were laid out on the coffee table in the living room. The most striking was a bowl of incredibly red blood that did not clot. If someone who didn't know the truth saw this scene, they would certainly take Avon for a cultist, or a vampire who, according to legend, should be tied to a cross and burned. Sitting on the sofa in the Sherwood Borough apartment, Avon looked exhausted. It took him a while to recover before he chuckled bitterly to himself. This time, I was truly too careless, too overconfident, and almost failed at the last minute. But fortunately, it was successful in the end, not for nothing. That's right, the aura of the City of Calamity was deliberately sent to Klein by Avon. To achieve the maximum effect. To allow Klein to indirectly leverage more of the City of Calamity's power, Avon even continuously bled for 3 days, soaking the blasphemy slate and using the power of the City of Calamity and the special nature of the blasphemy slate to contaminate this Red Priest blasphemy slate. Ultimately, Avon successfully attached the power of the City of Calamity to the blasphemy slate and allowed Klein to severely injure Aemon using this opportunity. Avon did not do this to help Klein. Being familiar with the plot, he knew that Klein's confrontation with Aemon, though alarming, was not dangerous at all and did not require his help. Moreover, he didn't have a deep hatred for Aemon. Aemon was even a card he could use in the future to counterbalance Klein, who might turn hostile. The reason he did this was actually to see if he could use this opportunity to extend his reach into the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Since the gray fog could bypass the blockade of the Forsaken Land of the Gods, there was no reason why the City of Calamity couldn't. Anyway, Avon, who had seen how the chief of the City of Silver dealt with his predecessor, was certain that the death pathway could affect the Forsaken Land of the Gods. At that time, the true creator had even tried to use the former chief to influence the uniqueness of the death pathway, but he was stopped and thwarted by Colin Iliad, who had received a boon from the Fool. If even the uniqueness could potentially achieve it, Avon didn't believe the City of Calamity couldn't. To establish a connection between the City of Calamity and the real world, the City of Calamity's effort is one aspect, but the real world also needs a tangible anchor. It's like making a charm. It not only requires the bestowal of high-level power but also excellent materials to serve as a vessel for that power. In the North Continent or the Southern Continent, any hidden place would suffice, but the Forsaken Land of the Gods is not like that. It must have something of a high sequence as a vessel. Ultimately, it was the original text, where Klein used the Snake of Fate's blood as a high-level charm carrier to bear the Evernight goddess's blessing, that gave Avon inspiration. In the Forsaken Land of the Gods, there was no better vessel than the corpse of an Aemon clone. Originally, Avon didn't have much hope for this operation, but he didn't expect the combination of the Grey Fog and the City of Calamity to be so powerful, directly contaminating over 100 Aemon clones from a distance. Just now, Avon was using the City of Calamity's contamination of Amon's clone corpses to forcefully open a passage in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Hard work pays off. After unremitting efforts, Avon finally, just as his spirituality was about to be depleted, successfully opened a stable, albeit small, passage using Amon's clone corpses. However, Avon now had another long-term task: to continue expanding the scale of this passage every night by urging the City of Calamity. Avon had always wanted to expand the strength of his future subordinate army, but reality didn't allow it. The number of Beyonder characteristics limited Avon's actions. So Avon had always wanted to directly absorb mature Beyonder organizations and had already begun preparations for this. And the monsters in the Forsaken Land of the Gods gave Avon another option. Anyway, Avon wasn't picky, in his eyes, whether they were monsters or humans. He wasn't particular, as long as they listened to him, that was enough. It didn't even matter if they had intelligence. After all, the City of Calamity still had countless prisoners who wanted to return to the real world. The newly opened passage was still too small, only able to release 2 prisoners per day, and they were the lowest level prisoners. Such prisoners might not even be able to defeat or infect the weakest monsters in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, as no monster that could survive in that environment was simple. To turn the monsters of the Forsaken Land of the Gods into a reserve legion, I must at least advance to a demigod and expand the passage to a certain extent. Although Avon could use the power of the City of Calamity, leveraging Bonaparte's fortitude, to exert 100% of an iron-blooded knight's strength. But his sequence in the City of Calamity was still Sequence 5. Sequence 5 and Sequence 4 seem not far apart, but there is a huge difference in whether they possess divinity, a vast chasm between human and non-human. The two are worlds apart and cannot be compared. The established passage isn't far from the City of Silver. Can I also find a spokesperson in the City of Silver to create a multi-party game arena? Klein could infer the approximate range of the Forsaken Land of the Gods through contamination, and Avon naturally could too, even more precisely. The City of Silver had already been regarded by Avon as an important pillar for his future plans to seize the Fasak Empire. If he could establish contact with the City of Silver in advance, it wouldn't be a bad thing for him. The current problem, however, was that if he wanted to find a spokesperson for the City of Silver, he could only do so by releasing a prisoner and creating a soul-stitched monster. And once this matter was discovered, it would naturally draw the hostility of the City of Silver, unlike Luvia and Derek, who were accepted by the City of Silver. This was also the difference between the Grey Fog and the City of Calamity. Even if Avon managed to lure someone from the City of Silver to recite the honorific name he had fabricated for himself, through the City of Calamity's influence, they would directly become a prisoner. For the City of Calamity, believer is just another name for prisoner. Alas, this characteristic of the City of Calamity basically cut off my possibility of becoming a true god. Anyone who believes in me is equivalent to being contaminated. Isn't this a clear sign of an evil god? At this moment, Avon was spiritually exhausted and disoriented, even starting to talk nonsense and complain about his cheat system. Klein hasn't divined Alice Einhorn yet, probably because he's also quite depleted. I don't need to wait, I'll rest first. When Miss Judgment, Zio Derecha, mentioned Alice Einhorn at the Tarot Club, Avon knew that Klein would sooner or later divine Alice's existence through the gray fog. Avon didn't know if Klein could directly expose this disguise through the gray fog, but he was indifferent to it. If this disguise couldn't be exposed, Avon would continue to act secretly as Princess Alice, causing destruction in Backland and drawing hatred towards the Fasak Empire. If this disguise was exposed, Avon would also take the opportunity to reveal part of the Horn family's history, paving the way for his future actions. Anyway, the Horn family's affairs would be exposed sooner or later, and letting Klein know wouldn't have much impact on Avon either way. He might even have a chance to drag Klein into it. Confirming that Klein wouldn't divine him at this moment, Avon also lay down on the sofa, slowly emptying his mind, closing his eyes, and falling into a deep sleep. Compared to Klein, Avon was, after all, of a higher sequence, and he recovered faster. In less than 2 hours, he was back to his energetic self. He pulled out his pocket watch and checked the time, finding it was already 6 o'clock. Avon drew back the curtains and saw that it was almost completely dark outside, and the gas lamps on the roadside had already been lit. Not much time had passed. Duke Nigan was holding a memorial service tonight, and Avon had to attend. In fact, Duke Nigan had returned to the embrace of the Storm God the day after his assassination, buried in the Storm Church Cemetery in Backland. All the high-ranking officials in Backland attended the funeral, making this memorial service seem quite redundant. But Avon knew that this was a memorial service that absolutely had to be held, just like Anson's funeral in his previous life. Too many things had happened in Backland recently, and the old guard of the Conservative Party, represented by Duke Nigan, had just publicly clashed with the younger faction, represented by Robert, leading to much unpleasantness. Under such circumstances, Earl Hall, who acted as a representative of the moderate faction and a lubricant within the Conservative Party, definitely needed a suitable occasion to bring all parties together for a discussion. The previous funeral was too religious and not suitable for discussing matters, but a memorial service was just right. This could be considered Duke Nigan's final contribution. Tonight's gathering concerned the future division of power within the Conservative Party and even the entire power structure of Backland. Both Robert and Avon had to be extremely vigilant. They needed to carve out a large piece of the power pie left by Duke Nigan. In this game, Earl Hall and Duke Nigan's eldest son would be key. Robert had to complete the internal integration of the Conservative Party tonight and at least secure his position as the second most important figure. Hastily tidying up his apartment, Avon, holding the blasphemy slate he had exchanged from Klein, flashed with a burst of flame and left the apartment. Chapter 318, Dividing the Cake. Robert had just finished dressing in a black suit with the help of his new servant, and was adjusting his collar in front of a large full-length mirror when the candle lamp hanging from the ceiling flickered. Avon, also in a black tailcoat, appeared behind him. Robert was not surprised by Avon's appearance. He had already detected Avon's presence when he entered a 3-kilometer radius. Robert turned, scrutinizing Avon's attire. As he reached out to straighten Avon's tie, he asked with some curiosity. "I thought you would go directly to Duke Nigan's mansion. I didn't expect you to come here first." After Robert helped him adjust his tie, Avon took a step to the left, using the full-length mirror behind him to check his own attire. Finding nothing amiss, he flipped his right hand, pulled out a metallic-looking slate, and dangled it in the air, then said casually, "This is the blasphemy slate you wanted. I just got my hands on it not long ago." In fact, Robert had already felt the attraction from the blasphemy slate when Avon pulled it out, and had a guess in his heart. It was just that the strength of this cohesive attraction was somewhat beyond Robert's expectation. After getting Avon's personal confirmation, Robert eagerly snatched the slate and infused it with spirituality. Sequence 9, Lawyer. Main ingredients: the tongue of a long-snouted baboon, a fruit from a flash pattern tree. Auxiliary ingredients: 1 black iris, 6 baobab leaves, 8 drops of black heart grass juice, 150 grams of white wine. Referenced from Lord of the Mysteries, the new Black Emperor arrives. Beyander ability, excels at discovering and exploiting rule loopholes and opponents' weaknesses, skilled at striking opponents through order, also possesses Beyander abilities in eloquence and persuasion, and can, to a certain extent, distort or guide the target's thoughts, making them feel cordial and willing to believe. Sequence 8, Barbarian. Main ingredients: 1 plant of berserk grass, the solid horn crystal of an earth rhinoceros. Auxiliary ingredients: 1 deep-veined walnut, 1 lemon balm plant, 10 ml of hydrosol steeped from poplar bark, 100 ml of strong liquor. Beyander ability: terrifying strength, very strong physique, outstanding mental resistance. What cannot be solved by law, solve with strength. Sequence 7, Briber. Main ingredients: 1 crying baby, flower, grotesque face cannabis crystal. Auxiliary ingredients: 5 drops of golden datura juice, 5 drops of black datura juice, 4 drops of psychedelic grass essential oil, 80 ml of red wine. Beyander ability: bribery. The prerequisite for using this ability is to symbolically give the target a certain item. Weakening. The prerequisite for using this ability is to give the target a certain item, and then, for a certain period, significantly weaken the target's attack, defense, or control against oneself. Charm. By giving actual or symbolic bribes, make the target develop strong goodwill, making it difficult for hostile intentions to arise, even unwilling to fight the target. If conditions are suitable, there is a very small chance for the bribed person to counterattack their companions. Arrogance. By giving actual or symbolic bribes, make the target proud, arrogant, mentally diminished, and prone to misjudgment. Association. By giving actual or symbolic bribes, create an association and establish a connection between the two parties. Sequence 6, Baron of Corruption. Sequence 5, Mentor of Disorder. Sequence 4, Earl of the Fallen. Sequence 3, Frenzied Mage. Sequence 2, Duke of Entropy. Sequence 1, Prince of Abolition. Sequence 0, Black Emperor. Main ingredients: the uniqueness of a Black Emperor, and the remaining 2 Prince of Abolition Beyander characteristics, beyond one's own. Auxiliary ingredients: symbolic items capable of representing the residual order of the former Black Emperor or Justiciar. Advancement ritual: possess one's own kingdom, link one's name with the title of emperor, make it common knowledge among the populace, and also need to establish a strict, complex, yet abnormal set of rules, including architectural style. Then, drive the populace to secretly build 9 pyramid-like mausoleums, and then enter one of them. During corresponding sacrificial rituals, participated in by most of the populace and spread across different cities, consume the Sequence 0 magic potion. The Black Emperor is a symbol of the shadow of order. He can cause the underlying rules of the world to twist and become chaotic, enabling him to exist in another world with completely different underlying rules, swimming forward like a shadow between 2 contradictory rivers of fate. He can utilize corresponding authority to rebuild an entire system of order suitable for human survival in barren and desolate places. Once the advancement is successful, the Black Emperor will not truly die until all 9 secret mausoleums are destroyed. Even if he perishes, he can awaken and return from one of the mausoleums. More terrifyingly, even if a god is successfully slain and all 9 mausoleums are destroyed, as long as a certain amount of the order established by that deity remains, he still has a chance to mysteriously resurrect. This seems to exploit a loophole in death. The Black Emperor's resurrection process has 3 stages. First, the uniqueness detaches from its owner, becoming conceptual and abstract. Second, the Black Emperor's subjects once again hear the majestic voice of this deity. Third, the Black Emperor, fused with the uniqueness, reappears in the astral world. The 3 Sequence 1 Beyander characteristics automatically return to the hands of their emperor. This is an order that other true gods cannot reverse or stop. Robert looked at the content of the last page regarding the Black Emperor's advancement, his expression somber and uncertain. After a long while, he finally asked. What do you think of the Black Emperor's advancement ritual? Avon leaned his backside against the large desk, which had been passed down in Earl Ahova's family for at least 100 years, thought carefully for a moment, and then said solemnly. Emperor Rosal was the most suitable person to be the Black Emperor, but he hoped someone could replace him as the new Black Emperor. The blasphemy slate contains too many and too detailed descriptions of the Black Emperor, so detailed that it seems Rosal was eager to personally teach the person who obtained this slate how to become the Black Emperor, to completely eliminate himself and prevent any possibility of his resurrection. This means that Rosal, who embarked on the path of advancing to the Black Emperor, did not leave any contingency plans to help himself resurrect, nor did he leave any plans to regain control of Intis after his resurrection. The latter can still be understood as Emperor Rosal's confidence that as long as he resurrects and returns, he can easily take down Intis directly. But what exactly was the former for? Robert's face showed no joy at the imagined strongest competitor being gone. Instead, it was exceptionally grave, feeling unacceptable. What on earth made Rosal, despite already becoming the Black Emperor, not think about resurrection? Why did he not hold any expectations for resurrection? That's right, at this moment, Robert was completely certain that his idol, Emperor Rosal, had indeed survived the backlash after consuming the magic potion and successfully advanced to Sequence 0. The Black Emperor, standing at the pinnacle of the Beander world, becoming the first person to ascend to godhood in the fifth epoch. This was confirmed when he personally touched the blasphemy slate, not only because of the extraordinary aggregation effect between this blasphemy slate and him, but also because he felt the new order that only a Black Emperor could subvert and create from it. My friend refused to trade this blasphemy slate, he only agreed to trade the magic potion formula on it. The reason I brought this blasphemy slate now is to confirm through you whether Emperor Rosal truly took that step back then. Avon looked intently at Robert, because this not only concerned how they should act in the future and how to face Bernadette, but also Avon's exploration of his fellow transmigrator. Avon was very worried now whether Rosal's final madness stemmed from his identity and experiences as a transmigrator. Avon always thought of the worst-case scenario and never believed that his transmigration and the favor of the City of Calamity were a free lunch. Therefore, he always maintained a high degree of vigilance against any potential mastermind behind it. Whether Emperor Rosal became a god was not a secret that needed to be hidden in Robert's opinion. He also understood Avon's concern. After all, their biggest ally now was Rosal's eldest daughter, Bernadette. Emperor Rosal must have become a god. I can feel the aura of the Black Emperor from this slate. Why is your friend unwilling to trade this slate? His strength shouldn't be strong, and he will likely need our help for future advancements. Quote. With that, Robert handed the blasphemy slate back to Avon. Actually, if Avon hadn't clearly stated that the holder was his friend, and also mentioned his connection with the Church of the Night Goddess, Robert would never have given up the blasphemy slate so easily, and might even have directly tried to seize it. Beyonders of the arbiter pathway are not rigid, inflexible rule followers, they are people who establish order beneficial to themselves. Avon was noncommittal, took the blasphemy slate, and with a flick of his hand, let Aemon on his finger steal it. Robert saw this scene, raised an eyebrow, but did not delve deeper. Although this Aemon had been conquered by Avon and had its inner spirit replaced, its essence had not changed, and it still possessed the disguise and secrecy of a King of Angels level. So even though Robert himself was present, he did not see how Avon put away the blasphemy slate. However, although Robert was surprised by Avon's move, he didn't question it too much. After all, even between the closest of brothers, one shouldn't try to get to the bottom of everything. Just then, the butler knocked on the study door. Upon entering, he wasn't surprised to see Avon, as the servant who had just helped Robert with his attire had already informed him of Avon's arrival. Your Excellency, Earl, the time has come. The carriage is ready for you. We should depart now. Will Baron Avon be riding with you? After Avon accepted the royal enfeoffment and became Baron Ramd, he essentially branched off, gaining a new title independent of Earl Ahova. For banquets, his carriage could now bear his unique crest. If Robert and Avon were not riding in the same carriage, then the butler would have to prepare a new one. No need for such trouble. Avon and I still have things to discuss. Let's depart now. We shouldn't arrive too late, especially not later than Earl Hall. At this time, it was particularly taboo to be too ostentatious. If one were too ostentatious, combined with Robert's age, it would simply invite hatred. No one with a bit of sense would make enemies for no reason. Upon hearing Robert's words, the butler immediately bowed and stepped back, opening the study door behind him. Only after Robert and Avon left the study did he turn and close it. Sitting in the luxurious and spacious carriage of the Earl's mansion, Robert and Avon discussed their plans for the evening. I plan to continue pushing Prime Minister Ogwyd Nigan for the position of Prime Minister and support his appointees to control the Judicial Committee of Parliament and various key government departments. At the same time, I will support Earl Hall to become the leader of the Conservative Party and agree for him to control the Budget Committee. As for me, I will take control of the Defense Department of the government, and the Foreign Affairs Committee in Parliament. These were all departments that Duke Nigan firmly controlled when he was alive. Avon's eyes sparkled, and he said with a smile, "Robert, you are splitting up the forces that Duke Nigan painstakingly consolidated during his lifetime. The Parliamentary Budget Committee controls the entire budget allocation of the LotM Kingdom. It is the most important core department of Parliament, and also the reason for Duke Nigan's immense power during his lifetime. After Duke Nigan's death, his brother Prime Minister Ogwyd's position was already unstable. He couldn't control some of the elders, so Robert's support was a very difficult temptation for him to refuse. The key was that Robert was using things that should have been inherited by the new Duke Nigan to be generous to others. In the face of benefit, let alone uncle and nephew, even father and son might turn against each other." Robert let out a soft sigh, saying with emotion, "The Nigan family simultaneously controlling both Parliament and the government is a behemoth that makes everyone uncomfortable. Without dismantling this behemoth, no matter what anyone wants to do, they will have to pay a lot of extra costs." To be honest, disregarding the Beander world perspective, when Avon saw the description of Duke Nigan's family in the original work, putting himself in George III's shoes, he too would want to get rid of Duke Nigan as quickly as possible. Controlling both Parliament and the government, where did that leave the royal family? Although the LotM Kingdom was a parliamentary system where the majority party formed the government, it didn't mean you should push your own brother to be prime minister. Duke Nigan was not unaware that doing so was inappropriate, but he simply felt that with the Storm Church backing him, there would be no problems. After all, the Storm Church had a deity, while the royal family did not, and this was a world of difference. "Robert, your plan is indeed very good, and most people would find it hard to resist the temptation, but it's not 100% foolproof. Because Earl Hall is no ordinary person, he is an old fox who understands propriety very well and has a deep understanding of power. He may not necessarily follow the path you envision." Robert thought about Earl Hall's resume, nodded in agreement, and at the same time, frowned and said, "If offering great benefits cannot win over Earl Hall, then what should we do?" Chapter 319, Earl Hall's Weakness. Earl Hall was neither a newcomer to the political arena nor a parvenu who had suddenly become rich, blindly chasing after every opportunity for profit. Therefore, although the conditions Robert offered were irresistible to 99.999% of people, for Earl Hall, they were still merely a toss-up. Lasting power was true power. Immediately after Duke Nigan's death, if Earl Hall, as an old friend of Duke Nigan, were to recklessly unite with others to divide the inheritance Duke Nigan left behind, even if everyone wouldn't be surprised, they would certainly harbor other thoughts about Earl Hall. "So, you used to appear as a kind old man, fair in your dealings, trustworthy, and able to earn the respect of all factions. It was all an act. You were just like us, birds of a feather. The only reason you could act so convincingly was because the benefits you could gain before weren't significant enough." Such voices would surely become rampant. Earl Hall was a man with great foresight, who didn't dwell on temporary gains or losses, and was also very protective of his reputation. Coupled with the astonishing power behind him, it was highly likely that he would not fulfill Robert's wishes, and might even become the biggest obstacle to Robert achieving his goals. If Earl Hall is truly unwilling to cooperate with me in dismantling Duke Nigan's forces at this time, it would indeed be a troublesome matter. If the political pie cannot persuade him, then what if we use personal connections? After acknowledging Avon's concerns, Robert's mind raced, and he quickly found what seemed to him the most effective method. He scrutinized Avon from head to toe, making Avon feel as if he had been scanned by the eyes of someone inspecting pork at a market. A shiver of disgust ran through him. Without needing to think, Avon knew that Robert was again contemplating a marriage alliance between him and Miss Audrey. He quickly shook his head and said, "This matter is not feasible. If it were before, there might have been a slim possibility, but now that Duke Nigan has died, you might become the Storm Church's new spokesperson in the political arena. No one wants a new Duke Nigan to emerge." Robert thought about it and realized that this was indeed true. He couldn't help but sigh, feeling it was a great pity, as he had always had a very good impression of Earl Hall's youngest daughter. The old Earl had once intended to propose marriage before his death, to arrange an engagement between Robert and Miss Audrey, providing Robert with more assistance. If Robert hadn't already been with Amanda at that time, he might have followed the old Earl's wishes. Although he had declined the old Earl's kindness at the time, the incident had given Robert a wake-up call. He had specifically asked his butler to pay special attention to Audrey, and found that Audrey was indeed an ideal candidate for a marriage alliance and an excellent choice for a wife. She was suitable in every aspect. Therefore, he had already intended to bring Avon and Miss Audrey together. After all, with his parents having passed away too early, Avon's marriage was regarded by Robert as a natural responsibility. However, Duke Nigan's death disrupted everything. As Avon said, with Robert about to advance further, and gradually replacing Duke Nigan's former position in the political arena, Avon's marriage alliance with Miss Audrey would be too untimely, and might even become increasingly inappropriate in the future. Seeing that Robert seemed to have temporarily put aside the idea of matchmaking him and Audrey, Avon quietly breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that Avon disliked Audrey, he actually very much liked Audrey's personality and appearance. Because he had no parents in his previous life and was bullied at school, he was able to clearly perceive the kindness and malice in others' hearts from a very young age. He could feel Robert's sincere brotherly affection for him, and he could also feel the kindness and gentleness in Audrey. Audrey Hall was a person of strong principles, intelligent, witty, positive, loving, caring for her family and friends, and always willing to help others. She was the person Avon most wished to meet when he felt helpless in his previous life. Precisely because of this, Avon could not get too close to her. Avon had long understood his position, the impact brought by the City of Calamity, and the potential consequences of the things he and Robert would do in the future. Therefore, he would never pull her into his side. Actually, there are other ways to persuade Earl Hall. To prevent Robert from focusing on his marriage again, Avon quickly spoke, interrupting Robert's train of thought. "Oh, what method? Did you prepare for this in advance?" Robert felt that Avon was leading the pace of today's conversation, so he looked at Avon curiously. Earl Hall is very likely to want to use tonight's opportunity to distribute the political pie left after Duke Nigan's death as much as possible, and stabilize the political landscape. But no matter what, the pie left by Duke Nigan must be cut. It's just that if we cut it, Charles Nigan might suffer heavy losses. If Earl Hall cuts it, Charles Nigan's losses might be smaller. However, Earl Hall might have overlooked one point. When he prepares to cut the pie left by Duke Nigan, in Charles Nigan's eyes, he and we are birds of a feather, all taking what rightfully belongs to him. There's no need to doubt whether Charles Nigan would think this way. He is notoriously greedy, completely lacking his father's diplomatic skill and the courage to humble himself at critical moments. It's just that compared to us, Earl Hall is an object that can be won over. So, if he doesn't agree to give up benefits, what do you think he will do to win over Earl Hall? Avon looked at Robert meaningfully, his slightly parted lips revealing teeth that seemed to glint with a cold light. Robert's eyes also gleamed with an intimidating light, and he almost unhesitatingly laughed and said, "He will look for Earl Hall's weaknesses, hoping to manipulate Earl Hall. Did you use the power of Military Intelligence Section 9 to secretly slip something to Charles Negan?" Robert's intuition was still so sharp. As soon as Avon hinted a little, he immediately guessed what Avon had done. An angel war broke out in Backland, Duke Negan was assassinated, and the political struggle is gradually heating up. At such a chaotic time, not secretly breaking some rules would be a real loss. Avon winked slyly, which made Robert laugh heartily. Indeed, if one possessed an intelligence agency and didn't use it more at such a time to create some convenience for oneself, strictly adhering to so-called political and spoken rules, that would be truly foolish. What did you give Charles Negan that would make him think he could manipulate Earl Hall? The more Robert looked at Avon, the more satisfied he became. He felt that Avon was truly a born conspirer, capable of seeing through people's hearts, planning ahead, keenly sniffing out opportunities, and flexibly utilizing rules. If Avon hadn't already become a hunter, Robert would have truly wanted him to take the lawyer potion. It's nothing much, just a bit of dirt on Lord Hibbert Hall, Earl Hall's eldest son. Earl Hall himself is quite upright, with only a few mistresses and illegitimate children, which aren't much of a handle, but his heir is another matter. Avon, taking advantage of the opportunity to conduct a clear-out in Military Intelligence Section 9's Security Department these past few days, gained access to many archives of important figures, which was truly an eye-opener. He never imagined that the seemingly respectable dignitaries he saw daily were so energetic and had such diverse hobbies in private. Robert had clearly also seen the relevant archives, and he pursed his lips and smiled at Avon's assessment of Earl Hall, nodding in agreement. Then he continued to look at Avon, waiting for Avon to give him a full assessment. Lord Hibbert is currently chairing the Air Pollution Investigation Committee. Some time ago, in order to push forward the related work as quickly as possible, he sent someone to mail a threatening letter to a recently divorced, single lady who was also involved in the investigation, along with a headless doll. Oh, that was the front page headline of last Wednesday's Backland Daily, which caused a great deal of discussion and controversy. Just a few sentences were enough for Robert to understand the full scope of the matter and to drastically change his perception of the seemingly elegant Lord Hibbert. Although politicians never rejected some underhanded tactics, targeting an innocent, single lady, who was also his partner, was too low, too unprincipled, and too lacking in aristocratic demeanor, no matter from which angle one looked at it. This is indeed a good handle, and I hope Charles Negan can proceed along the path you've laid out. Robert reviewed Avon's arrangements and felt there were no problems. A steam train appears to have a driver, but in reality, it runs on tracks that have already been laid. Avon smiled confidently. This wasn't due to his arrogance, but because he believed someone was helping him from behind. Just then, the moving carriage stopped, and the coachman's voice came from outside. "Your Excellency, Earl, Your Excellency, Baron, we have arrived." Robert and Avon exchanged glances, then both exited the carriage. Robert arrived relatively late. Duke Negan's residence was already packed with people from all walks of life. Everyone wore black formal attire and a black hat. The ladies' hats had fine black veils to cover their faces, and they wore elbow-length black gloves. They had also tacitly removed any superfluous jewelry, with only white pearl necklaces adorning their necks. Everyone invited to the memorial service today was either wealthy or noble, so they all immediately recognized the carriage of Ahova Earl's court and the renowned Earl Robert, and they all came forward to greet him. Everyone knew that in the post-Duke Negan era, Earl Robert was an absolutely indispensable figure. Just as Robert nodded and greeted the people around him, preparing to enter the Duke's residence, another commotion arose. Robert and Avon looked in the direction of the commotion, only to find that it was the Hall family's carriage that had arrived. Robert and Avon simply stood in place, waiting to enter together with Earl Hall's family. When Earl Hall, assisted by a servant, stepped down from the carriage, Robert immediately went forward and gave him a hug. Duke Nigan was a great statesman. His passing is a tremendous loss to the kingdom. We, his colleagues, must inherit his will and diligently safeguard His Majesty's kingdom. Robert wanted to take this opportunity, before entering the Duke's residence, to sound out Earl Hall's opinion. Indeed, the future of the kingdom must have been Duke Nigan's greatest concern. We must stabilize the order of LotM Kingdom. Clearly, Earl Hall understood the implicit meaning in Robert's words and subtly expressed his own view, believing that the LotM Kingdom should remain stable and not undergo drastic changes. Experienced politicians, when faced with chaotic situations, always seek to calm things down. Logically, doing so is correct, but George III had Duke Nigan killed precisely because he didn't want reforms to be obstructed any longer. If the status quo were maintained, wouldn't Duke Nigan have died in vain? Even Robert would not agree to such a thing. Avon, standing by, couldn't help but shake his head slightly in his heart. Robert and Earl Hall, in public, also found it inconvenient to say more, simply stating their attitudes was enough. So, after their embrace, they walked towards Duke Nigan's residence, surrounded by many people. Earl Hall's wife, Lord Hibbert, Miss Audrey, and Avon followed closely behind. The two families appeared exceptionally close, causing the surrounding people to whisper again. Just then, Charles Nigan, having received word from the servant at the door, rushed over. Seeing this scene, his expression changed, and upon hearing the servant's whispered words, his face darkened even further, so much so that everyone could see that the new Duke Nigan was in a very bad mood. Finally, he still came forward, thanking Earl Robert and Earl Hall for their arrival. He's too impatient. Indeed, not every noble is as seasoned as Duke Nigan and Earl Hall. The private transfer of power truly allows fools to rise. Charles Nigan's expression was seen by Avon and by a group of old foxes, all of whom felt that the new Duke Nigan was a bit too green. In contrast, Robert, of the same age, appeared very shrewd, truly capable of hiding his emotions and keeping his thoughts to himself. He looked cunning and very reliable. Earl Hall and Robert were among the last guests to arrive. Coupled with the fact that a memorial service did not have as many formalities as a banquet, the morning activities commenced immediately upon their arrival. Avon was not fond of such ceremonies. After all, in his eyes, when a person died, they died. The best gift to the deceased was to forget them, so why mourn? However, he also knew that he had to put on an act for this memorial service, so he could only stand there solemnly, with a look of deep sorrow. After Viscount Stratford, the King's envoy, finished reading His Majesty's personal eulogy, Earl Hall, Earl Robert, and Prime Minister Ogwood successively took the stage to express their remembrance of Duke Nigan. No one would miss this cost-free opportunity that might curry favor with the newly appointed Duke Nigan. After the dignitaries finished speaking, many people requested to go on stage to express their memories of the late Duke. It was only because the Duke's butler was experienced that he quickly reminded Charles Nigan to express gratitude to the guests and politely decline their requests, instead asking them to present a white flower to Duke Nigan's large portrait according to the previously prepared arrangements. Chapter 320 Dunsmith's Suspicion. After the memorial service for Duke Nigan was completed, everyone moved to the side hall of Duke Nigan's mansion. Although it was called a side hall, it was not much smaller than the main hall, large enough to hold a ball for hundreds of people to dance simultaneously. According to the normal sequence of banquets, this should have been the dancing stage, but this banquet was a memorial service, so only a cold buffet could be held. And various political bigwigs took this opportunity to start behind-the-scenes negotiations. Normally, the various bigwigs would find a more secluded lounge to discuss topics that were usually difficult to talk about. However, the new Duke Nigan specifically asked Earl Hall to leave, and everyone knew that he wanted to win over Earl Hall, so they didn't pay much attention, instead forming groups of 3 to 5 to probe each other. Soon, Charles Nigan and Earl Hall appeared simultaneously before everyone, inviting the other bigwigs to the lounge. However, everyone noticed that Earl Hall's face was very grim. He didn't have his usual smile and seemed to be suppressing his anger. Even though Avon was currently the Deputy Director of Military Intelligence Section 9 and seemed infinitely glorious to outsiders, he was not qualified to be on the stage for matters involving the highest level of secular interest division. So, after parting ways with Robert, Avon walked directly towards Miss Audrey, who seemed to be the center of attention wherever she went. Audrey also followed the trend today, wearing a pure black dress. The black fabric seemed to absorb all the surrounding light, completely removing her past innocent and lively girlish charm, and instead adding a calm and mysterious aura. Her golden hair, shining like sunlight, became even more dazzling against the black, each strand seeming to speak of her youth and vitality, yet appropriately restrained for this solemn occasion. The most striking feature was the white pearl necklace around her neck. Each pearl was round and full, emitting a soft and captivating luster. The white pearls and black dress formed a stark yet harmonious contrast, like stars twinkling in the night sky, adding a touch of elegance and nobility to the young lady. From the admiring gazes of those around, one could tell that if this world didn't truly have the Evernight goddess, everyone would regard her as the daughter of the night. Having seen Audrey in girlish cake dresses so often, seeing her today without makeup was a rare sight that Avon found particularly charming. "Good evening, Lord Hibbert, Miss Audrey." The occasion today was not very suitable, so Avon simply clinked glasses with them, without praising Audrey's beauty as he usually would. "Good evening, Baron Avon. I hear you've been busy organizing the army recently and haven't attended a Backland social ball in a long time. Are you perhaps too engrossed?" Hibbert proactively brought up the widely discussed matter of forming a new army in Backland, his tone clearly tinged with jealousy and annoyance. Because before this, his father, Earl Hall, had asked for his opinion on participating in the construction of the new army. He didn't expect him to actually join the army, but at least wanted him to have some military experience. However, Hibbert actively retreated after seeing Duke Nigan and Robert's conflict deepen and escalate. Because, in his opinion, Duke Nigan's intense reaction would cause significant setbacks for the establishment of the new army, and it was even uncertain whether the matter would be abandoned halfway, so he still rejected his father's proposal. But who would have thought that within a few days, events would take an unexpected turn, and Duke Nigan would be assassinated? The future political direction of Backland still held great uncertainty, but the establishment of the new army was irreversible and set in stone. Because after Duke Nigan's assassination, King George III had personally stepped in to endorse the establishment of the new army. After learning the relevant news yesterday, Hibbert was filled with regret. Coupled with his own narrow-mindedness, he couldn't help but say a few sarcastic remarks upon seeing Avon, who had participated throughout and whose future prospects were limitless. Avon, who knew Hibbert's personality well, raised an eyebrow, ready to retort, but held back for Audrey's sake, instead looking at him expressionlessly. In fact, as soon as Hibbert spoke, he regretted it, but he couldn't bring himself to apologize, leading to a suffocating silence. And the people who had previously surrounded them, seeing this situation, pretended not to notice and talked about trivial things with those beside them. But from their wandering eyes, it was clear that these people enjoyed watching the drama and even hoped that Avon and Hibbert would completely fall out, preferably even fight. Audrey gave her brother a reproachful look and quickly smoothed things over, saying to Avon, "I heard that a Fasak Empire princess has arrived in Backland. Is this true?" Audrey was reminding Hibbert not to forget the hidden danger of Alice Einhorn. Hibbert understood his sister's reminder, and his expression froze. Avon also couldn't be bothered to argue with someone who was about to suffer a major blow. After all, there was Audrey's face to consider, so he went along with the conversation, saying, "That's right, it has basically been confirmed that a Fasak Empire princess has appeared in Backland, but there's no more definite information yet. I think the Forsak Empire is going backwards, letting a woman lead the charge on the front lines. Victory will surely belong to the kingdom in the future." Hibbert intentionally tried to ease the conflict with Avon, so he chimed in. But he didn't know that his words simultaneously offended both Avon and Audrey. Audrey was annoyed that her brother looked down on women, while Avon felt underestimated. Just then, a waiter approached and said a few words to Hibbert. Hibbert put down his wine glass, said, "I'll be right back," and left the side hall. Audrey also breathed a sigh of relief, giving Avon an apologetic look. Avon just smiled and shook his head, feeling tired for Audrey, but what could she do with such a narrow-minded elder brother? "Someone from the psychology alchemists is at this banquet. I want to make further contact with them. Do you have any suggestions?" Finding an opportunity, Audrey quietly asked Avon. Although she had already made up her mind, Audrey couldn't help but feel nervous when it came to actual substantive contact. Avon noticed Audrey's nervousness, thought for a moment, and then comforted her. "You don't need to be so nervous. The person the psychology alchemists send to contact you will not be of a very high sequence. At most, they will be a psychiatrist. You are a person very compatible with the spectator pathway. Not everyone can fully digest the Beander potion in just 3 months after understanding the role-playing method, so you just need to remember that they are not as good as you, and there's no need to worry at all." Audrey also breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Avon's comfort. Although she knew that her speed of digesting Beander potion was indeed very fast, she didn't know many Beyonders and lacked good reference points, so the feeling wasn't very obvious. But in her heart, Avon was that kind of unreasonable genius, so his praise still held a lot of weight in Audrey's heart. After chatting for a while, Avon and Audrey parted ways. They both still had things to do. Avon took a small plate, asked a waiter to cut him a piece of dessert, then found a secluded corner to sit down, and while eating, said to a bodyguard standing nearby, "It seems the current situation is indeed very tense. For just a small memorial service, the 3 great churches have sent their Beander teams. Isn't this a bit exaggerated?" The bodyguard, with a pair of rare gray eyes, was not at all surprised that Avon recognized him. Instead, he sat opposite Avon and said with a smile, "This is the new Duke's request, which the Storm Church cannot refuse. The Nighthawks and Machinery Hivemind teams can only follow suit. However, the situation is indeed very tense now. After all, a prominent figure has died, and Archbishop Snake of the Storm Church has even been transferred because of it. We still need to take it seriously." The person speaking with Avon was none other than Dunn Smith, the captain of the Tingen City Nighthawks team. From the red gloves visible on his left hand, it was clear that he had officially become the captain of the Red Gloves team, which showed that the Night Church highly valued him. Otherwise, how could he have officially taken office in just 1 month? This was not only because he was previously the captain of the Nighthawks team and understood the role-playing method, but also because of his outstanding performance in the Tingen incident. Archbishop Snake has been transferred. That was quick. Avon hadn't been to Military Intelligence Section 9 headquarters all day today, so his information was a bit outdated. "I just received the news as well. This is actually not surprising. When such a big event happens, someone always has to take responsibility." Avon nodded in agreement. In fact, whether it was the churches or Military Intelligence Section 9, setting aside Beander abilities and faith, they were actually no different from ordinary bureaucratic agencies. "I remember that member named Leonard also applied to join the Red Gloves. You two should be together, right?" Avon now had an Aemon in his hand, possessing strong concealment, so he was curious if the old man on Leonard could detect it. "Leonard is also in my team, but he didn't come today. He took leave to visit relatives in Backland." Dunn was not surprised that Avon knew Leonard. After all, it was he who sent Leonard to guide Avon to Klein's house for the memorial service a month ago. Was this a premonition, a feeling that something bad might happen, which made Leonard avoid today's memorial service? Avon didn't believe in coincidences in the Beander world. This made him certain that merely a clone of Aemon could not escape the detection of the old man on Leonard. Of course, this didn't mean that the old man could detect that Avon had captured an Aemon. It was more likely just a momentary whim. Seeing that Avon had no more questions, Dunn Smith spoke. "I wonder if Your Excellency, the Blessed, is still concerned about Ince Zangwill and sealed artifact 008. Dunn Smith had always regarded Avon as an important figure who might help him achieve revenge. This was not only because Avon was Klein's good friend and had clearly expressed his desire to avenge Klein. It was also because Avon was a blessed of the Evernight goddess and was more likely to have access to information about Zangwill. However, after arriving in Backland, Dunsmith learned through some channels that Avon had indeed been very busy during this period, either participating in the restructuring and splitting of Military Intelligence Section 9 or participating in the formation of the new army, and had even not attended Mass at the church for a long time. So, upon meeting Avon today, he couldn't help but reveal himself and inquire. He is currently in Backland, but we are not yet ready. If we act rashly, there is a risk of failure, and we might lose the hard-won opportunity for revenge, so don't rush. Avon still wanted to see if he could bring Dunsmith's Red Gloves team into his army in the future, so he couldn't lose credibility in front of Dunsmith. Therefore, he revealed a bit of confidence, indicating that he was taking the matter of avenging Klein seriously and there was no need to worry. Dunsmith, hearing that Zangwill was in Backland, clenched his fist tightly, but then quickly relaxed it, saying solemnly, "If there's anything you need my help with, please don't hesitate to ask." Avon put down his spoon, thought for a moment, and decided to reveal a little information. Sealed Artifact 008 has the ability of, whatever is said, must be known, so you should usually avoid thinking about them. Of course, Sealed Artifact 008 is a sealed artifact after all, and it has certain side effects, which is that it will occasionally want to write its holder to death and will conceal information that could severely injure its owner. So, Zangwill may not yet be aware of your and Leonard's existence. There's no need to worry too much for now, but you still need to be careful in the future. Dunsmith's heart nearly froze when he heard the first half of the conversation, and only after hearing Avon's latter half did he breathe a sigh of relief. "I understand. I will inform Leonard about this and will be more careful in the future." With that, Dunsmith sighed and said casually, "Klein's matter has been weighing on my mind, to the point where my mind is a bit muddled. Just a few days ago, while I was chasing a criminal, I encountered a shadowy figure who made me feel as if I had seen Klein, and I almost shouted out." Avon didn't know that it was Dunsmith who was chasing Jason Buria, but this didn't prevent Avon from instantly guessing the truth, realizing that Dunsmith had indeed seen the Black Emperor, and felt a hint of something amiss, which then led to a trace of suspicion, or perhaps an unrealistic hope. "That's quite serious then. You shouldn't ignore it. Hallucinations are often a precursor to Beander Potion losing control. Do you want me to introduce you to a psychiatrist? I'm referring to a psychiatrist of the Spectator Pathway, Sequence 7. I guarantee they are very reliable." Without Klein's nod, Avon couldn't reveal the news of his survival to others, so he directly changed the subject. "No need. Perhaps I've been a bit tired lately. I'll adjust myself, and I'll be fine." Dunsmith couldn't find any flaws in Avon's expression, so he could only sigh and say. Chapter 321, Gains and Losses, Bernadette's Visit. "I saw Daly when I attended a prayer service at the church. How are you two doing now?" Avon suddenly asked a very private question, completely baffling Dunsmith. He didn't know why Avon knew about his entanglement with Daly, nor did he understand what Avon meant by asking that question. He was so stumped that he just froze. "I've been keeping an eye on your and Leonard's situation, so I learned a few things. I don't have any other meaning in asking this question, I just want to know if Daly is truly a member of the Avengers team in Tingen. You should know that the operation against Zangwill in 008 inherently carries immense risks. If she shares your ideals, then there's nothing more to say. But if you don't intend to involve her, then you need to carefully consider your relationship with her." Avon sincerely advised Dunsmith with a thoughtful expression, and Dunsmith's expression also grew serious upon hearing this, as Avon's advice was very realistic. From the moment Daly saw him and Leonard join the Red Gloves, she understood their intentions, and she had expressed her willingness to seek revenge with them several times, but he and Leonard had always been a bit hesitant about it. At the same time, after Dunsmith was transferred to Backland, Daly also began a fierce public offensive against him, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed and indecisive. Avon's words made him realize that it was time to resolve the issues with Daly. he couldn't keep her hanging like this. It wouldn't be good for either of them, especially with Ins Zangwil currently in Backland. Thank you for your reminder. I will handle Daly's matter. Dunn Smith thanked Avon gratefully. Avon remained noncommittal, raising an eyebrow as he accepted Dunn Smith's thanks. The Beander teams of the three great churches were secretly protecting Duke Nigan's mansion, so Dunn Smith, not suited to stay too long, left shortly after speaking with Avon. Avon watched Dunn Smith's departing figure and fell into contemplation. He wondered if the Evernight goddess also hoped that he could bring Dunn Smith and Leonard's Red Gloves team under his command, otherwise, their deployment to Backland this time would be too coincidental. You should know that in the original work, Leonard would have to undergo at least 3 months of study abroad at the Holy Cathedral to complete all Red Gloves member training, and would not be assigned to Backland until at least the end of the year, but now this process has been greatly accelerated. In fact, what was most surprising was that Dunn Smith, a local team leader, became the leader of an independent Red Gloves team after only a short month of retraining. Even if Dunn Smith understood the role-playing method, even if he had already become a Sequence 6 Soul Assurer before the Tingen incident, this was still very shocking. Avon also couldn't figure out the reason, and in the end, he could only attribute this anomaly to himself. After all, he was the biggest reason Dunn Smith was still alive. And Avon's recent reminder to Dunn Smith about handling his relationship with Daly had no other meaning. He just wanted to use this private conversation to further strengthen their relationship and lay a good foundation for future recruitment. As for whether Dunn Smith would completely break ties with Daly or face the future together, that was not Avon's concern. When Avon turned his attention back to the others, he noticed that Lord Hibbert Hall, who had been called away by a waiter, was sitting alone in a corner of the ball, drinking in silence, completely devoid of his previous enthusiasm for showing off in public. Even when someone raised a glass and tried to approach him, they were ultimately repelled by the chill emanating from him, forced to leave without interest. Avon chuckled at the sight, understanding that Lord Hibbert already knew he had been caught by the new Duke Nigan and had become a bargaining chip to threaten Earl Hall. For him, who had always held himself in high regard, hoped to gain his father's approval, and longed to make a good impression on his father, this was a heavy blow, and his self-esteem had suffered severe damage. He also didn't know how Earl Hall would handle this matter. Would he abandon this heir, whose methods were not at all refined, and completely break ties with the new Duke Nigan, or would he endure it for a while and wait for things to calm down? Avon was now very much looking forward to Earl Hall's choice, although this choice was a dilemma for Earl Hall, and this dilemma was created by him. Soon, Prime Minister Ogwood, Earl Hall, Robert, and other political magnates appeared at the buffet. Everyone looked solemn, expressing their sorrow over Duke Nigan's unexpected passing, and looked forward to the low-end political scene in the post-Duke Nigan era, without mentioning what they had just discussed in their secret meeting, leaving all those who wanted to inquire about inside information scratching their heads. Those who didn't know the inside story couldn't figure it out, but Avon had pretty much seen through it all. He was basically certain that the behind-the-scenes deals between the various parties had been completed, and everyone had already delineated their basic spheres of influence, and the basic direction of the post-Duke Nigan era had been determined. From the expressions of Charles Negan, Prime Minister Ogwood, and Robert, they should have all obtained what they wanted, so the loser of this contest was self-evident. Earl Hall should have saved his eldest son this time. This is understandable, after all. No matter how disappointed he was still his eldest son, his heir, and the mess had to be cleaned up. After all, the reputation of their family was also at stake. It's just that he doesn't know what price Earl Hall paid, and how he will arrange this heir who caused him so much trouble. Would Earl Hall turn to cultivating his second son, Alfred Hall, who is currently serving in the southern continent? From the content of the original work and his understanding of Earl Hall during this period, this is not impossible. Oh dear, I accidentally poked such a big hole in Miss Justice's family. How to control family conflicts really tests Miss Audrey's ability as a spectator. Avon offered an insincere apology to Miss Audrey in his heart, then gleefully prepared to watch a family drama. After all, This gathering was not a celebration like a wedding or birthday, but a memorial service for a deceased person. There was no joyful music or dancing, and the attending guests quickly lost interest. And Charles Negan had already achieved his purpose in holding this memorial service, feeling great, and no longer tormented everyone, quickly announcing the end of the memorial service. As soon as they heard the memorial service was over, most people couldn't wait to leave. From this, it can also be seen that they did not have too deep a longing for the deceased Duke Negan. Among the many people who left first, the Earl Hall family was particularly conspicuous. This also provided many people who speculated about the behind-the-scenes dealings of the bigwigs with new material for excited discussion, providing fodder for their verbal indulgence. Subsequently, Robert also bid farewell and left Duke Negan's mansion, and Avon naturally followed suit, getting into the same carriage. It seems Earl Hall really had a large piece of flesh cut off this time, so much so that he had to display his dissatisfaction in this way. Earl Hall's public departure first was a political stance that he was not close with Charles Negan. This basically indicated that the relationship between the old Duke Negan and him would not continue with Charles Negan. Although he hadn't completely dismantled Duke Negan's power, Robert wasn't disheartened at all. Instead, he was even happier. Because after this change, the Hall-Negan alliance, which he most feared, was now basically impossible to achieve. Leaving Charles Negan to remain at the table would actually be more beneficial for Robert's future actions. The duck that was within reach flew away, so it's only natural for Earl Hall to be angry. The division of interests this time basically followed our previous assumptions. Ogwood Negan continues to serve as Prime Minister, and has gained control of the Parliament's Judiciary Committee and various critical government departments, truly giving government departments a certain degree of decision-making power. And I took over the Defense Department of the government, as well as the Foreign Affairs Committee in Parliament. Charles Negan took the Parliament's Budget Committee, which I had previously intended to use to win over Earl Hall. Earl Hall, apart from the title of Conservative Party leader, did not gain any substantive things in this feast of dividing old-era power. Instead, he almost completely fell out with Charles Negan, becoming the biggest loser. Robert felt a surge of excitement at the thought of Earl Hall and Charles Negan becoming enemies from now on. Earl Hall still has a broad perspective. Charles Negan's initial idea was probably to use the materials I secretly gave him to force Earl Hall to jointly oppose you and his own uncle, not expecting to make Earl Hall sacrifice so much. But surprisingly, Earl Hall then sacrificed himself, preferring to let his own interests suffer rather than reignite the great political turmoil in Backland. Under a two-pronged attack, he could only sacrifice his own interests to achieve a new balance. And Charles Negan was so dazzled by the power of the Budget Committee that he truly took Earl Hall's things, completely offending Earl Hall. He brought this upon himself. On the surface, Earl Hall suffered the greatest loss in this division of interests, but Charles Negan also lost his future. With his short-sightedness and ambition exceeding his talent, he would sooner or later be completely devoured by the old foxes. Robert, do you think this change will make Earl Hall consider replacing his heir? Avon barely moved, and Robert knew what he was thinking, and that idea also made him feel tempted. Earl Hall's second son, Alfred Hall, was a famous admirer of Robert, who had long aspired to emulate Robert's actions. He gave up a more promising naval career to join the army, where Robert served, fighting battles across the southern continent and earning a formidable reputation. If Earl Hall could replace his heir and let Alfred take over, then the vast political resources represented by Earl Hall could potentially completely lean towards Robert. This was also the reason why Robert had always been keen on Avon marrying Audrey. He was playing a long game. Now with this more effective method, Robert couldn't help but be tempted. 50-50. Replacing an heir isn't that easy. It was so difficult for me to rise to power, let alone him. However, Earl Hall is no ordinary man. We'll see about this matter. Avon nodded in agreement with Robert's view and decided in his heart to pay more attention to information about Hibbert Hall. I'm sorry, Father. I've disappointed you. I've messed things up. In the carriage at the head of Earl Hall's procession, there were only Earl Hall and his eldest son. At this moment, Lord Hibbert nervously peeked at his father's expression, speaking cautiously. Earl Hall opened his eyes, which had been slightly narrowed, and looked at Hibbert, who was apologizing to him, saying with some disappointment, "Do you know what your biggest mistake was?" Lord Hibbert thought for a moment, then shook his head. "Your biggest mistake wasn't using any means to achieve your goal, but rather being discovered while doing these things. And even if you were discovered, you didn't even realize you had been found out, to the point of becoming a card in someone else's hand, and when they played it, we were completely unprepared." By the end, Earl Hall could no longer conceal the disappointment in his heart. Today, because of Hibbert's matter, he was truly too passive, and in the end, he could only resort to a drastic measure. Such a passive situation was something Earl Hall had rarely encountered in his life. He had truly suffered a great loss. Moreover, he shared Robert's perspective, understanding that he had also lost the opportunity to form an alliance with Charles Negan in the future. Although he knew this would happen, Earl Hall still made the decision to leave first just now, only to maintain the face that was destined to be lost in the future. At the same time, Earl Hall was very interested in who had secretly plotted against him and Hibbert. Was it Robert Horn or Ogwood Negan? In any case, Earl Hall would never believe that Hibbert's incriminating material was actually collected by Charles Negan's people. He simply didn't have the brains for that. Can Hibbert really support the Earl Hall household? Watching him ceaselessly prattle on about a revenge plan he'd thought of for less than 2 hours, Earl Hall for the first time entertained the idea of changing his heir. Avon's villa was in the West District, so after Robert's carriage arrived at Earl Hall's mansion, he returned home alone. After bidding his diligent old butler, who was still awake, good night, Avon had just changed into his pajamas when a mass of foam gathered in his bedroom, eventually forming into the likeness of Bernadette. Before Avon could react, the foam-formed Bernadette suddenly came to life. Chapter 322, A Visit, A Deception. Good evening, madam. It's quite late. May I ask what brings you here? This isn't exactly an ideal time for a discussion, is it? Avon spread his hands, showing Bernadette his pajamas, reminding her that a visit at this hour was highly inappropriate. Bernadette ignored Avon's words and directly asked, "Where is that blasphemy slate, and what was that strange spiritual entity that stole it?" It seemed Robert had already informed Bernadette of their bet's outcome through a secret communication method. Avon understood that Robert had informed Bernadette, so he didn't deny it. He simply flipped his right hand and once again produced the Black Emperor blasphemy slate, saying, "That's right, I've already helped Robert obtain the Black Emperor blasphemy slate, winning him the bet against you. But I still need to return this blasphemy slate. Would you like to take a look?" Avon's fingers moved deftly, making the blasphemy slate constantly flip in his right hand, and he looked at Bernadette with a sly smile, the very picture of a cunning merchant. Bernadette was speechless, but she also knew that she had been too confident before, leading to her current passive situation. Whether she faced it or avoided it, this blow was inevitable, so she could only nod and say, "Name your price. What will it take for me to view this slate?" "One request." This was a condition Avon had prepared long ago. Bernadette previously owed Avon 3 requests. After helping Avon obtain the Hunter Pathway blasphemy slate and eliminate the 3-in-1 angel, 2 were repaid, leaving 1 remaining. Bernadette was the best person to make a deal with. She wouldn't go back on her word. Avon had always been thinking about having her owe him again. All right. Bernadette also knew that her weakness had been grasped by Avon. She had anticipated Avon's condition before coming, so she agreed very readily. Seeing Bernadette's promptness, Avon did not hesitate. With a flick of his finger, he shot the slate, which was folder between his fingers, towards her. Upon receiving the blasphemy slate, Bernadette did not eagerly flip through the formulas within. Instead, she pointed her finger towards her glabella and simultaneously said, "Remember to close your eyes." As soon as her voice fell, a pair of transparent, emotionless, and extremely cold eyes, devoid of eyelashes, appeared before her. This eye suddenly shrank and adhered to Bernadette's glabella, as if becoming her innate third eye. Avon, standing by, quickly closed his eyes. Just a brief glance at that eye made him feel as if he was being seen through, his entire body splitting apart. Knowing the danger, Avon never tried to act tough in such matters, so he naturally obeyed Bernadette's words and closed his eyes. The main thing was obedience. You can open your eyes now. Soon, Avon heard Bernadette's voice telling him to open his eyes, but the voice sounded somewhat weak. When Avon opened his eyes, he found that Bernadette's face was indeed very pale, and even her crimson lips had lost their color. You wanted to use the blasphemy slate to peer into whether Emperor Rosal successfully ascended to Black Emperor. Actually, you didn't need to go to such lengths. Robert and I have already conducted some tests and understand the inside story. Bernadette rolled her beautiful eyes at his words and said in an unfriendly tone. And then owe you another favor. Avon remained silent, his little scheme seen through by Bernadette. He couldn't get a free favor, but fortunately, he was thick-skinned and immediately changed the subject, saying, Congratulations, Emperor Rosal did indeed ascend to the Black Emperor, capable of resurrection, before his death. With the stability of the order the Emperor established, he will one day return to the world. Bernadette did not continue to mock Avon, but instead shook her head calmly and said, It's not that simple. More than 100 years have passed since his demise, yet there's no trace or sign of his revival. Something must have gone wrong. And it's not just a problem with him, there's also an external enemy in Backland, eyeing him covetously, wanting to cut off his path. The external enemy Bernadette referred to was naturally George III, who was plotting to ascend to the Black Emperor. Clearly, after understanding the complete resurrection principle of the Black Emperor, Bernadette's desire to disrupt George III's plans became even more urgent. Bernadette threw the blasphemy slate back into Avon's hand and continued. You haven't answered my other question, who is that person? Why did he know the blasphemy slate was among those manuscripts? You didn't tell him the information you got from me, did you? If so, you would have violated the rules first in this bet by introducing a third party. Besides wanting to understand whether her father had successfully ascended to godhood through the Black Emperor blasphemy slate, Bernadette also wanted to know how the whereabouts of the blasphemy slate had been leaked. He was an accidental third party and didn't know that others were also eyeing this blasphemy slate. As for why he had detailed information, I didn't ask further. Anyway, Avon didn't personally tell Klein the whereabouts of the Black Emperor blasphemy slate, so he lied without any psychological burden. Who is he, and where can I find him? Bernadette herself hadn't actually suspected that Avon had introduced the third party, but since Avon could find that person before her, it indicated that Avon had some understanding of him. Avon didn't speak when he heard this. Instead, he directly pulled out a document bag from the bedside table and handed it to Bernadette. Bernadette took it and found it contained the file of a military intelligence Section 9 agent named Sherlock Moriarty. She also recognized him as the officer who had been making discreet moves in the museum restroom. He is actually my university classmate. For some reasons, he joined a secret organization. I haven't delved deeper into it. You'll have to investigate further yourself. Bernadette understood Avon's meaning. This person's actions at the museum were very likely not his personal intention, but rather directed by a secret organization behind him, or even a hidden existence. Bernadette raised the document bag in her hand and said gratefully, I understand what you mean. Thank you for your preparation. Can you tell me what your next move is? I know you never act without purpose, you must have a complete plan. Avon chuckled, glanced eastward through the French window, and then said with a smile. The entire world is undergoing drastic changes, order is constantly collapsing and reorganizing. The sea pattern of the 4 kings and 7 generals has been maintained for too long, so long that it has become the memory of at least 2 generations. It's time for some changes. Avon had expected Bernadette to ask how he intended to proceed, but to his surprise, Bernadette's first reaction was to turn pale and retort. Are you implying that I'm already a grandmother-level figure? Avon was dumbfounded, unsure how to answer. Firstly, he hadn't expected Bernadette to react this way, and secondly, he hadn't expected that even after becoming an angel, Bernadette would still care about her age. Her humanity seemed to have become even more abundant. "No, I didn't mean that." Avon, flustered, tried to explain, but couldn't form a coherent sentence. Bernadette had never seen Avon like this before and found it quite amusing, letting out a chuckle. "All right, no need to explain. Who is your target?" Seeing that Bernadette didn't mind his slip of the tongue, Avon secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "The Undying King, Agurito. He's probably the easiest to bully, with no strong backing. The original text has clearly revealed the true nature of the Undying King, which is a ship corrupted by the Abyss. Even if the ship's creation involved the Abyss, given the current state of the Abyss, it is unlikely to provide much assistance." Avon's words were very frank and realistic. If one lacks strong backing and sufficient personal strength, they will inevitably become a target. "Your target shouldn't just be Agurito, it seems more like Nastor Solomon. And this plan isn't just your personal intention, your brothers must also be involved." Avon smiled but said nothing, simply looking at Bernadette quietly. Bernadette didn't mind either. She simply left a message, saying to inform her when he was ready to act, and then she transformed into bubbles again and left Avon's bedroom. As soon as Bernadette left, Avon quickly sprang into action. He pulled out the materials he always kept ready and immediately began a ritual. "The fool who does not belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the yellow-black king who controls good luck. I request your gaze. I request you inform Klein that Emperor Rosel's eldest daughter, Empress Bernadette, has learned of him from me. Please tell him to be careful. Additionally, I request the return of the Hunter Pathway Blasphemy Slate." Not long after Avon finished his prayer, a spiritual wind blew around the candles, and the flames on them expanded and stretched, forming an illusory door. When the illusory door opened, the blasphemy slate placed between the two candles disappeared from the altar, replaced by another completely different blasphemy slate. It was precisely the Hunter Pathway Blasphemy Slate that Avon had mortgaged with Mr. Fool to help Mr. Fool inflict heavy damage on Amon. Avon carefully put away the blasphemy slate that was most suitable for him, thanked Mr. Fool, and then began to clean up the traces of the ritual. Klein sat on a chair in the Grey Fog Palace, and when he heard Avon's prayer, he couldn't help but grind his teeth. He hadn't expected Avon to sell him out so quickly, although he had somewhat anticipated this, as it was a bitter fruit he had personally sown. Who told him to admit last time that his reckless actions at the museum might have been Mr. Fool's plan to lure Bernadette? With this speculation, Avon would naturally be eager to cooperate with Mr. Fool's actions. After exchanging the Hunter Pathway Blasphemy Slate as previously agreed, Klein, using the gray fog, observed his physical body in the real world. He indeed found a female figure secretly observing him from dozens of meters away, lying asleep on the bed, yet strangely without her spiritual body. Klein sighed. Although he really didn't want to face an angel directly, fortunately, he had some psychological preparation beforehand and had rehearsed this situation in his mind, so he wouldn't immediately panic. Moreover, his biggest confidence was that neither his previous performance nor Avon's guidance had led Bernadette to connect Sherlock Moriarty with the leader of the secret organization, the Tarot Club, Mr. Fool. Klein could still pretend to be Mr. Fool's proxy in front of Bernadette, rather than having his secrets completely exposed. Thinking this, Klein took a deep breath and then left the gray fog, regaining consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, Klein unhurriedly changed into a fresh suit, hat in hand, and bowed halfway in the direction he had previously seen, politely saying, "Since you have already paid a visit, I shall naturally fulfill my duties as host. I ask that your highness the princess no longer conceal yourself." Klein remained in a half-bowed posture, motionless. After a long while, Bernadette appeared in Klein's apartment and said in a cold tone, "The abilities of the person behind you truly exceeded my expectations. You should know that, apart from deities and some pathways with special authorities, it's difficult for an angel to discover me when I deliberately hide. Bernadette repeatedly raised her assessment of the person behind Sherlock Moriarty in her heart, becoming increasingly vigilant. This is all the supreme power of Mr. Fool. Klein, suppressing the awkwardness in his heart, shouted with fervent eyes. Fortunately, he had successfully advanced to faceless before, allowing him to skillfully mask his emotions and facial expressions. Otherwise, he might not have been able to utter such words. Bernadette was not at all surprised by Klein's reaction. In her mind, those who could directly serve a hidden existence were bound to be incomprehensible fanatics. Nothing they did was surprising, she had witnessed many such things over the years. Mr. Fool. The one from the Antigonus family. After becoming a sage, Bernadette could glimpse many secrets. Although the 7 Orthodox churches tried their best to hide the history and secrets of the Fourth Epoch, she still learned many ancient secrets through various means, including the half of the Fool still sealed by the Evernight goddess. So Bernadette's first reaction was, did the half of the Fool from the Antigonus family escape the Evernight goddess's control? Judging by your appearance, the Mr. Fool you speak of has been waiting for my arrival, and your performance at the museum was merely a prelude, wasn't it? Precisely because she knew so much, and knew that the Antigonus family was an angel family that occupied the seer pathway, she quickly sorted through all the events in her mind and instantly concluded that she had been guided by someone. Regarding Bernadette's guess, Klein smiled but remained silent, neither admitting nor denying it. Chapter 323, Klein's Decision. It seems Mr. Fool and I are heading towards each other. What does he want from me, and what can he offer me? Bernadette wasn't bothered by Klein's reaction and directly laid out the situation. Mr. Fool hopes to obtain more of your father's diaries. This was why Klein, after learning of Bernadette's existence from Avon, ultimately decided to take a huge risk and confront an angel. He yearned too much for more of Rosal's remaining diaries. As for what he can give you, that depends on how many diaries you can provide in his current state. Perhaps in the future, he can offer you some assistance regarding the Augustus family's affairs. After several Tarot Club meetings, Avon provided a lot of information, and Bernadette's information made up a significant portion of it. This also made Klein realize that Bernadette, as a pirate king, had truly been away from her fleet for a very long time. Utilizing the convenience of his military intelligence Section 9 identity, Klein inquired about many things. In the evaluations regarding Keelangos's demise, he heard many remarks about how he shouldn't have gone ashore. Although Keelangos and Bernadette were not comparable, the principle was the same. That is, one should not easily leave their familiar environment and domain, otherwise, they will encounter unexpected dangers. In the eyes of many, when Keelangos decided to go ashore and came to Backland alone, his death was already an unavoidable fate. By this standard, Bernadette had stayed in Backland for far too long, so long that Klein was convinced something big would definitely happen in Backland. Something even bigger than the King of Angels breaking into the city and the great battle between various angels. This made it hard for Klein not to associate it with the cooperation between the Augustus family and the demonist sect that Avon mentioned. What exactly did they want to do? Every time he thought that the supreme ruler of this country was colluding with an evil god organization to persecute his own people, Klein, who grew up under the red flag in his previous life, felt a chill down his spine. So, his meeting with Bernadette this time also had the intention of probing for more information from her. Avon, due to the restrictions of 008 in the royal family, was always unable to reveal too much. Bernadette, who stood opposite the Augustus family and was an angel, should not have so many scruples and should be able to reveal some information, right? Bernadette didn't have as many thoughts as Klein and was very interested in gaining an ally against George III, but obtaining more information about the square characters was her top priority. Oh, it seems Mr. Fool behind you is also very interested in George III's affairs and wants to get involved. We can cooperate on this point, but I am more interested in obtaining the method to decipher those square characters. If Mr. Fool is willing to provide the deciphering method for this script, I can offer an entire diary. Ever since she knew that the person in front of her might have the King of Angels who escaped from the Hornassus Mountains behind him, Bernadette was basically convinced that the other party had indeed deciphered the complete square characters. After all, that was an existence at the pinnacle of the seer pathway, and along with Aemon, the King of Angels at the pinnacle of the Marauder pathway, they were the most likely to decipher the square characters. Because these two pathways respectively had the sequence of seer and cryptologist, both of which were very skilled in deciphering. The other sequence was mystery prior, but Bernadette had already tried it and found it unfeasible. Hearing Bernadette's request, Klein pretended to listen intently, as if a great existence was whispering to him, conveying an oracle, which made Bernadette's eyes narrow slightly, her gaze hollow, faintly flashing with imperceptible light. But no matter how Bernadette used her eye of mystery to probe, she could not discover the connection between Klein and the mysterious Mr. Fool, let alone directly listen to the content of their communication. Finally, Klein drew a complex symbol on his chest, pretending to bow his head in gratitude for Mr. Fool's teachings, and then shook his head to Bernadette, rejecting her proposal. The symbol Klein had just drawn on his chest was adapted from the symbol behind Mr. Fool's high-backed chair above the gray fog. That symbol was composed of the eyeless eye, symbolizing secrecy, and the twisted line, symbolizing change. Since the legendary half-fool was in existence at the pinnacle of the seer pathway, then Klein's prayer gesture designed using this symbol was perfectly suitable. As expected, Bernadette showed a clear change in expression regarding Klein's prayer gesture, and she was not surprised by Mr. Fool's rejection of her proposal. After all, in her mind, those mysterious square characters must involve very deep secrets, so it was not difficult to understand why the other party refused the transaction. Instead, the executor's prayer gesture further confirmed her conjecture about the fool. This also made Bernadette, who wanted to disrupt George III's promotion plan, pay more attention to Mr. Fool as a potential ally. But Bernadette was not an inexperienced 3-year-old child. She wouldn't be strung along by a pie in the sky drawn by Klein, nor would she truly believe that Mr. Fool stood against George III without any precautions. What if everything Klein said was false? What if the so-called Mr. Fool was actually on George III's side, fishing for her? Anything was possible now, especially since she had already shown her stance in the angel battle a few days ago, and ruined the Augustus family's grand plan. George III couldn't possibly ignore her. He must have already secretly planned measures to counter her, and she had to be careful in her response. She never forgot that Avon had mentioned that 008 was in Backland, on George III's side. Ultimately, it was a matter of mutual trust. Bernadette hoped to gain an ally against George III, yet she lacked understanding and trust in the suddenly appearing Mr. Fool. The basis of cooperation is mutual trust. How can I be sure that Mr. Fool is willing to stand against George III? You should know that George III's scheme could, to some extent, declare the end of the Fifth Epoch, and assisting in it could yield considerable benefits. Bernadette wanted Mr. Fool to make some gestures to gain her trust, as she had also seen Mr. Fool's urgent need for the diaries in her possession. Facing a king of angels, she was not without leverage. Klein showed no change in expression when he heard Bernadette's words, but his heart was stirred with endless waves. The Augustus family's scheme can actually end the Fifth Epoch, which has lasted for thousands of years. George III is actually him. How is this possible? Klein knew that the Augustus family's scheme would not be simple, but he hadn't expected it to be so grand. The Faceless's ability allowed Klein to barely suppress the turbulent waves in his heart, forcing himself to appear prepared, and he said with a light chuckle, "In a few days, you will see my lord's sincerity." Bernadette knew that the conversation had reached its end. The subsequent transactions and interactions would depend on Mr. Fool's next actions. "I will await Mr. Fool's actions." Saying this, Bernadette once again turned into a pile of foam and then disappeared. After Bernadette left, Klein did not relax his guard. Instead, he tidied up the room he hadn't had time to clean during the day, then lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. It wasn't until dawn, taking advantage of the opportunity to wash up, he quietly performed the 4-step counterclockwise ritual, sat on the toilet, and used the gray fog to scan his surroundings. He only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that Bernadette was not monitoring him. The difference between me and an angel is too great. I can't detect if I'm being monitored using conventional methods. To be safe, I need to go to the gray fog irregularly to scan my surroundings. The risk of dealing with an angel was too great, but the temptation was also considerable. Klein felt that he was now walking on a knife's edge, and a slight misstep could send him plummeting into the abyss. Fortunately, the angel he faced was Bernadette, a mystery prior who strictly adhered to her acting principles, otherwise, the consequences would truly be unpredictable. Through yesterday's contact, Klein basically categorized Bernadette into the lawful neutral alignment. I really didn't expect George III to become a. Although I don't know the specific situation, from a realistic perspective, the 7 Orthodox churches should have certain restrictions on the king, the ruler of the real world. After all, the tone set by the 7 gods is, extraordinary powers hidden, and the most prominent king certainly cannot display an unnaturally long lifespan. This means that George III violated the rules set by the 7 gods, which is why he had to cooperate with the notorious demonist sect. This also shows how unspeakable George III's scheme is, and how great its harm will be. But what exactly is he plotting? Unfortunately, Bernadette didn't reveal more, because in her mind, Mr. Fool should be very familiar with the inside story, which is why he had the intention to cooperate with her. Klein always felt that there was only a thin veil left before he could glimpse the Augustus family's scheme, but he just couldn't break through it, which made him very anxious. Klein regretted in his heart that Bernadette hadn't revealed more information, while also feeling fortunate that his performance last night had successfully deceived an angel. Other things could deceive people, but the speed of potion digestion would not. Klein now felt as if the faceless potion, which he had only taken a few days ago, had been struck by a sledgehammer, showing several cracks of digestion. No matter what, I have reinforced Mr. Fool's existence in front of Bernadette, and also strengthened the persona of Sherlock Moriarty's fanatical believer. I imagine if I can perform a few more times in front of her, the digestion of the faceless potion should be very fast and easy. At the same time, Klein also summarized his own acting principles. 1. You can impersonate anyone, but it can only be yourself. Once a faceless forgets this, it is easy to lose oneself in constant changes and eventually become a monster. Here, self refers to corresponding to one's own spirit, referring to the truest self within. The self is the sum of personality, experience, cognition, and all interpersonal relationships. A faceless, through the comparison of different identities, recognizes his own self, finds his truest self, and must not be negatively affected by the role due to prolonged acting. 2. Perform a deep disguise that deceives everyone, truly disguise as another person and receive feedback. 3. The disguise of identity can be one's own or that of a virtual character. The key point is to make others believe that it truly exists. 4. The more audiences faced with different identities, and the higher their sequence, the faster the potion digestion speed. When summarizing to the 4th point, Klein suddenly paused, because he felt that this acting method had something in common with the spread of faith by churches. Is this why all the gods, including evil gods, want to develop believers? Is this also why all 7 gods include in their doctrines that they directly originate from the original creator? After being exposed to the history of the City of Silver and Rosal's diary, Klein had a clearer understanding of the birth of the 7 gods. They were all mortals, who advanced by consuming potions, not innately born gods as their doctrines claimed. No matter what, maintaining the persona of Mr. Fool's existence in front of Bernadette, by adding an Antigonus family identity, is a very good choice. This way, without me saying much, she can imagine everything. But I can't just let Bernadette imagine, there should also be some practical actions to corroborate her speculation. Capon and those 2 corrupted individuals are a very good choice. Originally, Klein was prepared to follow Avon's advice and delay dealing with Capon. However, Seeing Cappen's subordinates wantonly abducting young girls in the East Borough for themselves and the upper echelons of Backland during this period, the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Klein even felt a great sense of guilt towards the young girls who suffered during this time because of his inaction. It was precisely because of his compromise and cold indifference that they suffered such misfortune. So, Klein's action was already imminent, an arrow on the bowstring. Although he couldn't see the truth, and his own strength was still very weak, Klein would not allow himself to remain indifferent when he knew that millions of people in Backland were in danger. Nor would he ever allow himself to stand by idly within his capabilities. With great power comes great responsibility. Klein was now increasingly understanding the meaning of this famous line from superhero movies in his previous life, although he didn't consider himself a superhero. At the next Tarot Club meeting, I need to reveal a bit of my upcoming actions to Avon, otherwise, he might be affected. Revealing a bit can also prepare him mentally, so he won't be caught off guard when the time comes. The clues about Kappen and the two corrupted individuals both came from Avon. In terms of both emotion and reason, Klein felt that he should give Avon an explanation, otherwise, it would be too irresponsible. Chapter 324, The Abraham Family's Probe. This is Miss Furs Wall, the heir to the estate of Lauro and Anneliese, and she is also my son's guide in the Beander world. And this is Mr. Lawrence Nord, whom I mentioned to you, an elder of our ancient family. An old man lying in a hospital bed was introducing the two people standing by his bedside to each other. Hello, Mr. Lawrence. Hello, Miss Furs Wall. The two shook hands lightly in front of the hospital bed, then quickly ended the contact. It was clear that both were wary of each other. To avoid disturbing the patient's rest, Furs and the elegant, kind-faced Mr. Lawrence left the hospital shortly after and went to a nearby cafe. Ms. Anneliese, who left you Beander items, was not only a family member from the same Abraham family as me, but also my younger brother's wife. After the waiter brought the coffee and left, Mr. Lawrence stirred his coffee with a spoon and spoke first. Hearing this relationship, Furs's expression softened slightly, and she said with nostalgia in her eyes, I used to be a doctor at the nearby Yusuf Clinic, and Ms. Anneliese often came to see me. At that time, her husband, Mr. Lauro, had already passed away. I would occasionally talk to her and help her with some things, such as. She also gave me motherly care. My mother left me very early, and my father has already settled down and started a family in the southern continent, no longer in contact. So she finally made a will, giving me her savings and cash, and donating her jewelry, books, and furniture to charity, supervised by her designated law firm. Lawrence pinched his forehead, saying with a hint of sadness, This is truly regrettable. I can't understand why Anneliese didn't contact me these past few years to tell me about Lauro's death. She didn't tell me much. I only know that she was somewhat dissatisfied with Mr. Lauro's relatives, the Abraham family. Furs did not comfort the old man in front of her but told him everything she knew. Lawrence stared at the coffee cup in front of him in silence for a long time, then looked up at Furs and said, According to Norber, you are now a senior intelligence officer at Military Intelligence Section 9. Did you learn about the Abraham family from within Military Intelligence Section 9? Norber was the old man who had just introduced Furs to Lawrence, and also the unfortunate fellow who Avon had extorted when he went looking for a magic potion formula for Furs, following the plot of Lord of the Mysteries. In the original work, his son was even more unlucky because his father's words were vague and unclear before his death. He chose to take the magic potion and advance on the night of the blood moon, and was eventually killed by a thought, by Mr. Dorr, becoming a universal key. Yes, after I inherited Mrs. Anneliese's estate and became an apprentice, I had been searching for the Sequence 8 Trickmaster magic potion formula. But several years passed with no results. In desperation, I was introduced by a friend and joined Military Intelligence Section 9. Furs, following Avon's previous instructions, spoke partial truths, ensuring that Lawrence, who possessed a lie-detecting, sealed artifact, did not detect anything amiss. Military Intelligence Section 9 should have very strict identity checks for Beyonders who join halfway. They should have discovered the source of your Beyonder materials and magic potion formula. Did they not give you any instructions regarding the Abraham family? As he said this, Lawrence's body was tense, ready to deal with any Military Intelligence Section 9 personnel who might be hidden nearby. As a former high-ranking elder of the Abraham family, Lawrence would never lower his guard, always assuming the worst intentions from Beyonder organizations towards the Abraham family. Ever since receiving the report from Norber, a member of the Abraham family, about furs, Lawrence had believed this was Military Intelligence Section 9 phishing. However, Furzwall's identity in Military Intelligence Section 9 was too tempting. If the Abraham family could truly plant one of their own in Military Intelligence Section 9, then the Abraham family members staying in the Loan Kingdom would be much safer. After the last rebellion, the Abraham family could no longer withstand major upheavals. Moreover, the guide Furs mentioned was his younger brother's family, and he himself was already 80 years old, wishing to know the whereabouts of his last remaining relatives. So, after careful consideration, Lawrence resolutely explained the situation to the family's elder council, actively cut off all contact, and came to Backland alone, wanting to personally verify Furzwall. Mr. Norber only knows that I am a senior intelligence officer in Military Intelligence Section 9, but he doesn't know that I am a personal intelligence officer for a high-ranking official in Military Intelligence Section 9. My information is personally managed by my superior, who is also the friend who recommended me to join Military Intelligence Section 9. So, besides my friend, no one in Military Intelligence Section 9 knows that I am a Beyonder of the apprentice pathway. Before contacting Lawrence, Furs had rehearsed with Avon and knew very well how to dispel his doubts during their interaction, so she directly presented the prepared statement. The sealed artifact hidden on him still showed no reaction, indicating that Furs was telling the truth. This greatly surprised Lawrence, but he did not lower his guard. Oh. Then your friend's position in Military Intelligence Section 9 must be extraordinary. Is it convenient to tell me his identity? Furs smiled faintly. Lawrence's question still did not exceed her and Avon's expectations, so she nodded easily and said, "He is Ewan Horn, the younger brother of Count Robert of Parliament and the current Deputy Director of Military Intelligence Section 9. Lawrence fell silent. Furz's answer was unexpected. At the same time, he immediately judged that Furz's attempt to connect with the Abraham family through Norber was neither a trap set by Military Intelligence Section 9. Nor was it, as Furs claimed, merely for her future path of advancement. There was indeed someone behind her, someone who instructed her to contact the Abraham family, and who was not afraid of being seen, playing with an open hand. It's this deputy director who asked you to contact the Abraham family, right? What does he want to do? Although he understood that Furs was not a Military Intelligence Section 9 conspiracy against the Abraham family, and that his worst fears had not materialized, Lawrence still did not let down his guard. He personally or his Horn family wants to cooperate with the Abraham family. Furs was prepared to act as a qualified messenger today, conveying Avon's previous instructions word for word to prevent Lawrence from misjudging. What cooperation? He can help the Abraham family break free from the curse that has plagued them for 1,000 years and help the Abraham family stand at the top of the world again. To be honest, Furs felt Avon's tone was a bit grand, but she still seriously relayed Avon's message. As far as I know, although the Horn family is an influential noble family in the Loan Kingdom, they are not the Augustus family. Lawrence directly mocked Furs to her face. The implication was that Avon's boast was too exaggerated. The Horn family was not the Augustus family, so where did he get such a grand tone? Although the Abraham family had declined to an extreme due to the curse, they were, after all, an angel family that once stood at the top of the world in the fourth epoch. An unheard of secular noble's son, not even the head of the family, dared to promise to help the Abraham family break free from the curse and return to their peak. No matter how Lawrence thought about it, he found it somewhat ridiculous, even angry. Not lashing out immediately was already a testament to Lawrence's composure. No matter how down and out the Abraham family was, they had their pride and could not be manipulated or tempted by just anyone. Plato Einhorn, Dante Einhorn. Furs ignored Lawrence's mockery and spoke two names with the color of the Fasak Empire's imperial family. And Lawrence, upon hearing these two names, stared intently at Furs opposite him, his gaze unusually fervent. Furs did not mind Lawrence's gaze, which seemed to grasp a glimmer of hope, and continued. Avon said that if the Abraham family's inheritance had not been broken and records of the fourth epoch's history were preserved, then they should not be unfamiliar with these two names. Lawrence showed a meaningful smile and said with a dry laugh, "The Abraham family certainly won't forget these two names. After all, they were among the few angels at the end of the fourth epoch, and one of them even became the founding emperor of the Fasak Empire." Is your friend trying to say that the Horn family originated from Plato Einhorn? Seeing that Lawrence immediately understood the meaning of her words, Furs also breathed a sigh of relief, no need to explain too much individually. At the same time, she quickly nodded, confirming Lawrence's guess. If the Abraham family had no records of related matters, just proving and gaining trust would take a lot of effort. At the same time, Furs was also amazed by the profound heritage of the Abraham family. Sometimes, so-called heritage does not only refer to money, influence, or beyond characteristic. It should also include a family's history and the secrets they know. The Horn family's secrets were secrets in the eyes of others or other forces, but in the eyes of those who truly knew the inside story, they were nothing special. Just like Lawrence, he immediately guessed Avon's meaning, and even the matters of cooperation, from the names of the two angels and the similar surnames Einhorn and Horn. Does the Horn family want to overthrow the Fasak Empire? Although Lawrence had guessed many things, he still found it hard to believe and couldn't help but raise his voice to ask Furs for confirmation. Furs still nodded. She actually understood Lawrence's shock because she herself had been shaken by the information Avon revealed a few days ago, speechless for a long time. And it took her a long time to accept the fact that she had, in fact, joined a secret organization to overthrow the Fasak Empire. Receiving Furs's affirmative answer, Lawrence used his lifelong composure to suppress the shock in his heart and began to truly consider Avon. Horn's proposed cooperation and the prospects it brought. Not long after, Lawrence asked again, "What else did he tell you? Just say it all, don't drag it out." He also said that the fifth epoch is drawing to a close, and everything will face reckoning. The Abraham family's fate has also come to a critical moment. Whether it's a step across the vast sky or a complete fall into dust, everything is now in your hands. Moreover, the Horn family is not as weak as you imagine. They have many allies, and even the support of the church. Avon only said these things. "I've told you everything. I don't know anything else." Furs carefully recalled Avon's words, revealing all the information she knew, and at the same time, felt an unknown fear for the future. Whether it was the impending end of the fifth epoch or the support of the Orthodox Church for the Horn family's overthrow of the Fasak Empire, Furs felt as if the entire world was a powder keg ready to explode at any moment. Not to mention the awakening of the Fool, the descent of the true creator, the tense situation in Backland in recent months, and the outbreak of more than one angel battle. All these things gave Furs an unprecedented urge, an urge to desperately advance and no longer be a salted fish, slacker. No creature would fail to save itself when its survival was threatened, even a salted fish would try to flip over. Lawrence still did not feel any feedback from the lie detector on him, indicating that Furs's relay of Avon. Horn's words was true. Avon. Horn's long speech did not move him as much as the phrase, not lacking church support. Benjamin Abraham's successful investment in Rosal back then not only allowed him to advance to a demigod but also protected the Abraham family for at least 100 years, allowing the family to achieve some development. If Emperor Rosal had not appeared, and if Benjamin had not invested, the Abraham family might have completely fallen into decline more than 100 years ago. Although the Abraham family had a profound heritage, no matter how profound it could not withstand the thousand-year curse. At least Benjamin's appearance allowed the long-bleeding Abraham family to breathe a huge sigh of relief. Was this now another opportunity for the family to catch its breath? With Benjamin Abraham as an example, Lawrence decisively felt tempted by Avon. Horn's proposed cooperation. "I want to meet Mr. Avon. Horn, please arrange it," Lawrence earnestly requested Furs. This is also what Avon hopes for. "I will contact him as soon as possible to arrange a time and place for your meeting." Seeing her mission successfully completed, Furs couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and at the same time, was filled with confidence in obtaining the scribe magic potion formula. This was what Avon had promised her, and she had just finished digesting the Sequence 8 Trickmaster magic potion yesterday, successfully advancing to a Sequence 7 astrologer. This was thanks to the help of the mysterious Mr. the World. Just yesterday at the Tarot Club, Mr. the World had produced the crystallized blood of a Lavaz octopus, which she had been searching for some time and had not found even in the Military Intelligence Section 9 warehouse. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.